Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Villain Deku Seeks Revenge. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Not everyone is born equal was something Izuku learned at the age of 4. Beaten up and bloody was the state he was found in for the most of his childhood. Then that fateful day came. The building is burning down. The panicked screams of civilians rang across the streets as Century, the biggest shopping complex in Hosu City to date, exploded in a ball of ember following a supposed villain attack. The young Izuku watched through his computer as one man, despite the raging fire, stood up from the rubbles with a triumphant smile. "Don't worry, for I am here," said the bling hero. "Mom, I want to be like him," said Izuku with enthusiasm. "It's possible, right?" His mother, however, didn't answer back. "Mom," he repeated as tears welled up in his eyes, "I can be like that, right? All I need is to be strong. Isn't that right?" No answers, just a hug as the two burst into tears. A few years later. "Oi Deku, whatcha doing?" A grown-up Bakugo stared down at him. Kaken, hi. I was just, Izuku mumbled, clutching his notebook. It was her mother's birthday gift to him. It even has All Might's signature hair strands, acting like bookmarks. "Gimme that." Bakugo snatched his notebook right out of his palm. "Hey, give that back," Izuku cried. "Why?" Bakugo said in a sadistic fashion. "Aren't we friends? I know what you're gonna do. Now give it back before you what?" Bakugo cut him off. Two other guys showed up, his friends probably. "Well, look at that. This kid wants to be a hero." Bakugo yelled out loud as everyone in the classroom laughed in unison. "He doesn't even have a quirk," someone in the crowd said. "And look at that. He sketched a superhero costume in his notebook," laughed another. "Does his lack of quirk also explain his lack of originality?" "Mighty, what kind of stupid hero name is that?" laughed another. This is normally where Izuku would fight back, thrashing. But he has been laughed at and beat up so many times that he was used to it at this point. Instead, he just raised his arms helplessly as the crowd pelted him with erasers and crumbled up candy bar wrappers. "Now listen up here," Bakugo said in a more serious tone, grabbing him by the collar. "This world doesn't need worthless trash like you as heroes. You are but a stepping stone to my rise." While Izuku trembled in fear while looking into Bakugo's eyes, nearly wetting himself, he tried to mentally prepare himself for physical harm, as he was used to the years of insults that was thrown at him. But just then, Bakugo said something that pushed him beyond his boundaries. "So go crawl under the rock where your stupid idol All Might crawled out." Just then, Izuku clutched the arm that was holding him up, and squeezed with a surprising amount of strength, forcing Bakugo to let go. "Don't disrespect All Might," Izuku said with a face that radiated in pure rage. "Why? USTUCKUP, overconfident a-holes don't hold a candle to him. So take that insult and shove in back in the gaping black hole which is your ass where you're pulled in out of." Bakugo went silent as Izuku immediately realized what he just did, jumping back in instinct, expecting only destruction to follow. Instead, to everyone's surprise, Bakugo walked calmly up to him, gave him back his notebook, which he was surprised to find was still in perfect condition to his surprise, and left the room. Izuku was both relieved and terrified as the bell rang, signaling the end of the day. Bakugo didn't lay a hand on him, which, judging by his personality, could only mean one thing. What he was about to do was too brutal to be done in school grounds. As the students were leaving the school, Izuku made a mad dash for his bike. He knew that if he was caught by him he was dead. Dashing across the road with a hint of panic, he soon made it to Sunny Park, where he always ran off to cool his head. As he felt the coast was clear, he started to slow down. "Found you." A sudden blast was felt, as Izuku was sent flying from his bike. He then saw Bakugo. "Kaken, I told you I was sorry." "Well, sorry just isn't going to cut it, you mother effer," Bakugo said, beating him over the head. Izuku felt blood running down his face as he touched his nose. "It was broken. I'm going to break you beyond repair," Bakugo yelled, kicking him while he was on the ground. Bakugo picked him up by the arm. "It seems that this is your good arm. It must be where you sudden got the guts to stand up against me," he said with a devilish look of anger. "That just pissed me off. Only the strong was the say on everything. Worthless pieces of shit like you should just all die," he said, beating him like a punching bag. "You're no hero," mumbled Bakugo. The words dug deep into a bruised and bloodied Izuku. "Now get lost, trash." Bakugo dropped him before picking up his bike. He then turned towards a limp Izuku. Izuku only caught a glimpse before wheels met his face of everything went black. Hours later, Izuku woke up. The sun was setting, and his body was still aching. He saw that his bike was in pieces and that his notebook was completely destroyed. He grabbed what was left of his bike and limped home. "Hey, at least this day can't get any worse, right? I've got to just keep going." "Sorry, kid," said a shriveled up All Might. Izuku's lively eyes that were once filled with hope went pale. "What?" asked Izuku. "I know it's a hard pill to swallow, but I can't let a kid lose his life in an attempt to pursue my path," he said, as his hair formed a shadow over his blue eyes, masking his guilt. "You liar," mumbled Izuku. "Huh?" asked All Might. "You liar," cried Izuku to the top of his lungs, as he knelt down to the floor, crying. "Look, kid, I'm sorry," said All Might. "Look, I know what might cheer you up," he said while reverting to his muscle form, pulling out a ticket. A special VIP Plus ticket to the All Might fan club. All Might got in return, however, was a blow to the abdomen, which he barely felt as Izuku violently thrashed at All Might with all of his strength, but to no effect. "I hate you. I hate you. I hate you. I hate you. I hate everything about you. You talk about how everything is possible, yet go back on your words when you find out someone is quirkless, and yet you still have the guts to believe that they will remain your loyal fan. You're a hypocrite, a liar." Deku then ran off, not even paying attention to the fact that they were of a tall building. Before he left, however, he turned around and mumbled, "You're no hero," and then he jumped off. Only then did he realize and regret his actions. As he flailed around in midair, however, he felt two muscular arms take hold of him. It was All Might. "Look, I'm taking you back home. Isn't that wonderful? You can tell your friends that you meet All Might and that he brought you home," All Might said in a desperate tone, trying to pass off an apology, but to no avail. Home was never more welcoming, but at this point, anything was more welcoming than what he went through. It was not easy to hold back your tears in front of your mother or your idol, the man that you looked up to for all of your life turned down your dream. It was emotionally draining to say the least. "Izuku, is everything all right, sweetie?" Inko asked in a worried tone. Yeah, everything's all right," Izuku said, rushing upstairs before his mother could see his injuries. He reached his room, his only safe haven, but it looked different. Everything in that room that he loved her so much, that he spent his entire life decorating, disgusted him. But he knew it wasn't the room that changed. It was the one that changed. In a violent upburst, he ripped off every All Might poster in his room, threw away all of the hero posters that he had, the plushies and merchandise. When his rage finally quelled, he saw that his room was flipped upside down. But at that point, he didn't care. Everyone has betrayed him, turned him down, classmates, his mother, even his personal hero. He laid in bed, rethinking all of his life's decisions, and cried. Just then, his laptop, the only thing that wasn't thrown away, turned to a breaking news. It was another villain attack. While the initial words didn't grab his attention, the distant cries of a familiar voice did. He jerked upwards and launched to his computer screen. What he witnessed shocked him. It was Bakugo, but he was trapped, held hostage by the same villain that attacked him earlier. You crept down his spine, but not for the reason you'd think. He wasn't shocked at the horrifying scene that was happening before his eyes. Is the people getting hurt, those trying to run to safety, the cries for help in agony, nor even the villain itself, rather, why he was enjoying all of this. He couldn't help but emit a small chuckle for every time someone was hurt, especially since he recognized half of the people in the crowd. It was mostly his classmates, the ones that laughed at and ridiculed him. He was hitting himself, telling himself that this is wrong, that he should be worried. But the impulse was too strong. H-O-H-O-H-A. Scream, scream in agony. Now you see who's having the last laugh. All of the anger built up in him leaked out of a form of psychosis as he started to laugh maniacally. Tears streamed down his face. It was a moment of bliss, and for once, he dreaded the arrival of the heroes. He didn't want any of this to end. For once, he wanted to never heard "for I am here" again. Izuku woke up in his bed earlier than usual. He touched his pillow. It was wet, probably because he cried himself to sleep last night. The reason why, he had completely forgotten, but he is still certain of one thing: he will never look at heroes the same way again. That faithful encounter with All Might might have just ended his hero career before it even began. Too dangerous, not strong enough. Those words were stuck in his head, and has jammed the needle deeper into his bleeding heart. His lack of quirk was so laughable that even the hero he sought to be like his entire life looked down on him. This is bullshit, he said to himself. Looking at the clock, it was 5:30 a.m., about an hour earlier than his usual wake-up time. Laying back down, he attempted to re-enter his sleep, where he could at least dream to be a hero, but to no avail. He couldn't sleep, not with crying away all of his energy beforehand. Getting up, he saw no reason to stick around, so he quickly made himself breakfast and ate in front of TV. There was currently an interview taking place with a recent hero named Eloriel who had a hair manipulation quirk. He used to love this channel as a kid, as all the inspiring speech he always felt like were directed to him. But something about this interview nearly made him hurl. And remember, kids, anyone can be a hero, as long as you stay healthy and always take Elora vitamins. It was common for heroes to advertise their own products. But all Izuku could think of after hearing that was All Might's fan club VIP special card he tried to give him in order to hide the dream he just Detroit smashed. It was disgusting and obvious commercialism. What Izuku found saddening, however, was that none of that hero's words were reaching like they used to. Getting rejected by All Might was a real drag to reality for Izuku. And now, most of the words the confident-looking hero said he felt would not have been used when addressing people like him. He then froze. People like him? Yeah, right. What he meant was only him. For the record, he was the only quirkless human on planet Earth for all we know. It was depressing. Why him? He thought as tears streamed down his eyes. Why him? It was at times like this where he would go to the park or the mall to clear his head. After all, there was no rush. It was a Saturday, the usual day where he would go do things outside, like a walk in the park, or to a mall where he would stare and admire the local pro heroes showing off, or maybe, if he was lucky, bump into some passing Yuuei students. Speaking of Yuuei, he knew that the hero entrance test was gonna happen soon, and he used to be real excited. It was just next year and he will soon be a pro hero in training. But now, heroism just doesn't appeal to him anymore. He simply wished to relive the same adrenaline rush of happiness he used to get when helping someone. But that was only because it was what passed off as saving someone to him. The mall would probably be a good place to start, Izuku said to himself, looking at the clock. Inko woke up just as Izuku headed out. Walking downstairs, she noticed that the TV was left on. Izuku must have left it on before he left, she said to herself. While making breakfast for herself, she looked out the window to see her child heading towards Main Street. I just hope he's okay, she said to herself, as, contrary to Izuku's belief, she knew Izuku wasn't feeling well. She just didn't have the heart to ask why when she heard the thrashing. The day was beautifully sunny, and the fresh spring wind blowing through Izuku's hair was soothing, a therapeutic treatment Izuku came up with when he felt down. Enjoying life's aspects that didn't need quirks his initial way to cope with his problems, and he was relieved to find out it still worked even after his denial phase. Goddamn wind, cried some passerby about his age, it's messing up my hair. I spent so much time brushing so wouldn't look like a porcupine. You should have used hairspray, buddy, the strong kind, said the other. Oh, trust me, it would take a whole can to immobilize my long hair, replied the other. Izuku didn't much attention as he was approaching his destination. While the mall was usually most late-grade schooler and high schoolers' hangout spot, it wasn't easy capturing such results when you have no friends. Well, almost, but it was pretty obvious Bakugo was more bully or acquaintance at best. Besides, he was probably back home, still recovering from yesterday's villain attack. The sudden though of Bakugo, however, made him shudder. Memories that were once hazy in his head had become crystal clear. He was enjoying the suffering of others. He was never sadistic, far from it, so the mere thought of laughing at a pair of eyes crying from help was gut-wrenching. What has become of him? It was these kinds of thoughts that he came to clear. But now he realized that it was clearly not working. But he couldn't just lash out. He was in the middle of a shopping district, and chances are he was gonna embarrass himself. Trying to find somewhere secluded to sit down, he realized that most stores were empty. Even some shops had zero customers, or even cashiers and employees for that matter. What's going on? Izuku said out loud. Suddenly, he heard a large crowd of people running towards the source of the sound. He found himself at the center court of the massive mall, where a massive crowd was gathered. One would try to push to the center to see what's going on, but it was very obvious to Izuku what was going on. A hero is making his great debut. Kyaaaa. It's LOREAL, cheered a group of fangirls. Oh great, that twat is here. Apparently there was a supposed villain attack, and the glamorously fashioned hero just so happened to be around, signing autographs. Yeah, kick that villain's ass. This is where Izuku would try to squeeze to the middle of the crowd, trying to get a full view of the situation, but now, heroes just don't amaze him anymore. Look out, the villain's jumping towards us, yelled one of the bystanders as the masked man, badly wounded, ran towards the crowd, before jumping into the air with all of his might, trying to make it to safety. Izuku heard the yell and turned around, only to see the villain laying prone in front of him. Just then, it was as if time had slowed down. Izuku and the villain stared at each other like two deers caught in a headlight. Izuku didn't want to, but his eyes was doing it on its own. He was reading the villain's emotions through his eyes. He felt panic, sadness, humiliation coming from him. Then, as if it was his own imagination, but though he heard something. Help me, help me. A villain, the people he sought to defeat for his entire life, people viewed by society as criminals, wants help. Suddenly, hairs came through the crowd, grabbing the man by his ankles and dragging him back. Oh no, Manami, we are not done here, he said, strangling him. Izuku froze. For a brief moment, what he saw was not a villain, not someone he was supposed to run away from. For a moment there, all he saw was a poor, weak, tortured kid with no means to defend himself getting bullied by those who were stronger than him just because they can. Kinda like me, himself. Is that villain really like him? His world started to crumble. Was he really that similar to that villain? He gazed at the crowd. They were not horrified, they were pleased. Pleased. They are watching a man fighting for his dear life, and what are they doing? Laughing, cheering for his assailant. Filming this. Where are the real heroes to come and break these two apart? Where is the reasoning behind this? So it's okay to harm the weak just because you are a so-called hero. Izuku clenched his fist, turned around and ran. These people are crazy. No, they aren't. The heroes, they made them crazy. These so-called heroes claim they fight for justice and equality, but what are they really? Bullies. All of them are just like Kakin. I hate them. I hate them, he thought, running to an empty hair salon. Back in the crowd, the villain was on his knees as blood dropped down his cut-up face. Please, I just needed money for my sick brother. If you can take me into custody, at least take care of him, he pleaded to Eloriel. Oh my god, look at him. He's crying. Wasn't he so serious when he tried to mug me? Said one of the girl who was his supposed victim. Sorry lad, villains don't deserve my courtesy. Eloriel smiled. Finish him, yelled a group of his fans. The villain curled into a ball. Please help me, someone, he said softly as tears streamed down his face. Suddenly, 3 cans were thrown at the hero as a kid wearing an All Might jacket and a face mask with bunny whiskers coming out of it came running in. Don't worry, young man, said the kid, like landing in between them. The cans exploded as the hero tried to grab them out of thin air, releasing a light mist that covered Eloriel's head. For I am here. And who are you? Said Eloriel in a pissed-off tone. Shit, I didn't think this through. All I had in mind was to hide my identity and rush in to save the man. I didn't think ahead. Okay, Izuku, just think of something. He thought. I am anything. The villain. The crowd went silent. Then came a sudden outburst of laughter, including the one from the hero. Just then, the man on the ground pulled out a knife and stuck it to Izuku's neck. One move and the kid dies, he yelled. The crowd was silenced, so was Izuku. Kid, listen, the man suddenly whispered into Izuku's ears, which was surprising, even for him. I'm not doing to kidnap you, but if you want to live, we need to cooperate. Suddenly, from hearing that, he knew that the villain was on his side, and a grin formed under his face mask. It's fine, if we work together, we can defeat him. Izuku whispered back. Wait, what? You want to work with me? Shouldn't you be on his side? He whispers back, looking towards the hero. It's a long story. Now, what is your quirk? Izuku asked quietly. Not much. All I got are these mini cannons I can form under my fingernail that fires needles. That's just the quirk I need. Now, what's your name? Sachiko. Just call me Sachai for shorts, said the man. Well, Sachai, follow my lead, said Izuku. Listen, we don't have to go through this. Just let the boy go and I assure you, nothing back will happen, said Eloriel, trying to negotiate. You want him? Come and get him, said Sachai, letting Izuku go as he suddenly charged at him at sprinting speed. Good. Now eat justice, villain, said Eloriel, not realizing that Izuku was planning on attacking him. Special attack, hair fist. Eloriel's hair formed into fists that flew towards Sachai, but to his surprise, its speed was greatly diminished and Sachai was able to dodge it easily. What's wrong with my hair? Why can't it move properly? Asked Eloriel in shock. It's hairspray, said Izuku. Those cans you crushed were cans of hairspray. What? Eloriel screamed. And you're about to get a second dose. Sachai. Now, Izuku said, opening him jacket, revealing several cans of hairspray underneath. Got it. Porcupine barrage, yelled Sachai, firing at the cans Izuku tossed into the air. The cans exploded, covering Eloriel and Izuku all together. My eyes. I got hairspray in my eyes. I can't see. Eloriel cried in pain. This is what you get, said Izuku. What? You talk about justice, yet you pick on someone who has already surrendered for your own sadistic ends. You're no hero. Then what does that make you? Eloriel cried as all of his fans started running away and as he tried to make his hair budge by even an inch, but to no avail. Izuku grinned sadistically at his comment, and without any moral or emotional backlash this time around, as if he was finally getting the revenge he longed for so many years. Isn't it obvious, Mr. Hero? There are 2 sides to this story. You are the hero, and me. I'm the villain, he said, smiling under his mask, before inserting a pair of barber's scissors into Eloriel's stomach. Sirens ran in the distance as Eloriel collapsed against the center fountain, staring at Izuku with fearful eyes. The green, lively, mad eyes emitted a gleam that pierced into his soul, making him tremble in fear. Izuku walked slowly towards him, smiling sadistically as he raised his bloody pair of scissors. Hey kid, the cops are coming. It's time to go, yelled Sachai in the distance. Suddenly, Izuku snapped out of his trance. Eyeing down at his victim distributed a pungent feeling of shock throughout his system, making him pant heavily and sweat as he dropped to his knees. What was that? What the F was that? He thought as he felt a strong pull as Sachai grabbed him and ran. When the police arrived on scene, the duo was long gone, leaving the place trashed. Looking towards the center fountain, they found Eloriel, slumped over and trembling with fear. As the head chief went up, he noticed his stab wound and requested immediate backup. The news agency and ambulances arrived soon after, as they draped the trembling hero in a medical blanket and interrogated him in the ambulance. Tell me, Eloriel, what happened? As the police chief, The trembling hero looked at him and mumbled, "I'm quitting." "Excuse me?" asked the police chief. "I can't face that, not a second time." Eloriel responded, "Face that." "Face who?" Izuku popped into Eloriel's head once again as he curled into a ball. A true villain. Izuku found himself in an alleyway. Not the most welcoming place to wake up in, but he was too emotionally drained to feel fear, or any emotion at all for that matter. All he wanted to do was fall back asleep and hope it was all just a bad dream. That man, it wasn't him, it couldn't be. He would never have enjoyed the suffering of others so thoroughly. Was it the satisfaction of finally fighting back that gave him such enjoyment? Was it the bloodlust, him just getting too into his role as a savior of who he believed was the real victim? He didn't want to think much. All he knew was whoever that was, he would prefer just keeping him locked deep within his subconscious. "So you're finally awake," said a familiar voice. It was Sachai, who was sitting on a pile of boxes right across him. "You're still here?" asked Izuku. "I've been here, waiting for you to wake up," said Sachai. "How long was I out?" asked Izuku. 2 hours. I wouldn't say from fatigue, rather emotional shock," responded Sachai, before springing upwards and rushing to Izuku. "Now tell me how you did those awesome tricks," he said with a suddenly burst of livelihood and excitement. "Tricks?" asked Izuku in confusion. "Yeah, you know, the thing you did back there against Boreal," he said, purposefully modifying his name. "Ah, those. I just threw hairspray at him. It was said to be able to keep hair still," responded Izuku. "Well, I never thought of that. You really know how to improvise." "Man, I envy you," said Sachai. "Envy." He who was bullied since youth, laughed at for his ambitions, having his dreams crushed and grounded by those he cared about and admired. The only living human being, possibly, to have no quirks was being envied upon. "Do you actually mean that?" asked Izuku. "Yeah, I've always admired smart and dedicated people like you," Sachai said with a suddenly depressed tone. "Shame I wasn't the same. I am a slow thinker and give up easily. I just wish I could have a quick brain quirk like yours." Izuku felt his built-up hope crumble once again. A quirk. He envied him over a quirk he doesn't even have. He knew it. Nobody wants to be like him. He's just the notebook example of rock bottom. "Sorry to burst your bubble, Sachai. I have no quirk," said Izuku in a saddened tone. He could see Sachai's eyes take up a shocked expression. "So you are quirkless?" asked Sachai. "Come on, laugh. That's the only thing that's missing now," he thought, bracing himself for the pity laughs he was showered in for years. "That's even more awesome. My boy, you're a young genius," Sachai cheered while shaking him. Izuku was confused by his joy. "Wait, so you're not gonna laugh at me?" asked Izuku. "Why would I? And why should I? You can defeat a man who spent 3 years at Yuuei training his quirk to defeat other quirk users all without any special powers. You have no special powers, but that's what makes you special. Now come here, my partner," Sachai said while giving him a huge hug. Although, something about all this just didn't feel right to Izuku. How could this be a villain? He was so cheerful, so encouraging, and he did what an actual hero, nay, the #1 pro hero and the man he admired all of his life couldn't do. He believed in him. "How could someone like you be called a villain?" Izuku asked in confusion. Sachai let Izuku go from his bear hug and answered, "Well, I hurt people. Frankly, I was surprised someone actually came to save me back there," said Sachai. "Of course, I had to," said Izuku. Sachai sat down and looked him directly in the eyes. "Look, kid, I've ended people in the past. I've been convicted of robbery and scamming. People like me are the kind of guys you'd see in prison. Because I had to is no answer to my question, so I'm gonna ask you again, why did you save me?" Sachai asked in a serious tone. Izuku clenched his fist. "Because you looked like you were in need of help. Yet because of your status, people neglect you, ridicule you, and turn away from you. And I know how that feels. Because of my lack of quirk, my mother is overprotective and doesn't let me follow my dream of becoming a hero because she thinks I might get hurt. I get picked on at the park and at school because I have no means to defend myself. There are times where I would spend my entire day looking at videos of other heroes because they have the life that I want. But even they turned me down. I spent my whole life crying for help. Yet no one came. So when I saw you on your knees begging, I didn't see a villain. I looked into your eyes, and I saw myself." He cried out. At that point, the tears just kept going. He always suffered, was always left in the dirt. All of his problems, his sorrow, his inner demons, he just wanted to cry them out, to have them leave in body. Being able to finally let out his frustrations was just too much for him. Feeling lightheaded, he dropped to his knees. But luckily, Sachai was there to catch him. "It's all right, kid, just breathe," said Sachai. "Sachai, what are villains really like?" Izuku suddenly asked. "While we may look merciless on the outside, many of us are still human on the inside. Of course, there are hundreds of exceptions, but for the most part, we were just born under the wrong star. Whether it was abusive parents, a poor family, or having a family member that holds a criminal record, The sad part is, due to these circumstances, we were never able to live a normal life, so we rob and sometimes even end just to get by on life. We are the ones heroes should be helping. Yet they prey on us like we were never welcome in the first place," answered Sachai. "I can see that. I've always had a feeling of not belonging, yet no one seemed to care about me. It was as if there's just always meant to be a hero and a villain," said Izuku. "That's what I was thinking," ranted Sachai. "They claim they want peace. Shouldn't that mean reduce the amount of villains instead of whack a villain if they show up?" Izuku started to leave the alley. "Where are you going?" asked Sachai. "I see what these heroes truly want now," said Izuku. "What they want is fame. And what better way for a hero to become famous than to beat of bad guys? I now see. Villains are just the people society selects to hate, the weak that only exists to be preyed upon. I'm not standing for this. If it's a villain they want." Izuku clenched his right fist as he lifted his dirtied All Might hood and hid his face in his mask. "Then it's a villain they'll get. Izuku. I was so worried," cried Inko as she hugged Izuku the second he came through the door. "It's fine, Mom, I'm fine," said Izuku, smiling happily. "Well, you look like you had a good time today." "Something happened?" asked Inko, noticing his smile. "Oh, nothing, I just came through a breakthrough," said Izuku. "I now know what I really want to do when I grow up." "Really? What is it, Izuku?" asked Inko. Izuku smiled. "A hero," Izuku lied, before running to his room, leaving his mother confused. "Didn't you always want to be a hero?" Izuku asked, but to no response. Running into his room, he opened his laptop. Only this time, he wasn't searching for heroes, but for villains. Their names, quirk, usual locations where they appear at. He needed to know who he could trust. One villain, however, piqued his attention, and his name was Kai Chiaki. Soon after, he opened a book hidden under his bed, the one he knew he couldn't bring to school since Bakugo would have destroyed it. His own, handmade hero encyclopedia. The book contained the names, quirks, backgrounds, and sometimes even weaknesses of all known heroes he observed and noted through the course of nearly 5 years. He knew that since he didn't have a quirk, he was going to have to counter other quirk users. But he knew that since he was going to be fighting heroes, he would need to team up with other villains, hence he needed his own villain identity. After an hour of scribbling, he finally came up with his new identity, Mightless the Hero Hunter. It's been only a few weeks since Izuku became a villain, and he has built up quite a reputation in the criminal underground. While many villains call him the Messenger or the Rabbit, most just know him under the alias Mightless. While the media and the hero associations haven't picked up about this upcoming threat, cases of newcomer and veteran heroes losing have become more and more frequent, as villains have defeated, and in rare cases, even ended pro heroes in action. Many new pro heroes making their debut had their careers sent to an early grave due to the recent criminal activity. Izuku himself, however, had never felt any better. Before, he was unsure whether he should take this path, but with time, he got used to it and started making deals more and more often with villains, trading info for money and weapons. Before he even knew it, it was already the end of the first semester. Hell yeah, 1 week of freedom cheered the classroom as the vacations kicked in. Izuku was just as excited as everyone else, especially since he could now focus on his villain business a lot more. He had to meet a certain client anyways, so when the bell rang, he ran out of school faster than everyone else, with lively green, innocent eyes hiding his twisted intentions. Suddenly, he felt a pull on his back collar and was stopped dead in his tracks. Time may have went by, but some things never change. "Yo, Deku," said a familiar face. Izuku sighed as he put up his old Izuku act. "Hey Kaken," Izuku said, trembling in fear, but not really. "Listen, buddy," said Kaken. "School's about to end and you're looking way too happy for my taste. So since I won't be seeing your face for the next 7 days, I might as well implant a much more pleasant image of your face in my head so I won't think of you and your stupid toothy grin." "Oh great, here we go again. I'll definitely end you one day, Kaken," thought Izuku as Bakugo's face met his fist. "Oh, please, mercy," Izuku begged while crying fake tears. "Ha. Now that's a face I can think of while touching myself. Thanks, buddy," said Bakugo, picking Izuku up by the head, before slamming him face first into the pavement. As Bakugo left, Izuku got up. He brushed off the dust and wiped off the blood from his nose, putting on his outfit, which was a modified All Might jacket that's been recolored to black and gray, with red hair strands and a new face mask, which was originally a giant smile. But Izuku wears it upside down, so it's a frown instead. "Just you wait, Kaken. We will see who has the last laugh," Izuku said to himself. Izuku arrived at his designated position where he was going to meet his client. Several dead bodies of the police lay in the abandoned, run-down building he was in. Seeing all the dead corpses, Izuku couldn't help but let out a sorta girlish giggle. This kind of carnage would have made him puke back in the days. But after all the gangs and villains he did business with and all the fights we witnessed and was sometimes involved in, he started to enjoy seeing the arrogant, braggy, stuck-up face of a hero or foe twist into despair. It was a sort of satisfaction of seeing suffering inflicted upon those who deserved it that gave Izuku sort of a sadistic edge, one that he desperately tries to hide in from of his mother, whom he deemed was pure and deserving of much more. Suddenly, a black shadow leapt behind him, alerted by his laughter. "It seems you did some work here," said Izuku without turning around. "Hero Enderstain, you seem to have quite a solid reputation in the criminal underworld too." Hero Hunterstain responded. Izuku turned around, blushing. "Please, you're flattering me," said Izuku. "I'm but the villain equivalent of a carrier pigeon. Why would I deserve such courtesy?" Stain smiled. "My job is to end these posers society calls heroes. And when I do so with brute force and skill. But you use your head, a rarity in the criminal world. In the span of a week, you united 3 feuding criminal gangs, exposed 4 pro-heroes' identities, who were later ended at their own home by grudge-driven villains, saved 7 villains from known organizations' form capture, and even took out a pro-hero single-handedly. I think you're worth a lot more than you think." Izuku smiled. "Did I really do so much?" he said while tilting his head. "I didn't really keep track to my activities. Maybe I underestimated myself a bit," said Izuku. "But I guess my combat training paid off." "Alright, enough with the chit-chats. You got the stuff?" asked Stain. "Yup," answered Izuku as he opened his bags and retrieved 3 red vials, the blood samples of Positive, Red Nose and Darkness Blade. "And the price?" asked Stain. "I'm not asking much, just for you to demonstrate to me your fighting style," said Izuku. "Wait, is that all?" asked Stain, confused. "Yeah, it's just blood, for the benefit of your own quirk." "Blood-curdling was it? The ability to paralyze those whose blood you lick. Couple that with your combat experience and you got yourself a first-rate assassin," Izuku said while smiling under his mask. How did you know?" Stain yelled, pissed off as he rushed towards Izuku. "I don't just analyze heroes, Stain. Sometimes there are villains that are just in it for greed. I don't stand for that. Now, show me your fighting style," said Izuku, putting the vials into his pocket as Stain threw several knives at him. Izuku quickly rolled back, picking up one of the dead cop's pistol and firing it at the hero Ender. Stain saw the pistol and ran out of the way, before appearing behind Izuku and slashing at him. Izuku was barely able to dodge, as the blade left a cut in his jacket. Stain then jumped back and threw more knives, to which Izuku ducked under, but once again, Stain ran in and slashed at him. This time, however, Izuku took a good look at Stain. "So that's it," he commented, interesting. Stain then jumped back and sheathed his blade, while clapping his hands. "You did well. I did not expect some brat like you to make it this far. However, you committed the grave sin of putting your nose where it doesn't belong. Now you'll die." But Izuku simply flashed a smile at him, taunting him. "That's it, you're dead," yelled Stain as he ran in. Just suddenly, as he came in range, he felt his right foot step in something liquid, causing him to slip and slice Izuku's pocket. Walking towards Izuku's paralyzed body, Stain bent down and said, "You made a good trade partner. Shame it's time to put you down," Stain said while raising his knife. Suddenly, Izuku sprung to life as he whipped out the cop's gun he took and pointed it directly at Stain's forehead. "One move and you're dead. Now drop the weapon and on your knees or I'll shoot," said Izuku. Stain, with widened eyes, dropped his knife and knelt down as Izuku stood up, looking down on his defeated opponent. How can you even move? I licked your blood," Stain cried out. "Oh, did you now?" asked Izuku, taking his available hand and reaching into his pocket, and pulled out a cut-open blood vial. You placed that there, didn't you?" Stain grunted, unable to accept his defeat. "Yup, I'll admit, you almost had me. Sadly, you didn't see me as much of a threat and exposed me your fighting style," said Izuku. "Huh, what do you mean?" Stain asked in confusion. "You use your quirk as a means to secure your victory. Hence why you attempt to make me bleed by throwing knives. Though I will admit dodging those knives were sheer luck and that I would be dead otherwise. You then attempted to end me at close range, which led to your downfall," explained Izuku. "What do you mean?" asked Stain. "You see, every blade, depending of their size, weight, and length, has a sweet spot where if the user swung it, can deliver a lethal cut that's just deep enough to not get your blade caught by bones but get a deep enough injury and to slowly end your opponent. But sadly, once you find that sweet spot, you only use that sweet spot. And by swinging at me twice, I was able to judge the approximate range where you stopped to swing, which is where your opponent can take advantage of," Izuku continued to explain. "So that means," Stain said as he looked behind him, and saw a broken vial with blood all over the floor, and a footprint where he slipped. "You bastard, you used me to test out your analysis skills under mid-fight situations, didn't you?" asked Stain. "Indeed, and I am happy to know it works perfectly. Now, I don't want to end you either, so let's just walk away like this never happened, okay?" asked Izuku. All of a sudden, the sound of someone clapping was heard. As Izuku turned his head to see who was doing it, however, Stain took advantage of this moment of distraction to hit the gun out of Izuku's hand and put him in an arm lock. So, now that Mr. Analyst, Stain said with a hint of anger. Stop it, both of you. A sudden voice was heard, a man dressed in black, with a white hair and hands covering his face and grabbing onto different parts of his body. Stain let go of Izuku and backed off, knowing he was not welcome here, and jumped out of the window to escape. Great, you scared my client away. Anyways, who are you? Asked Izuku, picking himself off the floor. Greetings, I am Tamura Shigaraki. I am the lead representative of the League of Villains, and we've taken great interest in you, Mightless, the man presented. Izuku's eyes widened. Wait, League of Villains? How big is your organization? Asked Izuku, getting excited after finding out there was an entire organization of villains. This could be his first ever big business dealings. Your organization is meant to bring down the Hero Association and especially the #1 hero, All Might, and after observing your actions and indirect contributions to the League, we think it's about time we recruit you, said Tamura. The thought of ending All Might made Izuku's heart leap with joy. He couldn't wait to get payback on the person who crushed his dreams for good. But then, it hit him. Does All Might have any weaknesses? Asked Izuku. For the record, no, odd for you to ask that out of the blue, replied Tamura. Izuku wanted to hug the man and give him a kiss, though it wouldn't be possible with his hand in the way. What luck. He was the only one who knew All Might's true weakness. He can now use this knowledge to bring him to the top of the league. Anyways, if you're interested, just give us a call. We'll give you time to think about it, said Tamura, handing him a business card before heading into the shadows. Hey, wait, Izuku yelled, but it was too late, and the man had disappeared into the shadows. A teleportation quirk, asked Izuku, but he couldn't think about that at the current moment. Instead, he ran home into his room before Inko could even call his name. He jumped onto his bed before thrashing around in joy. The boyish, lively eyes of Izuku were brighter than ever. He kept on thrashing until he was sweaty and tired. Looking at the business card, he knew he couldn't leave to meet the guys at this hour, meaning he was gonna have to go tomorrow. Instead, after eating dinner and watching some TV, where it was reported that Positive was hospitalized after suddenly being paralyzed mid-fight during a villain attack, Izuku went upstairs. It was a week of vacation he knew he will never forget. All right, I'm heading out, Mom, Izuku said with enthusiasm. All right, sweetie, take care, Inko replied as Izuku left. He's been quite energetic lately. Maybe it's just a part of growing up. Oh well, as long as he's happy, thought Inko, not giving it too much thought. Izuku was told to meet up at an awfully specific location. There wasn't even any address. It was written in longitude and latitude, so he spent all night pinpointing where that was. Unsurprisingly, the spot was quite far away from his house, so he had to go by subway. On said subway, he saw posters advertising Yuuei, with All Might on the front cover saying, "We want you." Disgusting, Izuku murmured. Yeah, it's absolutely horrid, said a voice next to him, surprising him. Izuku, surprised, turned around and saw a young girl with blonde hair staring at the same poster. She was wearing a sailor uniform, with a cardigan that seemed 2 sizes too large for her. From what he could tell, her body emitted a strong aura of insanity. Sometimes, I just wish I could reach into that poster and drag All Might out of it, just to beat him to a pulp. The girl continued, smiling. Can I help you? Asked Izuku. The girl didn't answer, she just backed away, slowly sinking into the crowd. Izuku didn't have time to wonder what that was about, as the subway had arrived to his stop. Not losing his excitement spirit, he dashed off the subway and continued his journey. The structures looked more and more run down as he continued to walk to his destination. Knowing he was close, he put on his outfit, masking his face, and met face to face with what seemed like a rundown bar. Is this the place? Izuku asked himself. Then again, they are villains. I doubt they would just have a giant 30-story building with a huge League of Villains logo smack dab in the middle of downtown. This was to be expected, but for a supposedly massive organization, they certainly could have picked a bigger building to call a hideout, thought Izuku. Suddenly, a knife came flying at him, as he was barely able to dodge, and grazed his face. Stain. It can't be, Izuku said out loud while holding his cheek. But it wasn't Stain. Instead, a cloaked figure rushed towards him, a much smaller one. Izuku, with a hint of panic, took up his backpack as a shield, blocking an upcoming knife. He then kicked the assailant, knocking her back. Suddenly, out popped another figure, one who dropped down towards him, but was unable to hit his nimble body. I don't know who you people are, but don't you think I came unprepared? Said Izuku, pulling out a pistol from his back pocket and firing it at his assailants. The taller of the two took 2 bullets to the head and went down. Why did he just stand there and take it? He thought. But in that moment of confusion, the smaller one closed the distance and tackled him to the ground, holding a knife to his neck. Gotcha, the cloaked figure said with content, before unveiling herself. Wait, it's you, yelled Izuku, the girl from the subway. Suddenly, a black hole appeared and one came to Mura, followed by a dark figure with some sort of black mist coming from his body. You've done well, Toga, The shadow man said, "Now, let go, he is our guest." Suddenly, a man that looked exactly like the guy he ended came out of the black hole. "Hey, new guy, you're not too bad." He congratulated Izuku. "Still needs training, but not bad. A cloning quirk. That explains," thought Izuku. "Follow us, Mightless," said Tamura, signaling Izuku to follow him. As Izuku entered the black mist, he found himself in a small, cozy bar. It was completely different from what it seemed like on the outside. Tamura sat down on one of the swirling chairs. "Mightless, welcome to the League of Villains," he said. Izuku looked around. He saw the two villains that assaulted him earlier, along with the shadowy guy who seemed to be the barkeeper. "Don't tell me that I'm looking at all of the members," said Izuku. "Oh, no, we are a massive organization spanning several branches. The two assailants that attacked you are part of our Vanguard Action Squad, which had several dozen members," Tamura explained. "Well, tell them I would have appreciated cake next time they decide to throw me a welcome party," said Izuku, still slightly pissed off from that previous attack. "Oh, sorry. We were just testing to see where you would fit within our ranks," Tamura said, before taking up a much more gloomy tone. "Suffice to say, I was underwhelmed. I saw you outwit Stain, who has ended several heroes, but you were unable to fend off my men. You, sir, belong more in the front line." Izuku gave an arrogant smirk. "I'm not the fighter kind of guy. And frankly, I don't appreciate you judging my worth via fighting abilities," replied Izuku. "Ooh, he's playing the tough guy. I'm into that," said Toga, staring at him from a distance, blushing. "And what are you good for?" asked Tamura in an impatient tone. "I'm an info provider. Didn't you get the memo? I only provide my clients with infos and suggestions. They do all the dirty work. Very rarely do I fight myself, and even when I do, it's to finish off the weak and wounded," said Izuku. "So being a mere grunt in this organization just doesn't suit me. Instead, I would request being put in your Vanguard whatever squad." Tamura looked at him from head to toe. "And what makes you think you have what it takes to be in said squad?" asked Tamura. Izuku was waiting for this moment. The mere thought of it made him giddy. "Because I know All Might's fatal weakness," Izuku said with a smile, as his eyes seemed to almost glow in the shadow of his hood. The whole room went silent. "What? All Might has a weakness?" Tamura asked impatiently. "A fatal one. One that you can use to easily defeat him," said Izuku. "Shame that I won't be in this organization, so this information will be lost forever," Izuku said, intentionally getting up. "Wait, we can talk about this," Tamura yelled in sheer excitement, almost falling off his chair, only for Izuku to chuckle at his clumsiness. "Okay, now I really like him," Toga said, staring at Izuku with dreamy eyes. "So you will let me be in your top ranks?" Izuku asked back. "Yes, just," Tamura got back up, regaining composure. "Let's hear about this weakness first." Izuku sat down on the counter, ordering a drink. The shadowy man passed him a glass of soda, which Izuku slashed into his face. "What is this? A daycare? Hit me with the strong stuff," said Izuku. "You're not in legal drink age, young man," said the shadow. "Who cares? We're villains. We don't give a shit about rules. Now, pass me some damn fire water, barkeep," Izuku yelled out. "Fair enough, and call me Kurogiri," he replied, passing a pint of amber liquid, which Izuku downed in one gulp. It was bitter, but Izuku didn't mind. This is his big day, and he wants to enjoy it as much as possible. "So, about All Might's weakness," Tamura said. "Right," Izuku replied, opening his backpack and spreading a bunch of documents over the countertop. "Great, now I can't stop imagining him with glasses," said Himiko, getting all fluttery, so damn adorable. "You see, All Might may have a quirk that allows him to beat everything with one strong hit. Sadly, he does so by inhaling enough air to expand his muscles. This wouldn't be a problem if it weren't for the fact that he has suffered an injury 5 years ago that gave him permanent lung damage. Hence, he can't maintain his muscle form for that long, allowing him to only be All Might for a certain period of time, 3 hours to be precise," explained Izuku. "Interesting, and how do we know you're not lying to us?" asked Tamura. "I'm glad you asked. You see, I've actually met the man outside his muscle form, and I know about what looks like outside his muscle form. Furthermore, I have concrete evidence," Izuku said, holding up his documents. "This chart shows how active he has been over the years. As you can see, all the way up till 5 years ago, his active was high at about 8 to 10 hours a day. Now look at his activeness after the attack." Tamura's eyes widened. "My god, it's going down. From 8 to 6, then to 5, and up until now, only 3, Izuku said with a smile. "Mightless, you my friend, are a genius," said Tamura, patting him on the shoulder. "So, does that mean?" Izuku asked. "Yup, welcome, new Vanguard." Tamura completed his sentence. "Yeah, go new guy," cheered Himiko, suddenly leaping onto Izuku, giving him a huge hug. "Damn, now that I'm looking at her up close, she's kinda cute." Izuku blushed. "Or is it just the beer setting in? Come on, we just found out All Might's weakness. We should celebrate." Cheered twice, as suddenly, a bunch of different people flooded into the bar. "Dabai, Magni, Spinner, you were here," Asked twice. The whole time, buddy. Come on. Once we mobilize out forces, we will murder All Might, said Dabai. Actually, I have a much better idea, said Izuku. I can still blend in with my age, so I suggest I sneak into Yuuei as one of the students and leak information to you guys. When the time is right, we will take advantage of all gathered information and slaughter all of the pro-heroes live in front of everyone during the graduation. Then, we with the pro-heroes defeated, we can thus crush the hopes of anyone that hopes to become a hero again. The room went silent, then a loud cheer was heard. Now that's what I call a plan, cheered Magni. How many Nomus can we make when that time comes? It will be a bloodbath, cheered Spinner. Kid, you sure do know how to bring a group together, Tamura said with a warm smile under his hand mask. Yeah, give it one for Mightless, cheered Kurogiri, passing him another pint. Mightless, 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 everyone cheered in unison, as Himiko leapt onto Izuku and kissed him out of the blue. Izuku cheered back, and partied into the night. If only I had known being a villain will be this fun. I would have joined long ago, thought Izuku. Izuku woke up at back home, trying to figure out what happened last night. He remembered meeting with the League of Villains, getting recruited into their Vanguard action squad and partying the night away. He was about to get up until he realized there was something heavy on him, and looked down to notice a significant bulge on his blanket. Curious, he unveiled it and nearly screamed. Under his covers, he found Himiko, half naked, hugging his bare chest, and felt her rub her cheek on his abdomen. Izuku, murmured a half-asleep Himiko. Toga, Izuku yelled out. Himiko looked upwards at Izuku's shocked face and gave him a kiss. She placed his finger on his abdomen and traced it up to his lips. As they ch-ch-ch. We don't want to wake up mommy, do we? Asked Toga. Toga, what are you doing here? Asked Izuku. It was lonely where I lived, so I thought of following you back to your place, answered Himiko. But how? I slid your mother's neck and walked into your room. Toga cut Izuku off. You did what? Izuku yelled shocked. Just kidding, silly. I broke into your room through the window. You're gonna be our spy after all, so we need to make sure you have a normal life to mask your secret career, explained Himiko. That is why you haven't ended her yet, right? It's not like she would just accept the fact that you're a villain. Izuku thought about it, and found that Toga was right, and Ko would never want to see him turn to the dark side, and might end up getting in the way. Izuku clutched his blanket. It was decided, if his mother knows too much, he will personally execute her. Alright Himiko, you've had your fun, now get yourself dressed, cause you're leaving now, ordered Izuku with authority. Not so fast, Izuku. I'm here to tell you Tamura wants you to participate in a, let's say, initiative mission to train you before you get to the Yuuei entrance exams, explained Toga. Well, you could have written me a letter, but okay. What do I have to do? Asked Izuku. Toga handed him a USB key. It'll take too long for me to tell you, but all the instructions are in this, so don't lose it, said Toga, heading for the window, still in her underwear, which made Izuku blush. Oh, and by the way, Toga turned back to Izuku. Congrats on losing your virginity, she said in a jockish tone, leaving Izuku with bulged eyes, wondering if she meant it or not. As Izuku came down the stairs, he saw his mother and Ko making breakfast. Hey mom, Izuku said. Good morning my baby, and Ko said in her usual tone. Mom, stop calling me baby. It's embarrassing, said Izuku. Now, I don't want to be a wet towel or anything, but do you have anything planned today? Asked Inko. Well, yeah, said Izuku, who was taken by surprise. Did his mother have something planned today? Whatever it is, he cannot let it get in his way. This was his shot to prove his worth to the League, and the mere thought of postponing for his mother it made him nervous. For a brief moment, ending her came to mind. Izuku's eye had already went to full analysis mode, analyzing weak points, vital organs, and possible approaches. She was just full of openings. Fighting his urge, Izuku asked, yeah, actually, why? Asked Izuku. Because you might have to postpone it, sweetie. I know it's sad, but don't worry, cause the good news is, you're gonna see an old friend, said Inko, trying to cheer him up. A friend? Asked Izuku. Inko gave him a warm smile. Remember Katsuki? His mother and him are coming over today, Inko said. What? Izuku slammed both hands on the table. This was outrageous. Even if he wasn't a villain, he would be pissed off at the news. Not even saying a word, he got up and ran to his room. Izuku, I get it if you're upset. I'm sorry, Izuku. Inko yelled to no response. Back in his room, Izuku slammed the door and then proceeded to punch his wall, leaving a dent in the shape of a fist in it, but also really hurting his hand. This was unbelievable. Damn it, damn it, damn it. I cannot believe I could be this unlucky. Not even in my wildest dreams, Izuku yelled as he thrashed onto his bed. Eventually getting tired, he turned to his back, staring blankly at the ceiling. He then turned towards the USB for a few minutes. Might as well take a look, said Izuku, loading the key into his laptop. It was a PDF map of the mall he attacked El Oriole in. Apparently, they were gonna test out a prototype of these things called Nomus that were artificial humans with multiple quirks, and he was gonna be the observer. analyzing its weaknesses and flaws that needs rework, and also to observe new, debuting heroes and their quirks and weaknesses to exploit. The Nomu, according to the plans, cannot actually think and act by instinct. They also have a list of people, including him, implant into his brain those people's orders. He will obediently follow, anyone else he will end. But then he noticed that attached to the PDF was a list of the rest of the vanguards and their quirks. And it was the quirk of the girl he just met, Himiko Toga, that made him leap with joy. Himiko Toga, age 14, quirk, shapeshifter. He can now use her to pose as him during the dinner and complete his mission. Relieved that there was still a way, he knew he needed to hurry. Stuffing his outfit into his backpack, he ran downstairs and towards the door. Izuku, where are you going? Asked Inko, noticing that he was leaving. Gotta going to the mall to buy a gift for Kaken, answered Izuku, heading out. Oh, he must really like the kid, said Inko, seeing him run off. He needed to hurry as there wasn't gonna be long until Kaken shows up. He needed to be ready. He quickly headed towards the subway, where he sent a text to Toga's supposed phone telling her to meet up. Minutes went by, and Izuku felt a tap on the shoulder, turning around to meet Toga face to face. The subways are a pretty odd place to ask a girl out, don't you think? Asked Toga. It's not about a date. Look, I need you to pose as me so that I may attend my mission without hindrance, explained Izuku. Toga smiled. Of course, anything for my sweetie, Toga said while pulling Izuku closer. I'm really starting to doubt this is a good idea, thought Izuku. Look, Toga, there will be a guest today at my house, a childhood friend, so I don't want you to act in a way that attracts his attention, said Izuku. Sure thing, acting is what I do best. Just tell me what's your relation with the guy, asked Toga. His name is Katsuki Bakugo, but call him Kaken, he's used to me calling him that. Also, he always addresses me as Deku, so be wary of that as well, explained Izuku. Toga's expression changed. Why would he give you such a nickname? Asked Toga in a cold tone. Izuku blushed in embarrassment. He was kinda a bully to me from my childhood to today. He kept on picking on me because I was quirkless, explained Izuku. Toga's face shifted in anger as she hugged Izuku in a sort of aggressive way. Tell me where he lives. I'll end him. I'll make him my personal pincushion. No one will bully my Izuku, she said. Izuku hugged her back and took up a more dominant and commanding voice. Himiko, I know you are technically my senpai, and that I should respect you, which I do, but... Toga's eyes widened as Izuku swiftly took the knife she hid under her skirt and held it to the back of her neck. Kaken's mind to end. So if you so much as leave a cut on his pinky finger, well, I think you got the message, said Izuku, licking the sweat off her neck. Tastes bitter, like fear. I was wondering if you could feel that emotion. Izuku then backed up, hands still on her shoulders as his dead hollow eyes turned green and lively. Well, good luck with your mission, and wish me luck as well, Izuku said, flashing a lively smile and running off. Toga dropped to her knees, rubbing her nape where Izuku had licked her. I didn't know you have such a sadistic dark side, Izuku, Toga said, suddenly blushing madly and shaking like a schoolgirl, as hearts formed in her pupils. That just makes me more into you. It was around 12 p.m. when Toga, disguised as Izuku, came back home. Izuku, you're back, bought anything? Asked Inko, in her usual cheerful self. Nah, couldn't find anything Kaken liked, said Toga. Oh, that's too bad. But don't worry, I think Katsuki will understand. In fact, here they are, said Inko as the doorbell suddenly rang. Hey Inko, long time no see, said Mitsuki, coming through the door. Ah, Mitsuki, welcome. And I noticed little Katsuki's there too. No. Inko tried to look behind her, but saw nothing. Ah, right, hold on, said Mitsuki in a calm fashion, before turning back to her car. Katsukibakugo. Get the F out of the effing car, you lazy sack of shit, she yelled, attracting the whole neighborhood. I told you I ain't budging from my spot, you old hag. So unless you can rip the car seat off and drag me here, I'm staying put, yelled Katsuki back at his mom. Mitsuki turned to Inko calmly. Sorry, but can you excuse me for a minute? Asked Mitsuki, as she walked towards her car. Mom, what are you doing? Mom STO. Before Katsuki could finish, the car seat was ripped out of the car, and Mitsuki carried him towards the house, while Toga and Inko just watched in the distance. Wonder how things are going on Izuku's end, thought Toga. At the Naruhara shopping district, where Izuku was instructed to go to, he followed the instruction he unloaded to his phone and went on the glass room at the center of the mall. There, he found a package. Opening it, there was a radio, along with 2 submachine guns, ammo, ropes, a crowbar and a remote to detonate the bomb inside the Nomu, so that the heroes can't dissect it. Attached to the package was a note. Supplies for the road. We even packed your lunch. Izuku sighed, recognizing the handwriting. Of course you would, Toga, he said, turning on the radio. An alarm was signaled back at home base. He's arrived, said Tamura Kurajiri. Now, suddenly, a black portal opened behind Izuku, as the previously mentioned Nomu came out of it. It was humanoid, but had one disproportionately huge right arm. Right off the bat, there were some obvious flaws that he could see. Some notably, the fact that his effing brain was exposed. Geez, you have a face only a mother can love. Commenting Izuku, but you're nothing but a test subject, so I'll let it slide. Now, get down there and cause as much havoc as possible. Make sure to not end anyone, because they could be used as hostages for my escape should things go south. All I need you to do is attract as many pro heroes, especially the more experienced ones, to fight you. If you die, you die. Otherwise, I'll just report to Tamura that the test was successful. Ordered Izuku. Got it? The Nomu nodded as his left arm shifted into a hammer and smashed the glass ceiling, descending into the center of the shopping district. Moments before the incident, a girl walked along the shops, admiring the multitude of clothes and jewelry. The girl had short hair and an eye patch. This was Quinn Hachisuka, part-time villain. Her usual acts of villainy, spreading chaos. How? Using a certain quirk enhancement drug called Trigger, which drastically increases one's quirk, turning them into uncontrollable monsters. She was just about to pull this routine in the middle of a crowded shop, until a strange-looking creature came crashing down the room. What the hell is that? Asked Quinn as people fled in panic. She watched from a distance as the monster rampaged around the shop, smashing down walls and plants while emitting a piercing roar. Well, guess someone did the job for me, said Quinn, but who? She decided to activate her quirk, Queen Bee. The quirk unleashes a swarm of mind-controlled bees at their opponents, and can be used for scouting. She needed to know who was behind the attack. As the bees searched the shops, the beast found himself face to face with some pro-heroes. Yes, the heroes are here. We're saved, cheered the crowd. She then witnessed that the monster began to eat the debris. Just then, his arm turned into a cannon and fired the consumed debris at the heroes. His arm then turned into a hammer and swung at the now weakened heroes. That thing has multiple quirks. Who in the world can make such a thing? Asked Quinn. Suddenly, something caught her attention and she smiled, looking at the opening where the monster came from. Found you. With Izuku, the Nomu had gone out of his sight, and most of the mall had evacuated. Taking some rope out of the package, he descended into the wrecked mall to observe the Nomu from up close, beginning to take notes. Let's see, his quirks are Hammer Hand, Arm Cannon, Strength Enhancement, and Boosted Stamina. Not bad, but he needs a quirk to compensate for his low mobility, something like a Jet Booster quirk. Notes Izuku, writing it down on his notebook. Well, aren't you just adorable? Said a voice that nearly made Izuku jump. Turning around, he saw a girl with short hair, an eye patch, wearing a tight jacket. Who are you? No ordinary citizen would just stick around while that monster over there is around, Izuku said, pointing to the Nomu, now swinging around the unconscious body of one of the heroes. I was interested. Say, how does one made one of those things? Asked Quinn. I don't know, and even if I did, I wouldn't tell you, answered Izuku. Quinn flashed a villainous smile. Well, guess you're not interested in this then, she said, holding up a syringe filled with a blackish substance. What is that? Izuku asked. A bee landed in Izuku's shoulder as Quinn's smile grew larger. Why don't you find out? She said as the bee sunk his stinger into Izuku's flesh, making him wince in pain. Oh, what was that for? Asked Izuku, unaffected. What? How? Quinn asked in shock. The drug should have force-triggered your quirk, making you a nigh unstoppable ending machine like that thing over there, she said, pointing to the Nomu, now getting dogpiled by 4 heroes at once. Oh, so that's what it does, said Izuku, smiling in content. Hey Nomu, shoot this girl would ya? The Nomu heard his master's orders, and despite the heroes holding him down, he aimed at Quinn and shoot a ball of rubble at her. Seeing the upcoming barrage, she swiftly dodged out of the way. But a gunshot was heard as the girl looked down, finding a bullet hole in her stomach. You quirkless son of a beach, Quinn yelled out in anger. Suddenly, a syringe flew through the smoke and stabbed her in the right knee. She looked down in a hint of panic. You dropped it when the monster fired at you. I thought I'd give it back, said Izuku. You, Quinn uttered as her mind started to slip away. And no, gotta fight it. Got to fight. Quinn began to transform, ripping her jacket apart as she slowly became a queen bee. Izuku noticed that as her jacket was ripping, several vials clanked to the floor containing the same fluid. Oh yeah, jackpot, said Izuku, running towards the fallen flasks, most of which were already shattered. Come back here, yelled Quinn as she charged at Izuku. Suddenly, the Nomu sensed that his master was under attack, and jumped back towards Izuku to save him. Look, another monster, and this one is attacking a child, cried some of the heroes that were still up. As the 2 monsters clashed, Izuku quickly ducked under the chaos and retrieved the vials. Suddenly, a rogue cock sent him flying into one of the broken-down H&N stores, flying through the glass and breaking one of the vials. Izuku felt blood running down his head as his vision was slightly blurry. Looking at him jacket, it was covered in black substance. Let's hope Tamura can recreate this drug, because there's not much left, Izuku said, stumbling up. Looking out the window, he saw that both the heroes and the news reporters were closing in. Then he suddenly remembered he was supposed to be back home. If they see him on TV by chance, the cover would be blown. He couldn't let that happen. So, without thinking twice and in a rush of adrenaline, he made a beeline for the exit as the hero were almost there. "What a wonderful dinner you made," said Mitsuki. "Right, Bakugo." Bakugo, still seatbelted to the car seat Mitsuki ripped out, simply let out a grunt. Not wanting to look bad in front of a childhood friend, she sucked it up and just carried on. "Come on, Kaken. It's not like this is a trip to the dentist. Lighten up," said Toga, still disguised as Izuku. Katsuki turned to Toga and gave her the death stare. "So he plays the tough guy, huh? No matter, even the toughest of toughs have a breaking point," thought Toga. "Oh, I know how to cheer you up," exclaimed Toga, moving his seat to the living room. "Izuku, where are you going?" asked Inko. Kaken been stuck in his seat with his stuck-up expression for this entire time. "I thought I would lighten him up a bit." Katsuki turned to Izuku. "Hey, what the F are you?" "SHHH. Just relax, Kaken." Toga cut him off. "Just sit back and relax." Toga placed her hands on Katsuki's sides. Katsuki, seeing this, tried to fight back. Just then, Toga started to tickle him. "LHLHLHLHLH. Oh, STAHP. DIKUHUHUHUHU. PLEHEHEHEHEHS. HLHLHLHLH." Katsuki thrashed around helplessly, trying to undo his seatbelt. Toga started to laugh with him, her face turning more and more psychotic. "Oh, they're playing," said Inko, charmed. Izuku barely made it out of the shop and limped towards the roof, exhausted and busted up. "All right, now where's that remote?" said Izuku, fumbling around inside the package. "Ah, there it is." "I reckon your mission was a success," said a familiar voice. "Even better, I hit a gold mine while on this mission. I think you'll be quite pleased," said Izuku, not even turning around. "Oh, you found something of value?" asked Tomura. Izuku turned around, handing him the vial. "Can you try and replicate this substance?" asked Izuku. Tomura examined the black liquid. "Seems doable." "Why?" asked Tomura. Izuku pressed the remote, as a huge ball of flame lit up the mall, setting it ablaze. Screams can be heard as heroes scrambled about, trying to maintain order. "Because that will be the amount of damage one Nomu can do if we can utilize this drug." Toriyama smiled. "You have my interest," said Tomura. "Good. Now tell your Kurogiri dude to send me home. I have some things to sort out and some work to finalize," said Izuku. A dark portal opened at near Izuku's house's street as Izuku hopped out, in normal civilian clothing, with his blood-stained outfit stuffed into his backpack. "I patched myself as best as I could, but there's still some cuts that are somewhat visible on my arm. I'll have to lay low and only wear long-sleeved shirts for now to prevent suspicion until my arm heals," said Izuku to himself, heading towards his house. At his house, he recognized Katsuki's family car parked next to his house. Shit, they're still there. And why is the rear left seat missing? Though Izuku, knowing that Toga was still posing as him for stalling purposes, he looked into the window, expecting chaos inside. What he saw instead shocked him even more. "Come on, Kaken, try to keep up," yelled Toga. "I can't. You're getting in my way." Katsuki yelled back. "Where's our healer?" Toga yelled. "Didn't you end him 2 minutes ago when he walked into your line of fire?" yelled Katsuki. "No, that was you," replied Toga. Out of everything Izuku expected, Himiko Toga, disguised as him, playing video games with Kaken was not one of them. Though, unsurprisingly, with Mitsuki there wasn't much Kaken could have done to harm Toga. Just then, Toga's eyes drifted towards the window where Izuku was spying from and winked. Izuku, knowing she sees her, sent her a text through the phone, telling her to switch with him in the bathroom. Toga, receiving the message, flashed a sadistic grin. "Oh great, what now?" said Izuku, recognizing that grin. Suddenly, Toga turned to Katsuki. "Okay, be right back, just gotta use the bathroom," said Toga. Katsuki grunted. "Oh, and one more thing," Toga said, approaching Katsuki, who had a confused look. Suddenly, out of the blue, without the two mothers noticing, Toga lunged in and plunged her tongue into Katsuki's mouth, just really getting in there with her deep kiss. As the two mouths disconnect, with Izuku bearing witness to all of it, growing pale, Toga smiled at Katsuki. "There goes your innocence." "Weea." Toga squealed as she ran towards the bathroom at top speed. Katsuki stayed silent for 5 seconds, before giving chase in an explosion of rage, running at least 20 miles per hour despite still being seatbelted to his car seat. Izuku, noticing that was his cue, ran towards the bathroom and jumped in from the window, where Toga was waiting for him. "Hey, Izuku musical notes. How did the mission go?" asked Toga in a giddy tone. Izuku grabbed her by both shoulders and shook her around. "Toga, what the F was that? Why would you, disguised as me no less, do that to Kaken?" Izuku yelled at her. "Hediha, since I'm leaving, I thought I'd leave you in an amusing situation before I left. So, good luck getting out of this one." laughed Toga, reverting back to her normal self and escaping through the window. Izuku, once you come out, you're dead. Katsuki yelled through the door. Just consider yourself lucky I can't break down this door without that hag blowing all of my hair off. Izuku frantically hid his backpack in the cabinet as well as pulling down his sleeve to hide his cuts. As the banging on the door got louder, he knew he couldn't do anything about it. Fine, Toga, I'll play your game, you sadist beach, thought Izuku, pissed off at Toga. Just then, as he was about to confront Katsuki, Mitsuki's call came like the cavalry and saved him from what was to come. Katsuki, get down here. We're leaving, said Mitsuki. 1 second, Mom. I have a neck to break. Katsuki yelled back. Don't make me come up there, young man. Mitsubishi yelled back. Oh no. I ain't coming down until I'm done with Deku over here. So unless you can rip off the bathroom door, I suggest you. Katsuki yelled, before getting cut off by extremely loud stomping. Mom, no, not a guy. Izuku stared blankly as the bathroom door was ripped off its hinges as Katsuki, still holding onto the doorknob, was dragged away along with his door. This I sent over Deku. You hear me? This I sent over Katsuki's voice died down the further he got. Sorry for the inconvenience my son gave you, and here's for the door, said Mitsuki, giving Inko a roll of 1,000 yen. As the two drove off, Izuku let out a sigh of relief. He looked around to check and see if Toga was around. After making sure, he went to the shower room and washed off the blood, his and his victims. It was around 11:43 p.m. around the time I'm currently writing this chapter, and he was completely drained. He didn't even bother to patch up the wounds he got when Quinn kicked him through the front glass of an H&N store. He just walked up to him bed, flopped into it, and blacked out. It was around 8:30 a.m. when he woke up, and he found a note on the side of his bed. He knew right away that it was from the League, judging by its black envelope and the fact that they usually only send letters to their subordinates, in fear of getting tracked down by the authorities through the use of his phone. Apparently, there was an urgent meeting at the League, and all members had to attend. Quickly running off, without even warning his mother, he made his way to the League. Entering the front door, he realized that the room was filled with different villains. With such a large amount of people, one might think that this was some sort of ceremony. Suddenly, a man dressed in black entered the room. His face was covered, but he emitted an aura of danger. Izuku felt his knees trembling at the sight of the man. Just then, he spoke up. Greeting, League of Villains. I am All For One, the founder and leader of this organization. I have gathered all of you today because of a magnificent discovery made yesterday. One that takes us one step closer to overthrowing all of the heroes, said All For One. The villains cheered to the news, and Izuku felt a huge sense of pride, seeing the joy he brought to the faces of these men. All For One reached into his pocket, revealing the same black liquid Izuku stole from Quinn, who was currently under custody, from the news he read. This thing is called Trigger. It is a drug that enhances one's quirk to unfathomable levels, though the user loses his mind while under this drug's influence. Giving it to an already mindless beast, such as our Nomus, will greatly increase our battle advantages. Not only that, but we are already working on a version of Trigger that won't affect a person's mind when used, explained All For One, before turning to the crowd. Izuku felt a sense of importance and happiness when the boss pointed at his in the crowd. And we have this kid to thank. In only 2 days of joining this organization, and we already have both a quirk enhancer drug and the weakness of All Might. As such, I believe he is deserving of a reward, said All For One with pride. Give a big hurrah to Mightless, the hero hunter. All the villains cheered his name as he walked up to the tall man, before saluting the massive crowd, signaling them to quiet down. Izuku, feeling a joy he hasn't felt for so long, spoke up. Only 4 weeks ago, my biggest dream was to become a hero, but that vision of mine was foolish. I now see heroes for what they truly are. Bullies, preying on the weak of society, exploiting their followers to an abusive level and still expect them to remain their loyal followers. It disgusts me to the point of puking. The villain crowd cheered in content. Yeah, we're not puppets. We deserve better, cheered the crowd. And thus, Izuku continued, we shall show no mercy to these hypocrites, whose greed for fame and fortune makes them simply overlook the weak, quirkless kid getting bullied in the park. We will bring down this corrupt establishment they call the Hero Association and show the world the heroes for what they really are. Now will you step up and join my revolution? Yeah, the villains cheered in unison. Turn around, boy, said All For One. I have yet to ask you, is it true that you are quirkless? Izuku turned around and nodded. All For One then put his hand on Izuku's head. Suddenly, he felt the fingers of the boss sinking into his head as he felt a surge of energy. The sudden shock dropped him to his knees, panting. What was that? Asked Izuku. I just gave you a quirk. This will be your means of passing the Yuuei entrance exams that's upcoming in 2 months. That should give you plenty of time to master it, explained All For One. Izuku's eyes lit up with hope as he asked, what quirk did you give me? You'll find out soon enough, grinned All For One. As he stepped down, the villains ran up to congratulate him. For once in his life, Izuku felt admired, like an actual idol. Back home, Izuku started to fiddle around with nearby objects, trying to figure out what kind of quirk All for One had given him. A nightmare-inducing quirk maybe, or maybe a wind manipulation quirk. He was pretty annoyed by the fact that All for One wouldn't tell him what quirk he was given. It really didn't matter though. He knew he must have had one, as he didn't feel any dishonesty coming from the man. All he knew was that he was tired after all partying, and needed to sleep. I'll find out tomorrow. School's gonna start then anyways, Izuku said to himself as he flopped onto his bed like a ragdoll. Meanwhile, with Katsuki, he was back home lifting weights in the basement, where lied broken down sandbags with Izuku's face taped onto them. Damn you, Deku, Katsuki muttered as he threw the 50-kilo weights against the wall, making a loud clanking noise that rewarded him with a screaming warning from his mother upstairs. He just couldn't process what had just happened yesterday. Why would Deku, out of anyone, kiss him out of all things? Was it his way to take revenge? So if he got a girlfriend, she kiss wouldn't be his first. He knew Izuku. He was weak, cowardly, frail. And yet, that time they meet at his house, his cowardly personality seemed a little forced. Was it because he knew that he was safe since Mom was with me? Katsuki then turned red with rage. ARG. Why am I wasting so much time thinking about Deku? It's stupid. He's stupid. I cannot believe he invaded my thoughts just like that, yelled Katsuki. Then it hit him. Wait a minute, thought Katsuki. This must be his way to get revenge on me. That sly motherfer, yelled Katsuki. Katsuki then turned to one of his sandbags, which had a picture of Izuku's face taped on it. Just you wait, Deku. I'll crush you for this tomorrow, said Katsuki. It was the last few months of school before the entrance exams at Yuuei. Izuku knew that he needed this time to master his quirk, whatever it is, so that he might even stand a chance against whatever the exams bring to the table. As the first period rolled around, Izuku took his usual seat at the back of the class. As the usual students flooded in, he noticed something off. At this time, Katsuki would usually barge into class, yelling "WADDUP beaches, your king has returned," or something like that. But glancing at him, he calmly walked to his seat near the front of the class and quietly sat down. Even some of the nearby students were confused by this sudden change. As the days moved on, Izuku started noticing that Katsuki was mostly just glaring at him. No threats, no physical harm, no nothing. Frankly, it started to freak him out. Is he mad at me? Is it Toga kissing him? I bet it was Toga kissing him, thought Izuku. Towards the end of the day, Izuku had just experienced something he never thought he'd see in the past. He went through an entire day of school without getting physically assaulted by Katsuki and his gang. As happy as he was, it was also pretty concerning. Walking home, however, he noticed that Katsuki was following him. Now that was real creepy. Having had enough, he turned around in a dramatic fashion and yelled out while pointing his finger at the wall he noticed Katsuki was hiding behind. "KK Kaken, I know you're there. Show yourself," Izuku called out. Katsuki, as expected, came out of cover and walked up to him in an intimidating way, the more familiar way. "All right, what's why your game, Kaken? Why are you doing this?" Izuku asked. Katsuki just ignored his question, grabbing him by the collar. Katsuki lifted him up in the air. "What's wrong with me? I was about to ask you the same question," yelled Katsuki. What? Explain yourself. You stayed cowardly for all your life, and even tucked your tail and cried like a little beach only a week ago. So where is this sudden boost of confidence coming from?" asked Katsuki. Izuku started sweating and breathing heavily. "I thought you had changed somehow, so I took this day to observe you. Yet you haven't changed a bit. So I came to the conclusion that you were taking advantage of the presence of my mom to get into head. Am I right?" asked Katsuki. Izuku, with no real answer, just nodded nervously. Katsuki, getting the message, just took on a sadistic smile. "Well, guess that just proves to you that I have the brains to back up my brawn," said Katsuki. "I never told you were a meathead," Izuku explained. Katsuki didn't take that well. "Are you contradicting me?" asked Katsuki, raising his right hand to punch him. Izuku, bracing for impact, held his breath. Time was passing, however, but Izuku never felt the impact. 10 seconds, still nothing. Izuku wondered what was going on. Did Katsuki spare him? It can't be. He was still holding him in the air. Open his eyes, he suddenly noticed. It was as if time itself was in slow motion. Unable to hold him breath any longer, he exhaled, and Katsuki's fist met his face. As Izuku tumbled to the ground, the realization of his quirk made him laugh. "Oi, what you laughing at, Deku?" Katsuki yelled, kicking him in the stomach. Izuku clutched his belly in pain as Katsuki repeatedly beat down on him. But Izuku didn't mind the pain, and simply laughed it off as Katsuki was pounding him. Getting frustrated, Katsuki grabbed him by the neck. "What's so funny?" Katsuki yelled. Oh my, I can't believe you." Izuku uttered in laughter, trying to think of a different reason to hide his quirk, to just imagine you and Yuuei. You as a hero. How you would deal with hostage situations. Katsuki grinned. Oh well, it's not like you'll ever even make it past the test. Katsuki laughed. Izuku looked at him with rebellious eyes. "Wanna bet?" asked Izuku. Katsuki simply shrugged it off and knocked him out cold. Izuku woke up back home. Looking around, he saw that this was in fact his room. He felt something warm resting on his chest, and looked up. He was shocked to see Toga asleep on his bed, resting her head on his naked chest. Izuku heard his mother whispering. "Mom, what happened?" asked Izuku. "I'm so proud of you, sweetie," Inta said with a thumbs up. "Huh?" asked Izuku in confusion. "You never told me you had a girlfriend," said Inko, sparkling with pride. "What?" Izuku shot upward. Izuku, you're awake," said Toga with a worried face. Hugging him, "I was so worried. She said you got run over by a car trying to save her," said Inko. "I'm so proud of you, sweetie. You really are becoming a hero," said Inko before leaving the room. After Inko left, only Toga and Izuku remained. The two locked eyes with each other as Toga's gleeful grin returned. "Did you like my acting, Izuku-kun?" asked Toga. "All right, Toga, what are you doing here?" asked Izuku. "You got your ass handed to you by Katsuki. I couldn't just let you die," said Toga. "Well, that's wonderful. Now get out. I have some training to do," said Izuku. "Actually, HQ has sent you another mission," said Toga, handing him a letter. Izuku opened and read the letter's contents. "Retrieve the blood of pro heroes, huh?" said Izuku. "Yeah, in order to create different quirks for our Nomus, we need blood containing the DNA of other quirk users in order to replicate them," explained Toga. "And they want me to do it?" asked Izuku. "They want us to do it," explained Toga. Izuku smiled. "I still have a few months before the entrance exam to Yuuei, where I will be surrounded by pro heroes to analyze, betray, kidnap, and even end. Taking pro heroes' head would be the test training method," Izuku said to himself, before turning to Toga. "Toga, contact the League. Tell them I want to receive missions daily," said Izuku. Toga shot up with surprise. "Are you sure? Wouldn't that be dangerous?" asked Toga. "Girl, I adopted danger the day I became a villain. Now, it's time to challenge my limit," said Izuku. "But I'll need a mentor on the way, an experienced ender, someone that I can trust." "Oh my god," Toga blushed, realizing where he was going with this. "Toga, here it comes. Will you be my partner in crime for the following months?" asked Izuku. Toga's face went full red. She was shaking with excitement, hands covering her blood-red face. "Of course, Izuku-san." Toga leapt into Izuku's arms and kissed him. Izuku didn't protest, he just sunk with her. "We will make a magnificent team," said Toga. People ran rampant across the street, fleeing in panic, like ants abandoning their anthill during a flood. At the source of all this, cars were sent flying, laying waste to nearby civilians. While illegal usage of quirks were a common event, something of this scale was rarely seen, and as the police forces sent in to suppress the assailant, calls of reinforcements were made, as the numbers dropped like flies, and warning was issued around the city block. It was a villain attack. A certain crystallization quirk user had just smashed open a limousine, and the man inside was running out, attempting to head to safety. Suddenly, the crystalline golem of a man grabbed the guy by the neck and stared him down the face. "Remember me, Yashi?" he asked with a gravelly voice. The face attempted to decipher who he was. "No clue." And no. But if it's money you want, I can give you some," he replied with a fearful tone. The man seemed pissed off towards his attitude, which tightened the grip, squeezing blood out of his mouth. "Oh, so you don't remember me, huh? Does employee of the month ring a bell?" The man yelled at him. "Kei Koyama." Oh my god. "Listen, if it's about your daughter, my daughter's dead. And quit the act, I know you're not sorry," yelled Koyama. "All you had to do was pay my daughter's medical bill when your car crashed into mine. But no, you insisted that it was my quirk activating when I tried to protect her that broke her spine." The golem continued to tighten his grip. "You then fired me. You're filing a lawsuit against you and losing. I lost my job, my daughter, wife, even the house. All those years of work. And for what?" "Stop right there, villain," cried a familiar voice. It was Kamui Wood, the pro hero with a wood quirk. Reaching out with his wooden vines, he stunned the villain, forcing him to let go of the hostage. With the villain stunned and unable to move, Kamui turned around to bask in the glory of success as civilians rushed in to take pictures of his success. Just then, we hear the villain mumble something in the back. "All right, just like the kid said," he whispered to himself, reverting back to a humanoid form to escape the entanglement. Kamui noticed him escaping and charged towards him to knock him out. Suddenly, Koyama punched the limousine's gas tank, spraying gasoline all over Kamui Wood right before he could reach him. "Ugh, it got into my mask," Kamui yelled as he tried to wipe off the gasoline. Koyama took this opportunity to pull out a lighter, which Kamui saw out of the corner of his eye. Kamui pupils dilated as the lit lighter was thrown at him, setting him ablaze. The hero squirmed in pain as the villain reformed into the crystal golem form he was in and pounded Kamui to the ground with a barrage of fists. "In pause," said Nezu, pausing the recording right as Koyama's fist met Kamui's face, before turning towards the large group of pro-heroes sitting at the round table, whom he was showing the recording to. The heroes at the meeting cringed at the sight of Kamui's face caving in. Nexus got off the booster seat that allowed him to reach the screen in the first place and turned to the group. "This is just one of the many cases of a hero losing because of their quirk's weakness getting exploited," explained Nezu. "There are many other examples. Jet, Stan Star, Fourth Kind, Eloriel, and even Sirius were recently hospitalized due to the same reason. Out of these heroes, 3 of them quit afterwards, traumatized. They just got cocky," said Endeavor. "So why are you telling us this?" Midnight gave Endeavor a mean glare. "Eloriel was a former 3rd year from Yuuei. I trained him personally and called him my #1 pupil with pride," explained Midnight. "Those were not the only heroes that were beaten by villains," explained 13. "A recent graduate from Ketsubutsu Academy was ended in action in front of my own eyes. Several heroes turned to him." "So you knew?" they yelled in unison. 13 nodded. "I've hardly seen many pro-heroes lose to common thugs. But the thugs that time were clever. They used mirrors to use my partner's light beam quirk against him. I thought of it as a tragedy. I was unaware such things were happening of such a large scale," explained 13. "What seems to be the cause of it?" asked Best Genist. "That's what I came here to discuss about," explained Nezu. "Whoever is behind this, he must have some sort of connection to less heroes, meaning we might be dealing with a new, powerful enemy here." "Are there any connections with the villains who beat the heroes?" asked Aizawa. "None that we know of, hence confirming that we aren't dealing with an organized group, rather an information provider," explained Nezu. "Like a carrier pigeon," said Edshot. "Exactly," said Nezu. Suddenly, at the other end of the table, All Might spoke up. "Is there any chance they might know personal weaknesses of heroes, like personality-wise?" asked All Might. "There hasn't been any confirmed case of that happening," explained Nezu. "So, what are we gonna do about this?" "Carrier pigeon," asked Endeavor. "Simple, unmask him," explained Nezu. Endeavor slammed his fist on the table with an eager grin. "Consider it done," said Endeavor. "I will avenge my former student," said Midnight. "And I will avenge my partner's death," said 13. Suddenly, a loud explosion was heard downstairs of the building. "What was that?" "A villain attack," yelled Endeavor. Suddenly, a staff ran into the room with a hint of panic. "Mr. Nezu, there's a group of villains downstairs who's attacking the building," cried the staff. "What?" yelled everyone in the room. Downstairs, several staff managers were found beaten and unconscious as groups of men flooded the building and started to open drawers, searching for hero documents. At the center of it all lies a man in a pimp outfit. A pure white tuxedo contrasting his black skin and afro as his disco-like outfit was lined in gold. "All right, boys, but just a few more of those documents and we will be rich," cheered the man. Suddenly, several men were sent flying as the pro-heroes entered the scene. "It's the pro-heroes," yelled some of the grunts. "Don't worry, we prepared for this," said the villain group leader. Midnight sent several men flying with the crack of her whip. A few of them pointed guns at him, but fell victim to her quirk, somnambulism. Just then, she felt her gas getting sucked away. She turned around to see that it activated the AC, and that her gas was escaping through the vent. Before she could compose herself, one of the gunner got up and shot her in the abdomen. "Huh, that Mightless kid wasn't kidding. She really is vulnerable without her gas," said the grunt. 13, seeing that Midnight was in trouble, activated her black hole, sucking several grunts towards her. But some of the nearby bystanders were getting sucked in as well, so she was forced to deactivate her quirk. Just then, one of the grunts used the momentum gained from getting sucked towards her by the black hole to tackle him down and lodge a knife into his shoulder. Suddenly, almost all of the grunts were taken out in one strong air blast. Amongst the rubble, a lone, muscle-bound man walked amongst the debris. "Never fear, Crab. Why is he here?" asked the leader. "We were having a meeting when you attacked." "Bad luck, buddy," said Present Mike, standing over what's left of his men. "For I am here," said All Might. The villain leader, seeing that he was outnumbered, ran for the exit but was stopped by Aizawa, who tied him up with his weapon. "Damn, if only I had timed this attack better. We would have had enough documents. We would have been able to get your weakness," said the leader. "So I guess you're the one providing information to other villains?" asked All Might. "No common thug would be able to injure 2 of the top pro heroes after all." The leader laughed. No, buddy, you got it all wrong. I was in fact his client. You see, we were planning to do a trade. I would trade the personal info of 5 top-ranked pro heroes for your weakness, All Might," explained the leader. All Might's pupils dilated. "What? Yeah, I too was shocked that you even had any weaknesses, but that's what he told me. and in exchange of completing the mission, he was gonna give it to us. We even paid a huge amount of money to get info of several pro-heroes to prepare ourselves. We planned for everything. If only you didn't have this meeting, explained the leader in frustration. All Might clutched his fist and picked up the man by the neck. Who is this provider? All Might yelled at him. Calm down, All Might, said Endeavor from behind. All Might realized his mistake and dropped the villain. Sorry, I lost composure there, said All Might, walking away. Just give me a second. As the news reporters arrived for live interviews, All Might was long gone. He reverted back to his normal form and slipped away unnoticed. He couldn't believe someone knew his secret. But who? As the situation settled, All Might left and went home. However, unbeknownst to him, he was being watched. Oh, All Might, I can't wait to see your face once you find your answer, said the scout. Oi, Izuku, eyes on the prize, said a familiar voice as Endeavor walked up to him. You got the documents? Asked Izuku. Yup, said Endeavor, whose body melted down, revealing that of Toga's. Great, one step closer to defeating these heroes. And so, our duo manages to once again slip under the hero's radar, as the name of Mightless remains a mystery to the world. The wet, splattering sounds of one's footprint echoes through the dark, heavy rainstorm as a man, covered in cut wounds, stumble as he tried to run away from something. Leaving the lit areas in a rush of panic, a plastic card dropped out of his pants, revealing his name. Name, Kuroko Watashi. Nickname, Parrot Purple. And below all of this personal information lay a certain special text written in all caps and in the bold font. Official hero license. A Kuroko, panting and out of breath, reached an overpass. Though he was safe, so he leaned against the wall, pressing his flesh wound against the cold hard cement. He covered up his face and, after holding it back to the point of biting off a chunk of his own tongue, let out a muffled scream. He tried to remember what happened just minutes ago. Him and his 3 other pro-hero partners, Peacock Pink, Crow Blue and Phoenix Red, known as the Justice Birds, famous for stopping villains in an almost perfectly synchronized fashion, were sent in to deal with a bank robbery. Everything was going fine, until all light in the area suddenly cut out, and then, out of the corner of his eyes, as if it was just a dream, a Grim Reaper, clad in black and gray, with a frown that mirrors the smile of All Might himself, sent 3 men to their grave. His knife, dripping with blood, as the noise of everyone panicking blotted out his screams of terror. As soon, under all of the chaos, the Grim Reaper started moving again, looking at him with a glare radiating with hate, and rushing in with his combat knife. Everything up to that point was a blur, and he was unsure what happened next. Suddenly, he heard noise to his left. His body shook in fear. He turned around, meeting face to face with the man who claimed the lives of his comrades. He shook in fear and anger. His body told him to run, but all he could think of was avenging his fallen friends. Pointing at him, Kuroko yelled with ferocity. Who are you? The supposed Grim Reaper simply laughed, and, as his breathing stopped, he suddenly started approaching Kuroko at impressively high speed, the same speed he took out all of his other pro-heroes with. Shaken with fear, Kuroko ran back, before realizing that he was trapped in a dead end. Turning around, he raised both of his arms and braced for impact. The police arrived soon after, discovering the mangled body of the last of the Justice Birds. That's the 6th hero dead with weak, mumbled one of the police officers. Who do you think did this? Asked another one of the officers, examining the body. The corpse had several lacerations and slash wounds. Most of them were on the tendon, joints and waist, the perfect way to slow someone down, but it was a deep cut wound at the man's throat that finished him off. Report back to the commissioner. It seems as though the Grim Reaper has struck again, said the police chief. The name Grim Reaper was given to the mysterious serial ender that they have yet to catch or even identify. He just knows that the ender likes to toy with his victims, ending them slowly. Some eyewitnesses claim that they saw the Grim Reaper, and that he also has a partner of sorts that joins in on almost all of his missions. After sending no less than 25 pro-heroes, new and veteran, to their grave, the Grim Reaper, although never seen, has been officially added to the Villains Index. Back at the headquarters, Izuku listened to the news, where the main headline was the Grim Reaper struck again. Kurogiri looked at him, smiling with pride as the news announced his handiwork, though they could have done a better job at naming him. You've made quite a name for yourself, Izuku, said Kurogiri. SHHH. Izuku shushed him. Oh right. Kurogiri almost immediately got his message. Suddenly, Toga leapt through the door and hugged Izuku from behind. Izuku, I'm so happy to see you, Toga cried in joy, as she burrowed into Izuku's back. So, how did I do on my first solo mission? Asked Izuku. Toga looked at him as he turned around to face her. You did amazing, said Toga, hugging him and resting her face against his chest. Just then, she leapt forward and put Izuku in a headlock, putting him in a submission hold. You let your guard down again, Izuku, Toga said playfully. And you got overconfident again, replied Izuku in an equally playful manner as he opened his left hand, revealing Toga's panties. Toga's face went red like a tomato as she let go of Izuku to check herself, but found that her panties were still on. Just then, Izuku leapt onto her and held her to the ground. "That's another point for me, sweetheart," Izuku said in a dominant tone. "Okay, you got me. Now, what are you gonna do with this vulnerable body?" Toga said seductively. Izuku grinned. Suddenly, Toga's face blushed, as she knew what was coming. "Wait, Izuku, not here, please, not in front of everyone," she yelled out, clearly embarrassed. But it was too late. Izuku leaned down as Toga struggled to get her arms free, pleading for him to stop. Unable to use his hands as they were too busy holding down Toga, Izuku stuck his tongue out. "Wait, your tongue. No, that's even worse," Toga cried. Looking around, she was hoping that her fellow villains would help her, but they were holding out cameras, recording this. "Please," Toga whimpered as Izuku's tongue met its target. "Kyahahahah. Stop. It tickles." "Stahahahahah," Toga cried as Izuku tickled her mercilessly. Seeing how twitchy she was, he quickly let go to use his hands to assist him to his merciless assault. Kurogiri just laughed as this playful fight happened, right under the bar's counter. As the fight finally settled, both Izuku and Toga were panting and sweaty, but still couldn't help but let out a few more giggles. "Geez, you really don't show any mercy, don't you? You should rename yourself Merciless," said Toga, readjusting her clothes. "Well, the only nickname I'll be called now will be Deku," Izuku said with a hint of disappointment. "Oh, right. Your infiltration of Yuuei will be happening tomorrow," said Toga. "Yeah, and I'm glad I could have you carry me through these months, strengthening my body in quirk. You were a huge help to me," said Izuku. "Yeah, and you were an amazing partner." Toga smiled back, blushing at his compliment. "Hey, Toga," asked Izuku. "Yes, Izuku-kun," asked Toga. Suddenly, Izuku lunged in, wrapping his arms around Toga's slender figure and, before she could utter a word, plunged his tongue where hers resided. The kiss was only a few seconds long, but both sides wished it could last forever. When the two finally separated, Izuku looked into her blushing face. "Just a little thank you before the big day," said Izuku, before leaving the door. Toga stood there, giddy like a schoolgirl, rubbing her lips as she savored her kiss with Izuku. "These two are just so adorable," Kurogiri commented. The flag of Yuuei swayed in the wind on top of the H-shaped monolith that was Yuuei Academy. Dozens of students and examinees walked about Bello, preparing themselves for the big event. A cad pulled into the bustling driveway as a young teenager with lively green hair and eyes came out. "A new day, a new life, prepare yourself, Yuuei," said Izuku. The mere sight of the massive building was giving him shivers, although, for completely different reasons this time around. He could already picture this massive building going down in flames. Oh, the mere joy. In fact, the mere thought was so joyful, he nearly tripped. Just then, he felt his body get lighter as he floated upwards and landed on his feet. "Ah, are you okay?" asked a short brunette, running up to Izuku. "It's my quirk's ability, thank me later. It's a bad omen to trip and fall, you know." Izuku wanted to say thanks, but she just kept on talking. "Anyway, it really is nerve-wracking, isn't it? One slip up and boom, you fail. Anyways, I got a dip, good luck," she said, running off. "What's with her?" thought Izuku, praying to God Toga wasn't watching. "Oi, out of my way, shrimp," yelled a familiar voice. It was Katsuki, as lively and pissed off as usual. Even though he was sick of it, he had to act as the old Izuku, as Katsuki knew him since childhood. And if there was one person that can tell when something was off, it was him. "Oh, hi Kaken. Gee, good luck with the entrance exams," Izuku said, acting nervous, as usual. "Hi effer, wanna get the shit kicked out of you in front of everyone," was what Izuku wanted to say though. Katsuki smiled in a pitiful way. "Well, if it isn't Deku, you came to be a pro hero?" asked Katsuki in a mocking tone. Well, yeah. Of course, it's my lifelong dream. No, I'm here and everyone pro hero from the inside. Huh, what a joke. Listen, you little shit, I'm gonna be the one standing on top of the world here, and you don't even fit as a stepping stone, so how about I give you the directions to the nearest pharmacy, so you can buy the Viagra to go F yourself, said Katsuki, smacking him to the ground and walking away. Izuku got up, sitting cross-legged. "You really talk loud for a wannabe," mumbled Izuku, retaking his villain persona. "Excuse, what was that?" asked Katsuki, turning around aggressively. "No response, that's what I thought." Getting back up, Izuku walked slowly to the front door. This is his big day, and the start to a big plan, so he knew he had to not F it up. "Welcome to today's live performance. Everybody say hey," yelled a man in sunglasses with a long, blonde mohawkish hairstyle, awaiting for a response. The room remained silent, but the man continued to yell as though they had responded. "Well, that's cool, my listeners. I'm here to present the guidelines for your practical. Are you ready?" He continued. "YAHH," he yelled out loud, but the room still remained silent. Izuku stayed at the other end of the room, noting him down. Voice hero, present mic, uses a sound quirk, has his own radio channel. He then paused to take a closer look. Very annoying. He added his side note. Shut up, Katsuki yelled, but his voice was easily blotted out by the teacher's excessive yelling. Now, this is how the test will go. You will conduct a 10-minute-long city landscape maneuver. Within this city, there will be fake villains, each worth different amounts of points. Use your quirk abilities to disable them in any means necessary. The teacher explained in an exceptionally loud voice. That last phrase disgusted Izuku. So what? So we need quirks to succeed as heroes? What a cop-out. He mumbled. Of course, playing the anti-hero is prohibited, so no attacking other examinees, or you will be eliminated, explained Present Mike. Katsuki grunted in disappointment as he turned to Izuku. Guess you can live for another day. May I ask a question? A voice suddenly broke the in-between silence that Present Mike takes to catch his breath. Suddenly a tall, formal-looking student rose up. It was said that there were no less than 4 varieties of fake villains on the handout. You ought to be ashamed of yourselves, as the top hero academy in Japan, for making such a blatant error, said the student. And you? He suddenly turned to Izuku, still taking notes, not even reacting to the student's ferocity. You've been doing nothing but take notes during this whole presentation. If you don't want to listen, leave. No response. Hey, look at me when I'm talking to you, yelled the student. I can't concentrate with you screaming, said Izuku in a cold tone, so kindly shut up. Izuku let out a murderous glare, sending a small shiver down the student's spine. I am Tenya Lida, a top-grade senior, and I will not tolerate such rudeness coming from, said the student. So now we're talking about social hierarchy. Izuku cut off. I have no obligation to respect a senior from a school I don't go to, just as I have rights to stay silent when someone peeks his nose into other people's business. So, if you please, I believe your host has a guideline to finish explaining. Tenya stopped talking after that. Sorry, he said, apologizing, and sat back down. Katsuki stared at Izuku in bewilderment. What the heck was that about? Katsuki wondered. Izuku left a smug grin as he continued to take notes. All right, now, one last thing. The teacher continued. There will be one last obstacle, the 0-pointer. He will act more like the Thwomps from Mario. There's one in each side, and your job will be to avoid it. Got it? Yeah, some of the examinees replied. Then break a leg everyone, plus Ultra. The teacher cheered. The compound was immense. It really was like a city. Izuku stared upon the vast buildings, wondering how the hell could Japan's economy still remain stable if they invest so much money in this kind of stuff. As he prepared himself, he looked around, identifying immediately Ada, who was still pissed off at him, flashing him a mean glare, and the brunette girl who saved his face from meeting with the pavement. Looking around, he didn't find Katsuki, however. I assume he's in a different site, thought Izuku, looking around as he analyzed everyone in his block. I would appear as though most of the examinees have specially designed outfits to amplify their quirk's abilities. He himself had at least 4 different weapons concealed onto him, but seeing some of the outfits the others were wearing, he had a distinct feeling of standing out. Hey, why are you here? Hoping to interfere, said a familiar voice. Izuku turned around and saw Ida aggressively grabbing onto his shoulder. Not even a good look. You must be one hell of a senior back at your school, said Izuku. People started mumbling around the two. Hey, isn't that the kid that silenced Ada? Mumbled one of the examinees. I've been to the same school as him. No one can silence him, mumbled another. That scrawny green-haired kid must be a big-shot delinquent, mumbled a third. Izuku, hearing all these voices behind his back, turned around with confidence. Come on guys, no one's an enemy here. If you have something important to say, why not let us hear it? Izuku said out loud. Ida pulled him back by the shoulder. What do you think you're doing? Asked Ida. Impersonating you, 'cause that's how you talk, replied Izuku with a smug look. Ida wanted to rebut, but just then, Present Mike was heard again. Begin. Some of the confused students stood there confused at, what's wrong? The test has started. Run, run, run. Suddenly, everyone made a mad dash towards the test block, with Izuku leading the charge. Slowpoke, said Izuku to himself, despite the fact that he's clearly just using his time slow to gain a speed advantage. Suddenly, a wall beside him exploded as a metallic walker emerged from the smoke. His singular lens targeted Izuku as he aimed 2 cannons at his legs. Suddenly, the kid disappeared from his feed as his vision was suddenly cut. Izuku, standing above the broken-down robot, pulled out the combat knife he jammed into the robot's head. So these are 1-pointers? Asked Izuku. I've already mapped down their weak spots where they're the least armored, but still, these guys are way too weak. Wonder how the others are doing. Izuku peeked out from the side of a building. In front of his eyes, unfolded a full-out war zone, metallic bits flying left and right from the effect of tens of hundreds of quirks. He counted the bodies. There were already over 30 of the robots that were destroyed. From the feed, the pro heroes observed the multiple examinees doing their work. So many enemies, so limited time, it brings out the best in them, allowing us to know their true nature, said the pro-hero, observing this carnage unfold before his eyes. You have the intelligence gatherers, those who can assess the situation in an instant, the mobility experts, those who always come first, the decision makers, those who can cope with any given situation. He analyzed, before turning to Katsuki, and then there's the natural-born warriors. The eyes of the pro-hero then shifted to Izuku, who seemed to be breaking one of the machines apart. "What's that kid doing?" asked one of the spectators. The hero grinned, pushing a big red button. "We're about to find out," said the hero. Izuku fiddled with one of the broken-down three-pointers. He started linking all of the broken-down wires to one of the robot's claw. "Remember your training, Izuku. These robots are all electrical. They should be no different from than the lights in a mall, and I've cut the power to many of those buildings in the last few months," Izuku said to himself. Suddenly, a loud rumbling was heard. As Izuku turned around, he saw a massive Goliath of a robot heading towards him. All the students scrambled like ants at the sight of the gargantuan beast. That must be the zero-pointer, Izuku thought. No matter, we are tasked with running away, and that's what I'll do. Let's just hope 15 points is enough. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eyes, he saw something. A brunette girl, the same one he was saved by, lying on the ground. She must have tripped. The irony. Suddenly, Izuku froze. He felt the helplessness of the girl as the massive robot approached. His eyes lit up, reverting to a familiar shade of light green, as his mind yelled at him something it hasn't in a while. "Save her." Izuku, grabbing the robot's wire-covered arms, held his breath and ran as fast as he could, running in front of the girl as the giant's palm descended upon them. He raised his robotic arm and jammed it into the joints of the giant's middle finger. A massive surge of electricity erupted from the robot's arm and into the gimmick, frying it from the inside, as the robot was about to collapse onto them. The other students, seeing this unfold before their eyes, gazed in awe as that colossus had been taken down. Holding their breath, they suddenly saw the perpetrator emerge from the dust, holding on his back the unconscious body of a young brunette. Izuku saw the crowd and gave a triumphant smile before collapsing. "Looks like part of the old me is still alive, damn," thought Izuku as his conscience slipped away. Staring at the unconscious body, Ida felt a sense of guilt crawling down his back. "So this is who you really are." When everyone was running away, he went in the line of fire, putting his life on the line just to save a girl. Ada monologued. As the announcer called the end of the exam, a short, old lady arrived in scene, staring down the boy. "Backbone fracture, probably from the gimmick falling in the two. Not other than that, he's fine," she said, kissing Izuku's body, which activated her quirk, healing his wounds. As the infirmary bits came to pick up Izuku, the pro-heroes commented on his performance. "That gimmick costs as much as a battleship. How in the world did that one kid destroy it?" asked one of the observers. "It was that makeshift taser he made." "But why would he?" asked another. "Wasn't his quirk enough?" In the back of the room, a man, wrapped in his sleeping bag, staring at the screen, smiled. "Maybe he knew this world isn't all about quirks," said the man. "It's been 1 week since the exam." Izuku was anxious. He knew that his plan was going to go down the drain if he didn't pull this off. But most importantly, it would appear as though there were still some semblance of a hero left in him. That was his biggest problem. As Izuku played with the bar's dartboard, a familiar face came to the room. And from Izuku's senses, that person wasn't happy. "Izuku," yelled Toga in a pissed-off tone. "Now, Toga, I can explain," Izuku said with a hint of nervousness, but was pinned down by Toga instantly. "I was one of the spectators, watching you clean house during the entrance exam, and what did I see? You, with another girl in your arms. I needed to increase my reputation so that no one would suspect me. Trust me, it's part of the plan." Izuku lied, trying to crawl away. "Liar," Toga yelled, holding him down by the neck. "Now you will pay the ultimate price." "Toga, no," Izuku yelled as Toga stripped him of his shirt, revealing his bare, muscular chest. "Get ready," Toga yelled. "NOHOHOHOHO. STAHP. Please. STAHHHHHP." Izuku yelled as Toga started violently tickling him back. "Payback Beach," Toga yelled, as Kurogiri giggled as he took a picture. "Yo, Izuku, a letter came from Yuuei," said Dabai, walking in, witnessing the intercourse unfolding before him. He stared at them in silence. "If you're busy, I can come back later," said Dabai, without changing attitude as he turned around and left, putting the letter on the desk. As the fight finally ended, with the two still sorta giggly, Toga got off Izuku, rearranging herself. "Well, happy?" asked Izuku, panting. "Yup, apology accepted," said Toga, returning to her usual cheerful tone. "Well, good. Now if you may, I have a letter to read," said Izuku, grabbing and opening the letter. After reading a few lines, a smile appeared in Izuku's face. "So?" asked the villains. "The infiltration had begun," said Izuku, in a triumphant tone. "Yeah." The whole room cheered. "Congrats, Izuku." Toga hugged him tight. Yes, congratulations indeed. Now, what are you gonna do next? Asked Tamura. Well, this is a huge step for us. I think we should celebrate, said Izuku, holding up a pint of amber beer. Cheers, yelled Toga, clanking her pint with Izuku's. As the main group was celebrating, All for One stared at him in his office. A grin appeared under his mask as he slowly put his scarred hand on Izuku's face. Perhaps I have found myself in much more worthy successor, he said to himself. He then turned his attention to Shigaraki. Still, Tamura isn't fully ruled out, but he has too many flaws. He's impatient, unstable, immature, and simply not fit as a leader. But does Izuku fit all the criteria that he doesn't? He asked himself. All for One then opened his documents. Although, Izuku, midoriya, where have I heard that name before? Though All for One, flipping through the International Villains catalog, his eyes widened as the answer was revealed to him before his very eyes. The last name, the messy green hair, a unique and different sense of justice, it has to be. A son of Hisashi Midoriya. All for One yelled out, scrambling his head. He let out a small laugh. Now this is getting interesting. Let's see, Hisashi, if your son can accomplish what you failed, said All for One, opening a drawer with a pitch-black briefcase with a do not open labeled onto it. All for One opened the briefcase, revealing a syringe with a white liquid inside. If this really is his final goal, then maybe he isn't the ally we think he is, said All for One. Only time will tell. It was the big day, the first day of class in Yuuei. Tears ran down Inko's eyes as she saw her son, dressed in Yuuei's school uniform, take to the door. How long have you been dreaming for this moment, Izuku? Asked Inko, shaking with joy. Izuku sighed. Far too long, Mom, far too long, he replied, turning around. His hand shook as he turned the knob. The old him would have been ecstatic to find out he was making it to Yuuei, but now that childlike excitement is gone. I don't particularly miss it, but damn, it really feels like I let go of a huge part of myself, thought Izuku, as the light shone through the opening door, creating a gate to his future. On his way to Yuuei, he was stopped by a group of familiar individuals. Izuku smiled as he ran to his former compatriots. Sachai, long time no see, buddy, Izuku called out. Yo, Izu bro, it's been too long, said Sachai, giving Izuku a fist bump. I heard you were joining the League of Villains. Good luck on that, and this is, Izuku said, looking at the girl to his right. Irina Van Titty Glorious, replied Sachai in a mocking tone. The girl next to him seemed real pissed off, however, and pulled the man's hair hard, causing his to squirm in pain. It's Irina Von Tescalorious. Get it wrong again and I will crush you, she said in a pissed off tone. Yeah, whatever, German names are hard to pronounce anyway, said Sachai, not letting go of his mawkish tone. So what are you two doing here anyway? Asked Izuku, letting out a small giggle at the two. The League wanted to assign me on a sort of initiative mission so they could observe and classify me. Apparently my pure awesomeness was not enough to convince them, so now I have to assassinate this pro-hero named Acacia to earn their approval, explained Sachai. And I assume that applies to Irina as well, asked Izuku. No, she's my supervisor. Bossy, stuck up, and super annoying, said Sachai, rolling his eyes. Hey, keep up that attitude and I'm stuffing you into my sock, Irina responded in a pissed off tone, before turning to Izuku. And don't think I'm just some lackey either. I'll have you know that I'm part of the vanguards, the highest ranks in the League, and I highly suggest you kneel to your superior. Izuku smiled. You, a vanguard? Asked Izuku. Quit lying. Irina let out a rage-filled aura. Me, lying? You got guts. Don't you know who I am? Asked Irina in an intimidating tone. Suddenly, Izuku appeared behind her faster than she could register, and put her in a headlock, with a knife pointed directly into her neck. I don't recall the faces of my inferior, Doll Master, responded Izuku. Irina froze in shock. You, it can't be, she uttered. Hero Hunter. Ah, so you know me after all, Izuku said, letting her go. Good. Then I wish you both good luck with your mission, Izuku said with a smile. Sachai and Irina froze at the sight of his true personality. After that, Sax stopped talking, acting like he was in a hurry, and ran off. Irina quickly followed. Izuku gave a smug grin, before yelling back at them. By the way, the Acacia doesn't have crap for range and is slow as hell. Hit him from a distance, yelled Izuku, before returning on track. The school of Yuuei was just as impressive as the pictured online advertised. The massive building, looking more like a fancy museum than a school, stood like a titan in the fields claimed by the Hero Association. Izuku traveled down the corridors while looking at the school map. Geez, this place is a damn labyrinth. I can't believe I'll have to take this route every day, said Izuku to himself. Reaching Class A, he immediately realized the size of the door. Is this what they call overcompensating? Said Izuku as a huge drop of sweat appeared on the back of his head. He heard some people arguing inside, and his heart nearly skipped a beat as he recognized the voice. Opening the door, his suspicions were confirmed. For the love of all that is holy, remove your foot from the desk, It's so disrespectful to this school and the craftsmen who made the desk. You're soiling this school's reputation, yelled Ida. Like I care. What school are you from, you extra? Katsuki yelled back with a hint of arrogance. My name's Tenya Ida from Sumi Private Academy. Ida presented himself his formality. Sumi, a stuck-up elitist, eh? Then I should blow you to bits, Katsuki replied with less formality. Ida seemed taken aback from his statement. You're awful. Do you really wish to become a hero? Ida said with shock. He then turned around to notice Izuku entering the room. He quickly ran to him. Oh, hello there. Yeah, you presented yourself already, said Izuku nonchalantly. Izuku midoriya, you perceived the true nature of the exam while I was unable to, said Ida. I misjudged you. While I hate to admit it, you were the superior candidate, he said with heavy heart. Izuku out his hand of Ida's shoulder. Don't worry, I'm sure you'll get better as time goes on. We're all here to improve ourselves, right? To work to a better, more fair and equal tomorrow, looking beyond who is hero and who is villain. That's what a true hero is, isn't it? Izuku said in an encouraging tone, while subtly defining what he thinks a real hero should be like. Yeah, thanks, Ida replied. Wait, who's the senpai here? Said a bystander student, watching the two of them. Curly hair, said a familiar voice. Izuku turned around to meet face to face with the girl he just saved a few weeks ago. Yeah, you, the plain-looking boy, she continued energetically. Izuku ignored her compliments as his eyes steered to Katsuki, staring at him with intensity. Izuku let out a sadistic grin as he blushed at the mere thought of the torment he was gonna put him through. Katsuki looked at Izuku with examining him from head to toe like he was trying to solve a riddle. 1 week ago, back at their old middle school, the teacher congratulated both Katsuki and Izuku for passing the test. On his way back home, though, he noticed someone following him and walked faster. But however it was, he couldn't shake him off. Soon, his pursuer, tired of following, yelled at him out loud. Izuku, yelled a familiar voice as he turned around. Kaken, what are you doing here? Izuku asked nervously. Suddenly, Katsuki ran up to him and pinned him against the wall. What dirty tricks did you use to get into the school? Katsuki yelled at him. What? Izuku asked back, fackishly trembling. I was supposed to be the first and only. My grand plans, you tore them to shreds. Katsuki yelled at him. I told you to go somewhere else. Katsuki threw a punch at him, but was stopped by Izuku, holding back his fist with an impressive amount of strength. Listen, Katsuki. I'm not going to protest against your rage, as I also have my plans for Yuuei, but I will however let you know, Izuku said in a genuine tone, as he stopped faking and demonstrated a bit of his new personality. Set some higher standards, will you? Stop looking down on inferiors while there's enough people above you to blot out the sun. Suddenly, with great speed, Izuku broke out of Katsuki's grab and snuck past him with great speed, walking away. Not only was this his first time fighting back against me, but his old personality was completely gone. He was not scared for the least bit, shaking. He didn't even call me by the nickname he always calls me. There's something fishy going on. Though Katsuki, you're ready for the entrance ceremony and guidance session? I wonder what our teacher will be like. Boy, am I anxious. Ochako finished. If you're here to socialize, then get out, said a sudden voice from behind. Everyone turned to the corner of the classroom to find a sleeping bag with someone in it. A middle-aged man it seemed. He was seen sipping a juice box. This is, he said, instantly finishing the juice box, the hero course. There was someone in there, thought the class. The lanky man got up groggily, revealing his skinny figure under his tight black shirt and scarf. It took a whole 8 seconds for you to calm down. While time is a precious resource, you're not a very rational bunch, are you? He continued. You're our teacher, asked Izuku. I'm Aizawa Shota, your homeroom teacher. He replied, shocking everyone. Homeroom teacher, though everyone in the class. Now change into your gym clothes and hurry up outside, he said abruptly. Meanwhile, All Might was in the teacher's lounge, ready the faculty register. The Yuuei education system is like no other. I'm correct. Today, the homeroom teacher will be conducting a test or our quirks. Izuku finished All Might's monologue as they arrived to the outside yard. What about the entrance ceremony or guidance session? Asked Ochako. No time to waste on that stuff if you want to become heroes, replied Aizawa in a cold tone. Yuuei is known for its freestyle education system that applies to the teachers as well, replied Aizawa. Softball throwing, standing long jump, 50-meter dash, grip strength, side-to-side jumps, etc. This country still insists on prohibiting quirks when calculating the averages on record. The education department is still procrastinating, Aizawa explained. He then turned to Katsuki. Bakugo, how far could you throw in middle school? Asked Aizawa. 67-meter, answered Bakugo. Great, then try with your quirk, just don't leave the circle, ordered Aizawa. Katsuki clutched the softball, channeling his strength. I'll add a boom to this pitch, he thought. Die, Katsuki yelled as he threw the ball with all of his might. 705.2 meters, recorded Aizawa. Die, thought Izuku. Wow, that kid's amazing. And we all get to freely use our quirks, you say. This hero course is awesome, cheered some students. That comment seemed to offend Aizawa, however. Awesome, don't get your hopes up. Becoming a pro hero in 3 years. Don't think it will be all fun and games. The ones with the lowest score across the 8 events will be deemed hopeless and expelled, explained Aizawa. The whole group went silent. Huh, did you say something? Izuku suddenly spoke up, too distracted from the notes he was taking. Aizawa-sensei. What a hassle he'll be. I feel bad for any student in his classroom, thought All Might. What the heck is wrong with this guy? Does he show any sense of care? Yelled some of the students in the background, shocked at Izuku's composure. Aizawa smiled. Keeping your composure after all this time. I like you, all calm and composed despite an unplanned event unfolding before your eyes, said Aizawa with pride. Unplanned? I knew this was gonna happen all along, Izuku said with a joint of confusion. The class, including Aizawa, went into shock. You do, they yelled in unison. This is a hero school, isn't it? Did you really think we will just be shot out of a cannon so that we can risk our lives fighting villains? Frankly, I'm surprised you guys didn't stage an unannounced villain attack or fake a murder to test our problem-solving skills. Making a situation as real as possible can train composure to the point where you become impervious to fear, explained Izuku. Aizawa grinned with glee upon hearing this. What is your name, kid? Asked Aizawa. Izuku Midoriya. Why? Replied and asked Izuku. Listen up. This is a notebook example of a ready hero, unfazed by any dire circumstances. In such, as reward, you can sit out this examination, Aizawa said, patting Izuku's head. The other students' eyes nearly bulged out of their skull. What? They yelled in unison. Deku, you son of a... Katsuki charged in, before getting stopped by several tapes. What the? I can't use my quirk, said Katsuki, confused. Because I erased it. Now, get started, said Aizawa, glaring at him. So that's his quirk, erasure, the ability to erase other quirks with his mere glare. Interesting, said Izuku, sitting back and spectating the scene. That damn kid, thought some of the students, glaring at him in jealousy. Wow, he impressed the teacher just like that. He must be a very successful student back at his school, almost like a senpai, commented Ochako. Don't be ridiculous, Ochako. He may be impressive, but he's far from a. Don't let me distract you, do your best, Izuku called out, cutting Ida off. Never mind, he does feel like a senpai. Ida changed his mind. Suddenly, Aizawa pulled out a notebook, turned to Izuku. By the way, you had amazing ideas back there. Mind if I note a few? Asked Aizawa. Don't you dare give that man ideas, yelled most of the students. Sitting out the exam also gave Izuku another perk. He got to examine and study the quirks of the other students. He took a particular interest in this one student named Shota Todoroki during his observation, as he displayed amazing feats and has an interesting quirk to back it up. Eventually the exams were over. Welp, that concludes the exams. And now, to tally up the scores, explained Aizawa. Most of the students were shaking anxiously, hoping not to get expelled. As the scoreboard showed up, however, Aizawa let out one last bit of information. By the way, I was kidding when I said I would expel the lowest score. It was just to bring out the best in all of you, explained Aizawa. The class froze. What? Izuku, however, saw through his lie. Just kidding. My ass, you did it because you thought you were being clever after I mentioned my ideas. I saw your documents. You expelled a full first-year class last year. You would have expelled. Let's see. Mine too without batting an eye, thought Izuku. And that concludes the class. See you all tomorrow, Aizawa said, leaving nonchalantly. After his speech, he headed towards the school exit, but was stopped by All Might. May I ask you why you let Izuku off easy? Asked All Might. Aizawa turned to All Might. I noticed something off about the kid. He seemed composed, rather too composed. He claims to have predicted this event, but the only real way to know about it is to hack into the school forums. It may just be a stroke of luck, but I'm not taking any chances. I have my suspicions on him, explained Aizawa. Now that you mention it, I seem to feel like I've met the kid somewhere, but can't seem to get a grasp on where, explained All Might. But keep your eye on him. There is a serial ender who knows my only weakness. We can't take any chances. Little did the two of them know, Izuku followed Aizawa and overheard the entire conversation. Shit, he's onto me. No matter, I'll just have to take him out as soon as possible, said Izuku to himself. Later that day, he left the building after the first day, with his head and notebook overflowing with new information he can't wait to share with the League. Yo, Izu bro. A familiar voice was heard. It was Sachai, and Arena was following him. Sachai, how did the mission go? Asked Izuku. Killed the target and left no trace, he replied. You have my right to be impressed, continued Arena. Of course, this operation couldn't have been successful without me. Didn't you get pinned down like at least 3 times when fighting the dude? Asked Sachai. Oh, shut up. yelled Arena, pissed off. As the three headed off, Ochako and Ada watched from a distance. I wanted to say thank you to him for encouraging me. Damn it, said Ochako in dissatisfaction. Yeah, the dude's impressive and respectful. I definitely misjudged him that other day, replied Ada, before punching a nearby tree in frustration, startling Ochako. Just how does he figure everything out so quickly when even I couldn't? Just how? Okay, Tenya-san, just breathe, okay? Breathe, said Ochako, attempting to calm him down. Back in the hideout, Izuku started working on his documents, compiling weaknesses and countermeasures to the heroes he meet that day. Let's see, Eraserhead, highly agile, Quirk Erasure, skilled martial artist, aims for weak points. Countermeasure in weaknesses, dry eyes, low lifting strength, frail and fragile if caught. Izuku studied. Is that our next target? Asked Toga, looking over Izuku's shoulder. He obviously is, the man is on to me. So we must end him, said Izuku. Consider it done, Toga said, shaking in excitement. Don't be so rash, the man is tough. I suggest we plan our attack in advance, responded Izuku. And what if you fail the assassination? Asked Kurogiri in curiosity. Izuku thought of that for a moment. Then a grin drew on his face. I have a plan B. In case we fail to end Aizawa, I have a way to not only clear away any suspicion he has of me, but also to boost my own reputation, maybe even allowing me to access the more secret files these heroes are hiding, replied Izuku with a grin. Really, let's hear it, said Toga with anticipation. Alright, but first, we'll need a Nomu with high physical strength and shock absorption, the trigger drug just in case, flashbangs, Toga, and a lot of fodders, said Izuku. All of that will take us at least a week to prepare, replied Kurogiri. Then that's even better, because from my recollection when hacking into the school's forums, that would be around the time we'd be participating at the disaster rescue simulation, said Izuku. Then that will be when we strike, said Kurogiri. Got it. I'll call Shigaraki for the preparations, said Toga. Later, Izuku. Later, the first official day of class was as standard as any high school goes. From conventional courses like math, English, to even PE, which Izuku always found odd since isn't the hero training course already technically PE. Anyhow, it was as boring as anyone would expect, and Izuku found himself mostly taking notes the whole time off any and all school staffs and teachers. Not even the cafeteria's cook was safe from his analytical grasp. Third period rolled around, where the hero courses were supposed to begin, and Izuku has done nothing but gather info from the school. Heading to the homeroom, he bumped into Ochako by coincidence. Guess the world always find a way to stick the two together. Izuku noticed her, and quickly tried to hide his notes, but the brunette's lightning-fast eyes caught the notebook within its sight as she floated the book right out of Izuku's satchel. Hey, give that back, yelled the panicked student, trying to grab his notebook as Ochako floated it towards her. Wow, that's a lot of notes you've taken of the teachers you even drew a sketch with. Vital weak points, asked the curious brunette. Izuku tried to come up with a reason to justify his notes. You must be a super fan. I've seen people like you creep on different heroes and attempting to get anything substantial from them. I once even heard of some kid who, according to eyewitnesses, was such a big fan of All Might, he was seen grabbing onto his ankle as he leapt around the city. She continued energetically. Izuku blushed in embarrassment from her description. Can you please return me my notes? He asked. Oh, sure, said Ochako, sort of embarrassed at herself, as Izuku continued his route to his class. He noticed Katsuki sulking by his locker and decided that now was the perfect time for some payback for all those years of abuse. So Izuku bought a soda from a nearby vending machine and waited. From the notes he has taken, this was usually where Ida would walk by. Sure enough, there he was, coming from the opposite side of the hall, surrounded by at least 4 students, asking him about some math or English notion they don't understand. Izuku threw a pen at their direction, right where Katsuki was standing. Katsuki turned his head to see what that pen flying by was about and locked eyes with Ida, just as Izuku planned. Knowing Katsuki, this would probably be where Katsuki gets pissed at Ida's popularity and attempts to trip him. Sure enough, he already stuck his foot out. With the setup fully realized, he just needed to play his part. Just as Ida was coming close to Katsuki, he came running at him from another side with his soda can open. Ada, thank God you're here. How do we do the WOAH? Izuku ran to Ada, intentionally tripping over Katsuki, flinging his arm backwards and spilling purple liquid all over Katsuki. Ada saw Izuku tripping, and quickly ran to help him, but not quick enough as Katsuki picked Izuku off the ground and slammed him against a wall. Deku, look at what you did to me. I'm gonna break you beyond repair, you hear me? Katsuki yelled at him, as his rage caused his soda-drenched shirt to boil. Stop that right now, Ada called out. It was obvious you were the one who tripped him, now apologize. Trip him. I was gonna trip you, and he got in the way, so I should be pounding him twice as hard, Katsuki yelled, attracting the attention of everyone around him. You were what? The tall senior-looking student uttered in anger. You're despicable. Yeah, screw you, Katsuki. Leave that poor kid alone, yelled the girl to his right. Yeah, leave him alone, yelled another student. You're always so loud. Can you just shut up? Yelled another one. Yeah, and to think he wants to be a hero. He should just resign before the teachers do it for him, yelled a shorter student in the back. Yeah, resign, yelled another student as a mob was practically gathering around Katsuki. Resign, 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 resign. The mob yelled in unison as Katsuki felt backed up into a corner. See Kachen. A voice was suddenly heard behind him as Katsuki turned to see Izuku smiling. But it wasn't his usual smile. This one was cold, sadistic, beaming with twisted pleasure. No one likes you, and you still call yourself number one. Katsuki didn't have time to register as someone in the crowd threw an empty soda can on him, followed by a barrage of crumpled-up papers, apple pits, eraser head, the actual eraser head, and even some quirk attacks. F off, Katsuki yelled back at the crowd, hoping to silence them, but it had the opposite effect. Wow, and now he's fighting back on us. What's wrong with him? Some of the students mumbled. Katsuki was stunned. All of his life, he was used to people doing what he said, always being on the giving end. But now, being on the receiving end, he felt powerless. If he attacked, he would just be digging his grave deeper, so what could he do? Sucks, doesn't it? So, how does it feel to step into my shoes? Asked Izuku, letting out a light giggle, causing Katsuki to avert his attention to Izuku. No, you're not Deku, Katsuki uttered. Hey, what's wrong? Can't accept that you no longer scare me. What will you do now? Look around you. Everyone is against you, pinning you down and peeling away your face to reveal the giant L hidden under on your forehead. Isn't it hurtful? Cry, you miserable twat. Cry, Izuku said sadistically, before breaking down into laughter. No. I am Katsuki Bakugo, the future #1 pro hero, and I will not be outshunned by you losers. So F off, Katsuki yelled back, louder than the crowd, before running away, trying to hide the tears running down his face. As Katsuki left, Ida, not noticing Izuku break down, ran to help Izuku up. Here, up you go, said Ida, helping Izuku get up to his feet. Thanks, bro, Izuku replied. No, I should thank you for taking that fall for me, relied Ida. It's nothing, trust me. I don't think you'll be much of a hassle now that practically the whole school will hear of this, replied Izuku, before walking off. See you in class. This was what everyone in Yuuei signed up for and was looking forward to, the hero course. What the class was not expecting was the teacher for said course. Dashing through the door, All Might came in a spectacular fashion. I have come through the door like normal, the #1 pro hero chanted out as he valiantly dashed from the doorway to the podium in a mere millisecond. As the class discussed about their teacher, Izuku clenched his fist as All Might started his opening speech. I would first like to congratulate all of you wonderful students. Not everyone makes it to Yuuei, you know, All Might said proudly. Yeah, a few months ago, you told me to just quit, and now look at where I'm at. Brushing it off like it never happened. Some pro hero you turned out to be, Izuku said to himself. Not. Without further ado, let's get straight to the point. Your hero course of the day will be battle training, All Might said. The class shook with excitement as several glass cases started getting shipped into the room, as they already anticipated their content. Our costumes, the students thought with hype. The costumes are all designed to fit your individual quirks and are completely under the design you have sent us. Now get changed and meet outside. This will be. All Might's speech fades into a monologue as minutes later, the students, in their respective costumes, stepped out. Your first step at becoming a hero. Izuku was confused, however, as he completely forgot to send in a costume design, yet still received a costume. Not only that, but the box had a completely different design from the rest, and when he opened it, there was a note attached inside. His heart dropped like a brick when he recognized the handwriting. Hey Izuku, I noticed that you still didn't have a hero costume, so I sent one to you on my behalf. Be sure to try it on, I'll be watching. God damn it, Toga, Izuku said to himself. The costume itself looked more like a Sebastian meets Neo cosplay than an actual hero costume. The long, black leather trench coat with a formal white suit underneath, complete with a butterfly knot, giving a more mobster feel. Underneath the suit were concealed weapons like knives and a gun and a syringe with a purple liquid inside that says, only use in emergency. Okay, not seeing anything too embarrassing, said Izuku to himself. Hey, who exactly is HT? Asked Ochako, running up to him. Izuku asked, confused. Taking off the coat, he saw a giant inked in white text on the back of the trench coat, written property of HT. In a bold font. Of course you would, Izuku murmured to himself. Shall we begin, my students? It's time for battle training, said All Might, gathering all the attention. Sensei, it would appear that we're in the same compound that was used in the entrance examination. Does that mean that we will once again perform another sit escape maneuver? Asked an armor-clad soldier next to Izuku. whom he recognized as Ida. Nope, instead, you'll be moving to Step 2, Indoor Anti-Personnel Battle Training, replied All Might. While it's true that most villain battles are commonly seen outdoors, most villains statistically show up indoors. As a villain myself, I can confirm that that's true, thought Izuku. Between confinement, house arrest, black market deals, in this hero-phile society of ours, the most clever villains hide indoors, and since no current technology can generate the clever enough AI, you will be split into teams of villain and heroes and face of an 2-on-2 indoor battle, explained the pro hero. So this isn't basic battle training, commented a froggy-looking girl. Practical experience is the best way to teach you the basics, replied All Might. It wasn't long before All Might was bombarded by a barrage of questions. Unable to keep up, All Might pleaded for the students to ask one at a time. Just then, a voice was heard in the far back of the group as a boy in a black trench coat called for everyone's attention. I've read everything already, said Izuku, holding onto a pile of paper. The weekly schedules. How did he get a hold of that? I had it in my. All Might though as he suddenly realized his hand is empty. Starting from the top, since our teacher is terrible at descriptions, this basic battle training program is meant to put our strengths, tactics, cooperation, and problem-solving skills to the test. 2 teams of 2 will be put into a small building, a villain side and a hero side. The goal of the villains is to protect a bomb that will detonate if the heroes don't stop it. While there won't be an actual detonation, the bomb will emit a loud noise from its installed speakers, announcing the villain's victory, or they can win by defeating the heroes. The heroes, on the other hand, can win by securing the bomb or by incapacitating the villains. Any questions? Explained Izuku in a calm and patient manner. The whole group stood still, including Katsuki. Izuku, on the other hand, simply let out a warming smile. Well, I guess not. All Might, will you do us the honor and draw the straws to decide the partners? Asked Izuku. He's the real teacher here, thought most of the students. Oh, of course, All Might replied, returning to consciousness after getting entranced by his speech. In the end, Izuku ended up with Ida of all people, and Katsuki ended up with Ochako. The rest of the teams formed. Finally, we get to the main event. The first 2 up are, All Might said while picking into the 2 boxes, Team A on villains versus Team D on heroes. Team A. That our team, and who are we facing against? Asked Izuku. Suddenly, Izuku's heart raced as he saw his opponent, Katsuki. Izuku, are you all right? You seem awfully giddy, Ida asked him in a worried tone. I'm fine. Don't worry about me, replied Izuku. The villain goes in first, and the heroes will follow 5 minutes later. The rest of us will watch via CCTV. All Might continued to explain. Izuku, Ida, you boys need to adopt a villain mindset. This is practical experience, so don't hold back. Ida turned to Izuku. Now, listen Izuku, for someone like you, I know acting as a villain may be tough, but do your best, okay? Asked Ida. Izuku smiled back. Don't worry, I make an amazing villain impression. You'll see. Izuku replied, happy he can now be himself. Try rating my performance out of 10, okay. As Izuku and Ida entered the building, Katsuki and Ochako waited outside. The spike-haired hothead looked at the building, entranced. Deku, what in the world is going on inside your head? Wait, could it be? Yo, Katsuki, hello, you in there buddy? Asked Ochako, trying to break him out of his entranced state. Has being admitted into Yuuei make him grow arrogant? He must think that he's on my level now that we're in the same school and class, Katsuki thought as he clenched his fist. Then I'll just have to show you where you really belong, trash. Meanwhile, inside the building, Ida took a good look at their objective. Playing the villain role is really displeasing. This isn't even that well made of a bomb, Ida said to himself as Izuku looked out the window in anticipation. Seeing Katsuki all pumped up made him all the more excited. Without intention, Izuku let out a murderous grin and cackle that caught Ida's attention. Is everything okay, Izuku? Ida asked, confused. Oh, nothing. I was just practicing my villain acting, Izuku lied. Suddenly, the start of the training was announced by All Might from the speakers, and Izuku saw Katsuki dashing into the building, even knocking his teammate over in the process. His legs shook with excitement as he felt lightheaded from the rush of adrenaline he was getting. Damn, this is too much for me to take. I must kill no. Not ending. Can't fight it, Izuku was saying to himself as he bit his lips, trying to make him snap out of it. Are you okay? We can call it off if you're not feeling too good, Ida replied. Suddenly, Izuku turned around to Ida. His lively green, bloodshot eyes glare into his soul. As his smile gleamed with a murderous aura, his fist shook as he slowly turned away and walked towards the stairs without saying a word. Wow, he wasn't kidding. He's an amazing impersonator. For a minute there, I thought he was actually gonna end someone. Back downstairs, Katsuki dashed across the building, not even slowing down to analyze anything. Suddenly, he heard a noise coming from the window. He rapidly spun around and fired an explosion towards his target. Kaya, it's me Katsuki. It's just me. yelled Ochako. Nearly the top of her head burned off. "Oh, it's you," replied Katsuki nonchalantly. "Not even an I'm sorry for nearly blowing your head off," asked Ochako. "Hey, it's your fault you snuck up on me like that. I'm here to murder Deku, and nothing else," Katsuki said. Suddenly Ochako froze. It wasn't from the shock of Katsuki's aggressiveness that she was well aware of, rather, it was what was behind him. Katsu Ochako uttered, jittering. Katsuki, confused from her initial behavior, suddenly felt a presence behind him, a bubble of aggression even larger than his. Turning around, he saw his target, but something was different. He expected Izuku to be hiding on the top floor while Ida did all the work on ground floor. But rather, Izuku arrived alone, staggering like a zombie almost. There you are, Kaken. I was thinking about you for so long," cried out. His face was blushing and his smile made him resemble more and more like Toga, but even she would ask him to tone things down a notch. "What the F, Deku?" was the only thing Katsuki could muster out. "You were such a bully back in the days. The mere thought of it pisses me off. I've been waiting for so long for payback. Every day, I would lie in bed, imagining the shock on your face as the kid you thought of was nothing more than a pebble in your path became the boulder that would crush you dead in your tracks. I couldn't bear it any longer," Izuku said ecstatically, with a hint of anger, murderous intent, and lust. Upon hearing this, Katsuki took control of his anger and clenched his fist. Ochako could feel it. Katsuki wasn't any less angry than he was a few minutes earlier, but now his anger felt more controlled, restrained. "Ochako, run to the top floor. The two of us have a score to settle," Katsuki ordered at his companion. "All right," Ochako said, running past Izuku, who didn't even turn around to look at her. With the two of them locked in a death stare, Katsuki finally got the courage to speak up. "So I guess this is what you really thought of me, huh? Not surprising, given what I've done to you," he said in a calm and serious tone. "You had no consideration for my feelings, you just didn't care. You were always so stuck up, thinking of yourself as high and mighty. It pissed me off, but I couldn't do anything about it. So you know what I did? I persevered, training day and night while you dozed off on your pedestal you claim was higher than the clouds. This is what I always wanted. What I waited from for nearly a year. You, me, one-on-one, no holding back," Izuku said, blushing furiously. Suddenly, in blinding speed, Izuku appeared right below Katsuki, delivering a vicious uppercut. "So hurry up and hit me already," Izuku yelled out. Katsuki, recovering from the hit, spun around, swinging a vicious left hook at Izuku, who grabbed his arm. Suddenly, an explosion came out of the palm, forcing Izuku to pull his head back to dodge it. Katsuki then tried to uppercut him with his free hand, but Izuku dodged that one as well. Lifting Katsuki over his shoulders, he threw him over his shoulder, slamming him into the cement floor. Before Katsuki could get up, however, Izuku took advantage of the opening and kicked him in the stomach, knocking him back down, coughing. "Come on, is that all you got?" Izuku yelled at him. Katsuki gritted his teeth and let out a roar as his explosion quirk ran wild, creating a huge explosion. "Yeah, that's the spirit. Keep at it," Izuku said as he looked upon the destruction Katsuki made. "You were always below me, always inferior. But, despite all of that, you still try to help me. Your idiotic smile, clinging onto me like you think you're my equal, despite my numerous denials. It pisses me off," Katsuki yelled out, as a murderous smile appeared on his face as explosions surrounded the area, blowing Izuku back. Meanwhile, back on the roof, Ida stood by the bomb. "Izuku is really into his villain role, so I guess it's only fitting to follow suit, right? In order to become a hero, I must cloak myself in darkness," thought Ida as he turned towards Ochako. "I am the ultimate evil," Ada said, trying way too hard to sound menacing, making her chuckle. "It would appear that you have come. No matter, my compatriot will have your friend taken care of any minute now. As for you, I enacted a counter-strategy and removed everything on the floor," continued the acting villain. "You've miscalculated, hero muahaha. You're really committing to your role, aren't you?" Back downstairs, the two rivals were neck and neck, attempting to find an opening to attack, but every time Izuku slowed down time, he found himself in an awkward position. Soon he started to run out of breath, allowing Katsuki to deliver an explosive punch to his abdomen, burning his suit and revealing his bare chest. "That's it, Kaken. Show me the rage you feel when I ridiculed you. Come on, I'm still standing," Izuku yelled out, despite coughing out blood. Suddenly, Katsuki raised one of his hands. With pleasure, Izuku's eyes widened as his analyst mind allowed him to piece things together. Even the observers, including All Might, figured out what was to come. "Katsuki, stop. Are you trying to end him?" All Might yelled it into the intercom. "Shut up, you old fart. I don't give a shit anymore if I win or not. Go to hell, Deku," Katsuki yelled as he pulled the pin, launching a huge amount of nitroglycerin at him. Izuku, witnessing the initial blast, quickly ducked under cover as a massive chunk of the building was blown away. Even Ida and Ochako felt it on the top floor. "That blast was aimed directly at me," He really was trying to end me, Izuku said to himself, comping back to his senses as a nostalgic rage returned to him. That's it. For attempting murder, Team D is disqualified. All Might called out. I don't give a crap, Katsuki yelled, loading up another shot. Deku, you're all mine, Katsuki yelled out, ignoring All Might's calls. That's it, I'm calling this off, All Might said, until a different voice was heard. Don't, I got this, the voice said. Izuku, you need to get out of there. Katsuki's going to kill me. Yeah, I knew, and thus this will be a much more realistic training exercise, replied Izuku. Izuku, why? Was all Might could get out before the feed was cut. I'm surprised you're not pissing yourself, said Katsuki, reloading a second round. Of course not. In fact, since life and death doesn't matter between us anymore, Izuku said in a far more composed manner. Mind if I bent the rules a bit? Suddenly, reaching into his robe, he pulled out the syringe, which caught Katsuki's eye, who launched the second round directly at Izuku. A loud explosion was heard as the cameras on the inside were destroyed. All Might, after seeing this, got off his chair and hurried to the site where the two were fighting. As the smoke cleared, Katsuki regained his senses. Not seeing any signs of life, he called out, Deku. No response. All right, Katsuki, keep calm. This is not happening, you hear me? This didn't just happen, Katsuki said to himself, trying to keep calm. Suddenly, he heard something coming out of the rumbles, and he, for a brief moment, felt a sense of relief. Deku. Suddenly, his pupils dilated as the thing that crawled out of the rumbles vanished, and in the blink of an eye, he looked down to see a sharp claw lodged in his abdomen. The thing still had the same facial features as the student, but its skin was a light purple and his body much more muscular. His eyes were pitch black with red pupils and his tongue hung out, blackened at the tip. Flashback. What was in the syringe you're gonna give me, boss? Izuku asked All for One. It's not complete yet, but it still works fine. I modified the trigger drug that buffs quirks by mixing it with my All for One's ability to give other quirks, effectively creating a quirk injection, steroid hybrid, replied the boss. Is it permanent? Asked Toga, concerned about Izuku's safety. No, only temporary, but when injected, for a brief period of time, the user will become so powerful that they lose their more human aspects, replied All for One. So they kinda turn into Nomus, asked Toga. If that was the case, then I wouldn't have given it to you. You see, unlike Trigger, the user of this new drug is still conscious, but it does have a said list of drawbacks. Heavy strain on your body, memory blanks, but its most important weakness. It burns out my quirk after use. Looks like the whole time slow thing was fun while it lasted, Izuku thought. Katsuki was still in shock. What are you? Katsuki uttered as blood poured out of his wound. Izuku said nothing, and only gave him a grin, causing Katsuki to get angrier. Tell me, you monster, Katsuki yelled as he shot Izuku with a barrage of explosion. But as the smoke cleared, he saw not a body, but what appeared to be a turtle. Hard shell. This was only one of the new quirks Izuku received with the injection. His left hand started to contort as he raised his arm and pointed it at Katsuki. By the time he was pointing at him, his arm had morphed into a metallic amalgamation of guns, missile launchers, and blades. This was his second quirk, mechanization, arsenal mayhem. Izuku fired a barrage of scrap metal bullets, blades, and other metallic bits as Katsuki scrambled to avoid the upcoming barrage. Sadly, he tripped due to the amount of rubbles lying nearby and fell, allowing the metal storm to catch up and consume his entire body. That should do it, Izuku said to himself. Suddenly, his eyes dilated as the man he thought was dead came charging out of the debris, bloody with metallic bits lodged in his flesh as he regained the murderous smile he had earlier. Izuku, seeing this, smiled back. Ha. Yes, come at me. We will finish this guns blazing. Let's end this together. In a Hail Mary of glory and death, Izuku yelled out as his size and muscles practically doubled. Deku. One of Izuku's arms turned red hot and started to glow with hair, and spikes sprouted out of his other arm while both of Katsuki's arms were glowing with nitroglycerin. As the two of them clashed, the whole building collapsed while Ida and Ochako was fighting, and the shockwave shattered the windows of all nearby building within a half-mile radius. What was that? Ochako said to herself. Take my hand, Ida called out as the building collapsed, trapping the two under a mountain of rumble. The building's collapse was the mere beginning, though, as at the center of the pile of rubble lay Izuku and Katsuki, still exchanging a flurry of fists. Were the sounds each respective fighters were making. Izuku was slowly gaining the advantage as he heard Katsuki's hands crack from hitting his body's hard shell too much and felt that he was nearly at his limit. Sadly, he also felt the drug losing effect. I've got to end this, and fast, Izuku said to himself. Just try, Katsuki said, taking advantage of the opening to land a solid hit of Izuku's cheek. Izuku spat out some blood as he felt his hard shell softening. His left arm was losing heat while his right was getting duller and his overall muscles and skin returning to normal. Knowing there was not much time left, he needed to formulate a plan. "What's wrong, Deku? Out of steam?" Katsuki asked. Suddenly, Izuku's punches just stopped. Not wanting to lose his advantage, he quickly delivered a quick barrage of explosive punches. With the knot strikes, Izuku was knocked off his feet. Katsuki, seeing this, rose his hands in victory. Suddenly, Izuku's eyes opened up as he gave out a smile. "Don't celebrate too early now," Izuku said as he held his breath, slowing everything down to a near stop. "It was a gamble, but I needed to stop punching to catch my breath. Now Kaken, you're done for." Ducking under Katsuki's fist, and channeling all of his might into his right arm. Metallic, red-hot spikes out of his right arm that regained its size and mass as he delivered a sky-shattering punch to Katsuki's stomach. With time still in slow motion and with the last remnants of his borrowed quirks vanishing, he knew it was only a matter of time before his time-slow quirk also disappeared. Walking away from the Katsuki's imploding stomach, he counted down the time before time itself speeds up to normal. 5. Izuku looked around to make sure no one else saw anything. 4. He dug under some rumble and dragged out Ochako and Ida. 3. He dug out his phone, miraculously still working, and typed a message to the League, claiming he needed a new quirk. While he knew the message will only be sent after time speeds up, he still put the phone back into his pocket. 2. He took a good look at his state and at Katsuki's. His entire top half was naked and covered with bruises and burns. Blood leaked from his head, going all the way down to his shoulder that was also bleeding. 2 of his ribs were broken, as well as his left femur, which was cracked, and he had a really nasty burn coming from his right arm, which was unused to parry Katsuki's initial blast. Katsuki himself wasn't looking that much better, however. Metallic bits were launched into his shoulders, his sides, and left knee. He had 3 stab wounds from the initial stab Izuku took at his, as just as bruised as burnt, maybe noticeably less, but still severely, and was soon gonna have a lot of internal injuries. 1. Izuku sat cross-legged on the ground, in front of Katsuki, and waited. 0. Time came back to normal as Katsuki coughed out a carpet of blood and was sent flying through what was left of the building, smashing through the piles of debris on the way before getting embedded into the wall headfirst. His body was limp, unconscious. "Guess I did it," said Izuku. "Izuku." Ida and Ochako came to their senses. "Are you okay?" asked Ochako, looking like a worried mother. "Yeah, ask that to him," Izuku said, pointing at Katsuki. "Wait, you beat him?" Ida asked. "Yeah, wasn't easy though, the kid is nuts," Izuku said. Suddenly, Ida and Ochako both hugged him at the same time. "We're so glad you're safe," Ochako said. It's fine, looks like it's all over now," said Izuku. Soon after, All Might along with a bunch of other pro heroes showed up. Recovery Girl was also there, to attend to their wounds. According to her, Katsuki might be experiencing some memory loss due to the hit to the head he received, which Izuku was glad to hear, as he wouldn't remember him using the drug. Izuku and Katsuki were later taken to the infirmary that day as the training continued as normal. Towards the end of the day, however, Izuku found out that he wasn't going to be able to go home due to his injuries and had to stay the night. He was fine with the news, but bummed he wouldn't be able to return to the hideout. It may seem corny, but the League of Villains were like his second family now. He knows every member very well, made friends with a lot of them, even Shigaraki, and did several team-up missions with them. So despite staying at the infirmary and being showered in praises given by other students, who came in a pro-congratulate him for beating Katsuki, whom everyone agreed was a jerk, he missed Kurogiri's supportive attitude, Twice's split personality, Spinner constant boasting, and even Shigaraki and his Shigaraki-ness. But most importantly, he missed Himiko Toga. Her smile, playfulness, and personality was always something he enjoyed after a long day at school. Later that night, when Izuku was lying in bed, however, he saw the window slip open, and the person who opened it made his almost leap with joy. "I enjoyed your fight, Izuku. You were pretty wild," said a familiar voice. "Toga, it's so nice to see you," Izuku said. "Did you like my costume design?" asked Izuku. "Yeah, property of HT was a little too much though," replied Izuku. As Toga sat in his bed, she leaned towards Izuku, placing her hand in his chest. "You must have went through quite some hard time fighting that jerk. Mind if I help you relax?" asked Toga. "If you're gonna tickle me when I'm helpless, then go ahead. But note that my revenge will be 10 times. Before Izuku could finish, however, Toga leaned in and kissed him. Izuku did not protest. He wrapped his working arm around Toga as she leaned closer and closer to Izuku's bare chest, as her finger traced down towards his lower abdomen, and was getting even lower. "I'm glad to have met you, Toga. Joining the League of Villains was the best choice I've ever made." "Yeah, I love you too, Izuku." Izuku woke up to the sound of a door opening. Most likely the entrance door to the infirmary, considering the fact that besides the bathroom, That was the only other door. Out the door came Todoroki, Ada, Kirishima, and a bunch of other male students, and, to his confusion, gave him a thumbs up. Next to him, he saw Toga, sound asleep on his bed. It didn't take long for him to piece together the puzzle. "Congrats, Izuku," whispered Kirishima. "You got yourself a girlfriend." "Lucky," whispered Minda in a slightly jealous tone. Izuku blushed in embarrassment, as he wasn't ready for another visit, especially since he just woke up. A sudden realization came to mind that made him jump. "Wait, were you guys watching us sleep?" Izuku whispered back. "Took a picture and everything. You two look so cute from side to side," whispered Kaminari, flashing 2 thumbs up. "Don't worry about it. I made sure no one sent anything online without your permission. Privacy is everything after all," whispered Ada, who noticed the sudden anger that drew upon Izuku's face. "Then why are you guys still here?" "Leave," Izuku said in a slightly louder tone. "Oh, right, sorry," they guys replied, slipping away. "You know, you're adorable when you try acting as your old self all the while trying to be aggressive," Toga said. "Wait, you were awake?" asked Izuku. "I wanted to see how you would interact with students without breaking character, since, you kinda went nuts when fighting Katsuki," replied Toga. "Oh right, what about Kaken?" asked Izuku. "Suspended for a few days for attempted murder," replied Toga. "Only a few days. This school is so busted," Izuku said, punching his bed, which brought him to a sudden realization. "Yeah, we injected you with a temporary healing factor to make your arm heal quicker. After all, tomorrow's when we're gonna be carrying out the assassination. We'll need you there," explained Toga. "Oh really? Everything's already prepared." "That was quick," replied Izuku. "Shigaraki seemed very eager about this plan. I guess that made him work faster," said Toga. "Ah, I see," Izuku said. Recovery girl came through the door as the two were chatting, handing him a tray with breakfast ready-made. Just then, she noticed Toga. "Oh, I didn't know we had visitors. A shame, maybe I should have brought in 2 trays. "Ah, no, it's fine, I just ate," Toga explained. "Quit lying. It's currently 6:15 a.m. You would have had to make and eat breakfast, then come all the way here at 5:40 at least in record time," replied Recovery Girl. "No, it's fine. I'll share my breakfast with her," Izuku replied. "Fine, just remember, class starts at 8, and seeing that you've recovered, I think it's best to not miss out," she said, putting the tray down and leaving the room. Izuku stared at the plate. There were scrambled eggs, sausage, 2 slices of toast, hash brown, and orange juice. He went for the fork, but Toga took it first. Before he could say anything, he noticed some eggs heading towards him. "Say-ah," said Toga, smiling. "Toga, I can do it myself," Izuku replied. "I know, but I still want to do this," replied Toga. "Please stop, it's embarrassing," said Izuku. "Ah, don't be such a baby, it's not like we're being watched or anything," replied Toga. Little did they know, the door was a sliver open, and even though one couldn't see it, they were being watched by someone no one could have seen. "She's spoon-feeding him," Toru squealed. "Kaieto, that's so adorable," squealed the rest of the girls that were on the other side of the wall. "This is so wrong," mumbled Momo. "Then why are you even here?" asked Mita. "I wanted to make sure Izuku was doing well. If Katsuki was here, I would have done the same," the student said with an embarrassed tone. "Yeah, sure you will. Even if he was there we wouldn't visit him," complained Gyro. "He's just so, yeah, he's a ribbit," Suyu said nonchalantly. Back inside, Izuku finally gave in and had himself a mouthful of eggs. He thanked the cook in his mind as Toga then took one of the sausage. "You know, I'm a big fan of sausages," Toga commented. "Don't mind if I take this one." "Yeah, go ahead," replied Izuku. That was a mistake on his part, as instead of biting into the meat, like anyone would do, she started to lustfully lick the tip of the sausage, giving Izuku a seductive look while doing it. Izuku blushed nervously as she wrapped her lips around the sausage, sucking it like a lollipop as she slowly inserted the sausage deeper into her throat. Watching this happen gave Toru a nosebleed as she nearly passed out from excitement and had to be dragged back by the other watchers. "Toru, what happened?" asked Momo. "We need to leave," Toru replied. "They deserve some privacy." Meanwhile, Izuku was trying his best not to get turned on by what he was seeing, nervously munching on some toast. "Okay, she's almost done with her sausage, as long as there are no more phallic-looking food laying around. I should be." "Oh shit," Izuku thought as he noticed a fruit bowl next to the tray with a banana, some strawberries, and cherries. Knowing she'd go for the bananas next, he quickly grabbed it, peeled it, and ate it in less than 3 seconds. "Alright, I eliminated the only remaining phallic object on the tray. Now I can breathe easy," Izuku said. "Geez, you really love bananas, don't you, Izuku?" Toga asked, reaching for the fruit bowl. "Personally, I prefer the cherries." "Cherries? What can she do with cherries?" asked Izuku. Suddenly, a mixture of awe and arouse hit Izuku as she, as if defying physics itself, was able to rapidly lick and balance both cherries on the tip of her tongue, flinging them around as she once again looked at Izuku with the same lustful eyes. Was the sound she was making while licking the pair of cherries, unable to say another word, but she didn't need to. She could tell this was working. I gotta go, Izuku said, slowly getting out of bed. Toga bit into both cherries, spitting out of pit, and walked up to Izuku, who seemed to be in a hurry. Hold on, you have some crumbs on your face, she said. Let me take care of that for you. A shiver ran down Izuku's spine as he felt her warm tongue streak across his face, licking off the bits of toast that was stuck to his cheek. All right, Toga, I get it. You really like me. But can we do this somewhere else? This is a school for God's sakes, asked Izuku, quivering from the intensity. Oh, what's wrong? You can take on Katsuki, yet this is too much for you, asked Toga. Meanwhile, on the outside, Ochako came to visit Izuku, but was confused why all the girls in her class were clumped up at the door, like guys peeping into a girl's locker room. All of a sudden, she could hear one of them murmur, "Come on, kiss already," and came running towards the door. What's going on here? Ochako yelled. The rest of the girls shot up in fear as they quickly closed the door. Ochako, hi, maybe now's not the time to visit Izuku. Maybe come back tomorrow, Momo said as she and the rest of the girls blocked the door, making it clear that there was something they didn't want Ochako to see. Let me through, Ochako said, activating her quirk and making all of the girls float to the ceiling. Quickly running to the door, Izuku and Toga's intimate moment was broken from the sound of Tori yelling, "Izuku, hide her." Before he could register what that was, Ochako came barging through the door to see Izuku, nothing but his briefs, getting cuddled from behind by a girl she's never met. Izuku, who's that? Ochako asked, trembling. Yura-san, why are you here? I was just leaving, in fact, Izuku said, hinting at Toga that this was her cue to leave. As Toga left the room, Ochako and Izuku stared awkwardly at each other in silence. Izuku didn't know what to say, but he knew what she was thinking. Izuku, here it come, thought Izuku, bracing for a slap. You could have told me you had a girlfriend, Ochako said in an embarrassed tone. Wait, you're not mad or jealous? Asked Izuku, confused at her sudden approach. Me, jealous? How come? I mean, I like you and everything, and I don't mind being your girlfriend either, but I just didn't know you were dating someone else. I mean, we've known each other for hardly a week, explained Ochako. Izuku wiped off the cold sweat from his forehead. Knowing that she wasn't that kind of girl, it would have caused him a lot of trouble, especially in his future plans. Anyhow, knowing this, Izuku was able to build up the courage to change the subject. Hey, I know everyone's been pawning the attention on me, beating Katsuki and all, but you did good too, Izuku said. Ochako let out a nervous giggle. Hee, thanks, she said. Anyways, if you have nothing left to say, maybe leave me to do my things. I still haven't gotten dressed, you know, and I don't think I'm comfortable in nothing but my undies, said Izuku. Oh, right, sorry, Ochako said with embarrassment as she quickly ran out the room. Can you let us down now? Asked Mina, still stuck on the roof. Sadly, Ochako just ran past them without letting them down. Izuku, fully dressed, followed afterwards, not even noticing the girls stuck on the roof like helium balloons. Help, anyone? The second Izuku came into class, he was barraged by students congratulating him. Apparently they all saw him and Toga together and must have put two and two together. Even Ida bowed down to him, even though Izuku insisted that that wasn't necessary. Suddenly, a sleeping bag fell from the roof as Aizawa came out of it, looking groggy as ever. Okay now class, take your seats, the teacher ordered as everyone quickly took their seats, and Izuku. Yeah, Izuku asked in a nervous tone, thinking that the teacher might be on to him. I heard you have a girlfriend now. Congrats, Aizawa said as his sleepy but intimidating face shifted to a lively one in a millisecond. You know about it too, Izuku yelled out. Of course, it's the talk of the school. You're already popular for wrecking Katsuki, and now this. You might as well be the next #1 hero in terms of popularity, said Kirishima. Alright, enough of that. Aizawa's face returned to serious. Today, we have some serious business to take care of. Most of the class prayed to All Might that this wouldn't be another brutal pop quiz. We're picking a class president. Such a normal school thing, thought most of the class. Suddenly, everyone was on top of each other's heads, trying to be the class president. From the back of the classroom, Ida spoke up. Leading the many is a task of heavy responsibility, but ambition does not equate ability. His sacred office demands the trust of its constitution. If it were to. So basically you want us to vote for the class president? Got it, Izuku said, cutting Ida off. Hey, I wasn't finished, said Ida. Izuku stood up from his seat, looking Ida with a sincere attitude. Democracy may be a good solution, but sometimes votes can be a faulty system, like times when everyone's a candidate. Do you really think one would just use his vote on someone else instead of himself? No, votes are only possible when only a few candidates are available compared to the number of voters. In other words, if we were to vote, there would be a need for only 2 candidates to prevent heavy self-bias. In other words, what I suggest isn't a campaign to determine who would be the class president, as that would take way too long and eat up our time, Izuku explained, before turning to Aizawa. So I suggest we simulate an evacuation drill and see out of all of us who is the most composed, cooperative, patient, and calm. The class went silent to Izuku's statement. Frankly, I'm not that serious about such an event, so sorry, no simulation, replied Aizawa. Hey, but Izuku's got the better idea. Maybe he should be class president, said Shiro. Yeah, I mean, he seems calm, composed. Even Aizawa couldn't faze him, and he even convinced the teacher to exempt him from the elimination test, commented Momo. Then it's decided. Izuku's will be our class president, cheered Ochako. A drop of sweat ran down Izuku's neck. Wow, that was easy, he said to himself. Later that day, the hideout seemed a little more crowded than Izuku remembered. Walking up to Kurogiri, he asked for the usual and scanned the room for Toga to return the favor. Out of the corner of his eye, however, he saw two familiar figures return. Yo, Izu bro, called out a familiar voice. Hey, Sachai, Arena, how's it been? Asked Izuku. I heard you were planning an attack on Yuuei, said Arena. You can't just do that and not call me. Hey, I specially asked for only Toga, a Nomu, and a lot of fodders, and I knew that putting you two in the fodder category would be too damaging for your pride, Arena, explained Izuku. Arena slammed both her hands on the table. Hey punk, call me a fodder one more time and see what happens, Arena said with a pissed-off tone. See, point proven, Izuku said with a smug look on his face. He's got a point, you know. You really do have an inferiority complex with everyone. Or was it a superiority complex? I dunno. I'm not good with these complex figures of speech, replied Sachai. Suddenly, Arena grabbed Izuku by the neck. Remember when you put that knife to my neck? I heard you just lost your quirk. Payback time, she said with a pissed-off tone, as she was about to activate her quirk. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a knife came flying in, as it came within an inch to the back of Arena's neck, leaving a small nick in her nape. Don't you dare do anything to my Izuku, said a pissed-off Toga. Turning around, Arena turned to the short blonde and stared down upon her. Don't F with me, young lady. He insulted my status and now he'll pay Before Arena could finish, Izuku tripped her, putting her in a chokehold. Come on, you wanted payback. Go ahead, he said, making sure to completely immobilize both of her arms. As Arena tried to wrestle out of the hold, Izuku just strangled her even harder, to the point where Arena's neck was turning purple. Hey, watch it. You're gonna end her, Sachai said, separating the two. Arena backed to the other end of the counter, panting heavily. You got lucky, she said, gasping for air. Izuku walked up to her and picked her up, kneeing her in the stomach as she dropped to the ground, writhing in pain. Listen, Arena, it's about damn time you learned that you're not the top dog here. And the only way to be a top dog here is to work for it, so start by getting rid of that obnoxious attitude, Izuku said in a bossing tone. Arena looked at him with rebellious eyes, which granted her a kick to the face. The rest of the villains watched as Izuku mercilessly pounded Arena to submission as Sachai was hiding behind a table in fear. After she finally passed out, Izuku wiped the sweat off his forehead and walked back towards Toga, who was trembling in excitement. I think I just came a little, Toga said, witnessing the villain side of Izuku at its full glory. Yo, Sachai, Izuku called out in a much more calm tone. Why yeah, boss, Sachai nervously peeked out of his cover. Tell Arena when she wakes up that she'll have 15 hours to prepare for the assassination tomorrow. And tell her that if everything goes according to plan, she can be promoted to Vanguard, said Izuku, picking up Toga in his arms bridal style. Boss, by the way, where are you taking her? Asked Sachai, pointing at the girl that looked like she was at her peak. She seemed kinda ill, so, as a leader, will relieve her stress, said Izuku, with a smile as they went upstairs. Sachai blushed as his dirty mind knew what that could only mean, and picked up his unconscious partner. Come on, Rina, we have a big day tomorrow. However, in a room in the basement of the hideout, Shigaraki was not pleased to hear his news. What do you mean I'm no longer a viable successor? Shigaraki cried into a TV screen. It means what it means. Sorry, Tamura, but Izuku is showing much more promise than you. He's a better leader, tactician, analyst, and scout. He's more composed, patient, and has led operations several times more successful than anything we have ever pulled off, and has a far deeper will of potential than you. I'm sorry, but until you can prove me otherwise, my decision will be left unchanged, replied the voice on screen. Before the screen itself went black, Shigaraki punched the screen, making it crack, and yelled out in anger. Not a viable successor, huh? I'll show him. The day we assassinate Eraserhead, I'll be the one to end not only him, but even All Might. Just you wait, Shigaraki said to himself, as the TV started to rust and corrode. Weekends are usually like a short vacation for most teens, and it seems that Izuku is no different. Even after joining the League of Villains, there's nothing like a good 2 days of just kicking back and relaxing. While he liked his job of ending heroes, information gathering, doing business with other villains. Even he can't deny that it was still tiring. Calling a day or two off would be a nice change of pace from his usual grind. Suddenly, he heard the jingle of his phone and went to pick it up as he came out of the shower. A smile drew on his face as he saw the user who sent him the text. "Hey Izuku, doing anything?" The text was from Toga, who had easily the most ridiculous username ever. In fact, he didn't even add her to his contacts until she had to physically tell him that she was Love Kaliko T0 Ga. When he asked her why she wasn't sending him a friend. "Nah, my day off, you," Izuku texted back. "I quote MBOOORED. Toga replied nearly immediately. Izuku noticed that he still didn't get dressed, and was even still wet from his shower, so he decided to tease he a bit. "Maybe this can keep you occupied." 3 Izuku texted, before sending her a photo of him butt naked, with his towel going down so low he might as well be wearing a loincloth. He waited for nearly half a minute, still no reply. Thinking she might have left, he put his phone down and got dressed. Halfway through putting his shirt on, however, he received another text, but this time, things were different. "Hello Izuku. This is Kurogiri. I was passing by to clean the countertop when I saw Toga passed out with a fountain of blood shooting from her nose. What the hell?" Izuku chuckled at the comment. "Sorry about that. She said she was bored, so I sent a special something to keep her busy for the next couple of hours. Didn't you see it?" Izuku typed with a smug grin on his face. There was a 10-second wait, followed by "NFKM Kodmokingsjvapsch, what the hell did you send her?" Izuku fell over in laughter, dropping on his bed. "Hey, answer me, young man," Kurogiri texted furiously. "I drink at your bar at least 3 days a week, and yet this isn't okay for you." Izuku typed back. While he didn't get any replies, he could tell Kurogiri was mumbling kids these days under his breath. After a solid minute, another text was sent, this time an image. "Payback Beach." Toga, who regained consciousness, typed, followed by a panty shot. "Pathetic," mumbled Izuku under his breath, before sending it under the form of text. "Wah, or not turned on. You gay." Toga typed back. As much as Izuku wanted to reply "no you," he knew that the brilliant hero killer Mightless would never write such a primitive comeback, so instead he thought off something much more juicy. "No you. That'll show her," Izuku said to himself. "No you, and her mom gay." Toga replied. "Oh, so we're playing that game, huh? Well then," Izuku cracked his fingers. Dad lesbian, sister mister, granny a tranny, brother a mother." Izuku typed out faster than lightning. "Got anything you like to add?" Izuku said with a vibrant smile. "You hot? Not." Toga replied. "Okay, you got me," Izuku said, typing it down. "Well, that sure was weird," Toga replied. "It was a good time ender though." Izuku replied. "Not a bad way to make time pass, knowing that we're not ending anyone today. Actually, I do have plans for the day." Toga replied. Izuku lifted an eyebrow. "Really? Indulge me," he retyped. After that, he could see the Love Kaliko T0 Ga is typing. Text appear on screen for minutes on end, like she was writing an entire novel or something. It was clear she was nervous about something and couldn't say it. "Whatever it is, just make it simple," Izuku typed, trying to make things easier. "Would you go on a date with me?" Toga typed out moments later. Izuku was stunned by her comment. Not because she asked him out on a date, but because she took so long to answer him. From experience, she was always the kind of girl that was shameless and unpredictable. Seeing this side of her was really a surprise. "Okay, at what time? And where?" he asked back. "Does Sunbucks sound good?" "Nowhere too major. And it's not like I can afford the fancy places either," replied Toga. Izuku hesitated for a moment. He liked the girl, just not to that point. Okay, maybe to that point. But he hasn't really felt comfortable revealing such information. Having her confess just seemed odd to him. 2 p.m., I'll be waiting," Izuku replied. "Sweet, see ya here." She texted back almost instantly. Izuku arrived 1 hour early at Sunbucks because he wanted to surprise her, but to his surprise, she was already there. "Heya, Izuku," Toga called out. Izuku went to her seat, admiring her outfit. She was wearing a beanie and pink sunglasses, with a denim jacket with a tight black shirt under that says "Don't read if you're a guy" written on the breed area, which was ironic since that was the first thing he saw and read in white skinny jeans. "Wow Toga, looking good," Izuku replied. "Thanks, picked out everything myself," replied Toga, tilting her head and giving Izuku a heartwarming smile. The two of them ordered a drink. Izuku a mocha latte and Toga a iced cappuccino. While waiting for their drinks, Izuku saw the waiter's name tag and instantly recognized the guy. "Hey, wait a minute, isn't that someone you know?" asked Toga, confused. "Eloriel? Like the handsome hero Eloriel? I thought I ended the guy." "I don't recall you ever dealing with no Eloriel," replied Toga. "That was a long time ago, before I even became a villain," replied Izuku. "Really, shouldn't attacking a hero automatically make you a villain?" asked Toga. "Well, I think stabbing the dude in the chest was what begun my life as a villain," he answered. "Really now?" Well, tell me, what were you like before you decided to don the persona of Mightless? Asked Toga. Izuku shushed her the second she mentioned his villain name. What are you doing? Do you want to give away my identity? Asked Izuku, whispering. Toga leaned back. Sorry, she said quickly, making sure no one else heard her. However, the waiter gave the two a very suspicious look. You look familiar, he said, giving Izuku a suspicious look. Izuku, trying his best not to make direct eye contact, tried to lie and say that he doesn't recognize the man, but in doing so, nearly fell over. The waiter, seeing this, extended his hair to help the kid up. Toga, on the other hand, just watched the two and chuckled. As Eloriel helped up the kid, he wrapped his hair around his waist to prevent him from moving and started to examine him. I really feel like I've seen you somewhere, he said. Izuku, looking towards Toga, moved his lips, praying that she was a good lip reader. Toga, help me, was what he tried to say. Toga, on the other hand, flashed a thumbs up. Izuku, thinking she got the picture, felt a sign of relief. At least, he did for a second. Then it all went away as she pulled out her phone and took a picture. Toga, stop. No picture. I swear to God, if you take a picture and send it back to the League, I'll, Izuku whispered. What was that? Eloriel said in a suspicious tone. Suddenly, a voice was heard from inside the shop. Hey Jin, stop intimidating our customers and get back to work, yelled the manager, who came to sort everything out. Suddenly, Eloriel, letting go of Izuku, quickly ran to apologize with his boss. Izuku, letting out a huge breath as he wiped off the sweat from his forehead with his sleeves, ran to Toga, who recorded the whole thing, giggling. Come on Toga, we're going, Izuku said in a salty tone. Oh, don't be a baby, Izuku, you know it was funny, she said, showing him the image with the caption, me when I don't cut my hair for a year versus my friend who didn't cut his hair yesterday, written on it. That's not funny, Izuku said, although he really couldn't hold back a chuckle. Hey, you laughed, Toga pointed out, playfully shoving him. Izuku scratched the back of his head. Okay, it was a little funny. Wow, they really stepped up their game with the special effects. That scene with the Zodiac Ender impaling the guy, it looked so real, commented Toga, stepping out of movie theater with Izuku. Yeah, the movie itself was so-so though, Izuku commented. I mean, they really downplayed the genius behind the guy. A man who was never caught to this day, made a background character to some stupid heroes. Izuku was always a wuss when it came to horror movies. In fact, he assumed Toga took him to one because she knew that those kinds of films terrified him. Although, he was surprised at how boring the movie was if you were afraid of jump scares. In fact, halfway through the movie, he recalled falling asleep and leaning onto Toga, the kind of thing that would happen when watching romance films. Hey, look at that, an arcade. It's been a while since I've been to one of those, Toga said, running towards the entrance while Izuku was dragged along. Wait a minute, Toga. I'm still not finished with my popcorn. I paid like 700 yen for it, Izuku yelled as he got dragged along, spilling a trail of buttery popcorn. Inside the arcade, Izuku excused Toga and headed to the bathrooms. Took him longer than usual though, number 2, go figure. When coming out, however, she was nowhere to be seen. Worried, he ran around the place, yelling her name. Suddenly, he saw a huge crowd gathered near the Dance Dance Revolution machine. Pushing through the crowd, the corners of his mouth lifted as he witnessed his date at her most elegant. Wow, this girl is kicking ass. Not only did she just beat Trix, the best dancer around here, but she's about to insert her name to the top of the leaderboard. Izuku was mesmerized as Toga elegantly twisted and spun with grace. He can feel her passion, energy as she matched the on-screen model perfectly, like it was her shadow. One move after another executed flawlessly as her opponent struggled to keep up. 992-0, 993-0, 994-0. 995-0. She was about to get a perfect million. No, she was about to get over a perfect million. The crowd cheered as she danced like a fairy in the wind. The song was nearing its end, and the crowd was counting down to her perfect million score. 996-0, 997-0. Izuku counted along. 998-0, 999-0. Toga heard him. She smiled. Izuku noticed. He smiled back. 1-0-0-0-0-0-0. The crowd cheered. As they were cheering for her, however, Izuku suddenly remembered. Running in like she was about to die, he cried out. You're missing one more, Izuku said as everyone noticed a sudden last arrow falling. As Toga realized it, however, Izuku ran in, stepping on the tile at the exact right time. 1-0-0-0-0-0-1. Congratulations, the announcer in-game said. The room went silent. Then a loud cheer was heard as the crowd threw the two in the air. Toga, while airborne, looked at Izuku with a grateful expression drawn on her face. As the two got down, they hugged each other. Thanks, Toga whispered. No prob, Toga, Izuku replied as the two turned to the crowd and bowed. As they continued down the road, sakura blossoms started to pop up more and more, and before they knew it, they were in the middle of a pink petal rain. As Izuku and Toga traveled down the path, a group of people followed in the shadows, spying on them almost. Wow, I didn't realize that the sakuras were blossoming early this year. It's really beautiful, don't you think, Toga? Asked Izuku. Looking at Toga, however, he noticed that she was taking on a more somber tone. Yeah, they really are. Beautiful. Hey, Toga, are you alright? Asked Izuku. Toga turned to him with a crooked smile, like she was trying to hide something. And no, it's fine, Toga replied. Toga, are you really trying to hide something from me? Izuku asked. You know I'm a master of deducing. Toga's hands trembled. It's just, come on, say it, mumbled the spies, looking at them from a distance. Come on, Toga, just say it, Izuku said. Suddenly, Toga hugged him out of the blue, clutching his chest. I never took pleasure in anything else other than watching others suffer. And even though they never say it outright, I know there isn't anyone in the league that actually likes me. It's either out of fear or pity, and I don't blame them, as I like messing with them on a daily basis. For someone like you, despite everything I put you through, to still put up with someone like me, I'm so happy I finally found a destined friend. My soulmate, if you will, Toga said as tears of joy streamed down her face. Oh my god, this is actually happening. Another one of the spies whispered in excitement. Toga, Izuku muttered in shock. I never knew I meant so much to you. You didn't before. I wanted to bug you for as long as I could until you two decided you had enough of me. After all, no one would want to be friends with a sadist, right? It's just an obsession that I can't help. A curse that drives me to always be alone, treating people like playthings. But you accepted me, put up with me and everything. Izuku, I started off seeing you like another toy to mess with, but now I see you like a person. But now, I don't know what to do. It's been so long since I've talked to someone I felt on my level, someone with feelings I don't want to hurt. I've tried to interact with you, but all I can muster was the occasional thanks. Toga continued. Izuku, low. Before Toga could finish, however, Izuku hugged her close, embracing her in his warmth. I know, Izuku said, making an unintentional reference on the way. Izuku, Toga uttered. And thus, the two kissed each other, locking mouths for the first time under the sakura trees and the glistening sunset. Yes, a sudden cheer was heard as the pursuers hopped out of cover. Kurogiri, Dabai, what in the blazes are you two doing here? Asked Izuku. We wanted to see how the date went, explained Kurogiri, so we followed you. The entire league followed you too. What? Toga shouted out. Yeah, Spinner, Magni and Twice were at the cafe. Mustard and Muscular were at the theater and Mr. Compress and Moonfish were at the arcade. How much of our date did you manage to observe? Izuku said in a mixed angry and shocked tone. Kurogiri, a tad bit nervous, mumbled out. Oh, a bit. Toga and Izuku looked at each other. I'm murdering Dabai, said Toga. Then I'll take Kurogiri, replied Izuku. The two villains, knowing what's to come, started to run as our couple chased them off to the sunset. A real oddball ending to their date. Having woke up late, Izuku ran rapidly downstairs and out the door, not even saying good morning to his mother. He needed to make it to school early to set up for the assassination of his homeroom teacher. All for One was nice enough to tell him the new quirk he received this time around, so Izuku didn't need to get punched by Katsuki again to figure out what his new quirk was. Still a mile left from his meet-up spot where Toga should be waiting. He decided to immediately try out his new quirk in order to prepare. Leaping into the air, he channeled his newfound quirk's ability, forming two miniature cyclones under his feet, boosting his speed as he hovered a good 4 inches above ground level, cruising down the street at the speed of a bicycle, closing in on Yuuei. He saw that the buses have already arrived and were waiting at the school door. Remembering which one he was getting in, he walked up to bus number 105 as the door automatically opened, revealing Toga as the driver. Are all the preparations finished? Asked Izuku. Just waiting in you, boss, replied Toga. All right, remember your assignment? Izuku asked to the back seat. Crystal clear, two voices responded. All right, then sit things out for now. I'll warn you if anything goes wrong, replied Izuku. Class started like normal, math, history, lunch break, the usual. Mid-break, Izuku contacted his squad, signaling that it was time to take action, as today was their special hero training course. Arriving in class, Aizawa seemed more lively than usual. Today will be an especially special course, from flood simulations to earthquakes. We are currently dealing with rescue training. He explained. Sounds like another rough day, commented Denki. Also, it's up to you whether or not you want to wear costumes, as some are ill-suited for these kinds of activity. The site is sort of remote, so we will be going by bus, continued the bag-eyed teacher, so good luck to all. As Izuku made his way outside with the rest of the class, Ochako ran up to him, confused why he didn't wear his costume. Oh, my costume. It got destroyed by Katsuki, so I'm wearing my gym uniform instead. It's a lot more mobile and versatile after all, Izuku explained. Ada, being the young wannabe teacher that he is, was directing everyone, ordering them to enter in an orderly fashion. As Midoriya entered, he noticed him, slumped over one of the seats after noticing it wasn't the kind of bus he thought it would be, embarrassed. As the bus started rolling, the students were chattering about all sorts of stuff, while Izuku stuck close to the driver, making sure she wasn't acting too out of line. Come to think of it, we never actually figured out what Izuku's quirk actually was. Izuku overheard Tsuyu's comment. Suddenly, most of the students turned to him, eager to see what he was capable of. Asui's right, we never actually seen him fight. He got exempted from the quirk examination, and all live feeds of him fighting during the combat training were lost because Katsuki blew up the cameras. Mina commented. Call me Tsuyu, replied the frog girl in the background. Suddenly, Izuku was surrounded by the entire class, waiting eagerly for him to show off what he was capable. Come on Izuku, show us. Everyone's seen everyone's quirk in action, including my hardening, so why don't you indulge us? Asked Kirishima. Hey, don't pressure him. It's his quirk, he decides when to use it, Ada said with authority. Without comment, Izuku formed a small tornado in the palm of his hand. Wind manipulation, pretty basic, but still cool, Izuku said. The rest of the class applauded at Izuku's performance. Can you use that wind to blow the girls' skirts upwards? Asked the perverted Minta, as he was strangled by every surrounding girls. Izuku blushed, scratching the back of his head as Ochako complimented him. Suddenly, the bus sped up by an additional 30 miles per hour, rocking everyone sideways. Hey, what the hell is the driver doing? Kirishima yelled as Izuku cursed, forgetting how jealous Toga could get. What is this? Universal Studios Japan. The class shouted in unison, in awe of the sheer scale and size of the complex they were going to be training in. Izuku looked around. There was a flood zone, a landslide zone, conflagration zone, etc. There isn't many things that can impress Izuku after all that he's been through, but this time, he could make an exception. Waiting for them at the center was their supervisor, 13. Welcome, Class A. Here, any disaster you can think of can be and has been recreated. I built this facility myself, and I call it. The hero explained, striking a dramatic pose. The unforeseen simulation joint. While the class admired the space hero, who was idolized by many, Aizawa walked up to the hero. Where's All Might? Shouldn't he be here by now? Asked Aizawa. Yeah, about that. He's reached his limit this morning during his commune, and is currently taking a breather in the break room. Explained 13. So be it, let's get started, Aizawa replied. 13 turned to the students. Now, before we get started, I have a point to share with you, or 2, or 3, or 4. A lot of points, we get it, thought Class A. Surely all of you know by now, my quirk is called Black Hole, a quirk that sucks in and rips objects apart. The dot-eyed astronaut started to explain. We've seen you use it to save people in all sorts of disasters, commented Ochako. However, my power could easily be used for ending, and I am sure a lot of you are the same. In this super-powered society, quirks are heavily controlled and monitored, but as stable as this system is, we must not forget, people will die should we misuse our quirks. Through Aizawa's physical test, you found your hidden potential. Through All Might's battle training, you learned of the danger your quirk can unleash. This class will show you a new perspective, where you will learn to use your quirks to save people. Powers aren't meant to harm. And today is the day we teach you how to use them to save people. 13 continued. Izuku felt nauseous hearing her speech though, as she only mentions about quirks. While his plans didn't change, he hoped to see at least someone in Yuuei that had the idea that just maybe, quirks aren't everything and you can still be a hero without one. But by now, it was clear, even pro-heroes only believed in the power of quirks, not that of the individual. Alright, now, if you may, it's time we get started, Aizawa said. Meanwhile, in the control room, the security guards we found taken down, as Arena and Sachai locked the door behind them. So, according to Izuku's plan, we are to wait until he gives the signal, then we need to crank up the power of every zone to max. Arena commented. On a yacht in the middle of the flood zone and Toga came out. She retrieved a walkie-talkie and proceeded to give the signal. Showtime. Though Izuku. Suddenly, as the students were about to head off, Aizawa noticed a black portal appearing behind Izuku. His eyes widened as a man covered in black mist came out, grabbing Izuku by the neck. What the hell? What's going on? Izuku cried out. His acting was so realistic that everyone turned to he started to back away. What is this? Some sort of staged event? Asked some of the students. No, everyone, huddle up and evacuate. This isn't a drill, Aizawa yelled out, taking up a much more serious tone. What's going on? Asked Ida. This is a villain attack, Aizawa cried out. They got one of the students, 13 pointed out. I know, Aizawa said, charging towards the shadowy villain. Kirigiri. Izuku whispered soft enough so that only he could hear it. On it, Kirigiri responded as he wrapped his portal around the entire group. It was your mistake to huddle up, Kirigiri commented as the entire class was swallowed up by darkness. Aizawa, seeing their entire class disappearing, found out that he was now all alone against the villains. He let off a pissed-off look as he glared at Kurogiri, standing at where the class used to be. Where did you send them? Aizawa cried out in anger. Don't worry, they've been dispersed across the facility, where the simulations are supposed to take place. Don't worry, my subordinates will take care of them, Kurogiri said in a maniacal tone, holding a knife to Izuku's throat to prevent Aizawa from deactivating his quirk. Don't worry, I'm not here to end any of them, only you. Now, if you want to see this kid alive, head to the flood zone. And with that, Izuku was dragged into the portal as Aizawa clenched his fist and ran at top speed to the flood zone. Hang on, Izuku, I'm coming. Meanwhile, the other students were in the heart of the simulation joints. Momo, Kaminari, and Jiru were stuck in the landslide zone that was raining down boulders like an avalanche. Ada, Mina, Shoji, and Siro were warped to the wildfire zone, where flames were raging even stronger than an erupting volcano, while Kirishima, Todoroki, Ajiro, and Toru got sent to the earthquake zone. Achako, Minda, and Tsuyu were stuck in the middle of the conflagration zone, where most of the building were raging with flames, and Kota, Sada, Yuga, and Takoyami were trapped in the blizzard zone, where the raging icy wind, hitting their raw skin, threatened to generate frostbites within seconds. It can't be. I didn't design any of these joints to work this ferociously. I'm supposed to have a staff to keep these things from being lethal death traps. What are they doing, for God's sake? 13 watched helplessly from the room as the students were struggling to stay alive from the very natural disasters they were meant to jump into. Back at the control room, Irina sat back with a bucket of popcorn, watching the pandemonium unfold before her eyes, smiling sadistically as the students were struggling for survival. Yo, Rina, you sure you don't want to have a go? One button and boom. You can send a boulder crashing down on these kids. Another one and boom. Another building collapses on them. It's freaking awesome, Sachai said, fiddling with the controls. No, I'd rather sit back and enjoy the fireworks, she replied with a mouthful of popcorn. Fine, suit yourself. Hey look, isn't that the eraser head fellow we are supposed to be taking down? Sachai noticed. Well, I'll be damned, it is, Irina said, pointing at Aizawa, running to the flood zone. Looks like everything is going according to plan, Izuku said, coming out of a portal that Kurogiri formed behind the duo. Walking to the communications station, he picked up a phone and dialed Toga's number. Everything is ready, asked Izuku through the phone. Yup, all set. Hey boss, the guy's swimming to rescue you, Sachai pointed out. Alright, it's time, Kurogiri, send in the aqua unit, and Sachai, set the flood zone to max, wear him down until he reaches you, Izuku ordered, both at Sachai and at Kurogiri, whom he had communications with through his earpiece. Back with Aizawa, he had almost made it halfway to the boat, where he could hear Izuku, still being held captive by Kurogiri. Suddenly, the waves started picking up speed as he was plunged to the department several times, his body flung around like a scarecrow in the wind. What the hell? Is someone manning the controls? Why are the waves so damn strong? Suddenly, he felt a stinging pain on his ankle as he was dragged to beneath the depths. The water was stinging his eyes at first, and barrages of fists, fangs, and claws hit him from all sides. Shit, I'm surrounded, Aizawa said, as his eyes started to get used to being underwater. Looking around, he saw about 7 enemies, all with mutation quirks that allowed them to outmaneuver him. As the villains surrounded him from all sides, Aizawa glared at one of them as that villain felt his gills closing. The villain tried desperately to swim up to air, but due to the waves, he was unsuccessful. 2 other aquatic creature quirk villain charged at Aizawa, punching him in the guts, face, etc. As the 2 were about to deliver their finishing blow, they noticed that their arms were tangled up by the band Aizawa kept around his neck. Just then, Aizawa stepped on one of the villain's face and pulled with all of his strength, tying the 2 villains up and had them sink to the bottom. Suddenly, a barrage of scales came flying at him, hitting him in the shoulder and releasing a cloud of blood into the water. One of the shark quirk users smelt the blood, as his bloodlust reached its peak, tackling Aizawa and slamming him into the hull of the boat, making him cough out blood. Aizawa looked behind him as the remaining 3 aimed at him with their quirks. One of them was about to launch a harpoon from his gun at him, another a water javelin, and the third was preparing for another scale barrage. Meanwhile, the shark face that had him pinned against the hull of the ship opened his mouth full of razor-sharp teeth. In a moment of hesitation, Aizawa ended up erasing the quirks of the 3 shooters, ridding them of their ability to breathe underwater as they held their breath for dear life, thrashing around wildly. Suddenly, he screamed out in pain as the shark bit into his shoulder. He heard the sound of bones cracking as blood spurted out of his right shoulder. What's worse, he was slowly losing consciousness due to the lack of oxygen, and that was the reason why he kept the shark user intact. Knowing that sharks breathe by extracting the oxygen and water through their gills, Aizawa bit into the gills of the shark, sucking out the air and making him let go of his shoulder, screaming in pain. Aizawa then proceeded to punch him in the eye, blinding him, before putting him in a headlock and slamming him into the hull of the ship, denting it and rendering the villain unconscious. He quickly swam to the surface, using what's left of his band to lasso the railing and climbing up to the ship's deck. Getting up to the main deck, he flopped to the ground, gasping for air and coughing out a mixture of water and blood, clenching his bleeding shoulder. He limped his way to the front, where he saw Izuku was being held captive. Making his way to the front deck, his eyes widened as he saw Izuku, lying on the floor, unconscious. Izuku! Aizawa cried out, running up to him. He seemed to be unconscious. In a mixture of panic and hope, he flipped him over, checking his pulse, then he checked the body for any wounds. Looking around, the villain was nowhere in sight. Letting out a breath of relief, he picked up the limp, unconscious body of Izuku. "Wake up, Izuku, we got to." Before Aizawa could finish, however, Izuku sprung back to life, jamming his fingers into Aizawa's open wound. In a roar of pain, Aizawa threw him off, only to have him do a flip midair and land on his feet. "Izuku, what is the meaning of this?" Aizawa said in confusion. Suddenly, his eyes widened as Izuku's body melted away, revealing that of a young, blonde girl. "Surprise, you just got duped, Mr. Hero." She laughed maniacally as a portal appeared behind her. What is this?" Aizawa dropped to the ground, dizzy from blood loss. "Don't you see? All of this, every single step we took, it was never for the students. No, all of this was for you," explained Kurogiri. "You bastard. So you planned all of this just to end one lanky 30-year-old man?" asked Aizawa in a defeated tone. Kurogiri responded with a laugh. "Of course not. There's no way I could have planned anything of this level. Nay, the one who plotted your assassination was. Don't you dare say it," Izuku yelled through the mic, causing Kurogiri to jerk his head to the side a bit. "Mightless," Kurogiri said, not letting up his diabolical act. "Who?" the injured hero asked in bewilderment. "I'm not surprised you don't recognize the name. After all, he has never made any public appearances. Although, does Grim Reaper ring any bell?" asked Kurogiri. Aizawa smirked. "Huh, so that mysterious serial ender is behind this, huh? Figures he would have joined an organized group such as yours," replied Aizawa, sitting on the ground cross-legged. "Well, now this is just sad. No struggle, no tears, no nothing," asked Toga. "A true hero must always be ready for death at any time. I may not have fulfilled my rescue mission, but Lord knows I tried," Aizawa said stoically. "Thus, I have no regrets, just finish me off." "Very well then, farewell, Eraserhead," Kurogiri said, as he and Toga walked through the portal, pressing the detonator in the process. Suddenly, the entire bottom of the boat exploded right as the portal closed. Aizawa, sitting in place, looked into the sky and smiled as the flames slowly made their way towards him, engulfing him completely. Back at the control room, Izuku laughed sadistically as he witnessed the death of his own teacher. The portal that Kurogiri made opened behind them as Toga leapt through it and into Izuku's arms. "Witty idiot. Eraserhead is erased and dead." Toga cheered happily as she hugged Izuku. "I gotta say, it was really cool seeing everything fall into place," replied Kurogiri. "Yeah, I mean, from hijacking the command room to leading Aizawa alone into a death trap, I don't think that we have ever pulled such a successful assassination in the league." Irina cheered, high-diving everyone, before grabbing Izuku by the collar. "Now where's my damn promotion?" "Ooh, the promotion can wait," said Sachai with a concerned voice. "Look." Izuku's eyes widened, looking through the screen. Somehow, in some way, defying all logic, Aizawa survived. But not only that, something was carrying him. Wait, isn't that the Nomu that was supposed to be watching the front door to hold off All Might in case he shows up? What's he doing here? Toga asked. Suddenly, Izuku's eyes filled with rage as he saw the man riding the Nomu, getting off it and walking to Aizawa. Shigaraki. Meanwhile, on the outside, Shigaraki looked down upon the unconscious Aizawa. "I always sickens me when someone is doing my job. I hate it. All of it. Those who steal my thunder should burn in hell," Shigaraki said, reaching out for Aizawa, "especially when they try to steal my end." Touching Iwasa's left forearm, his skin began to decay, exposing his muscle tissues. "Did you really think you were going to die a quick and merciful death, Eraserhead? Even though you're unconscious, I'll make sure your death will be as painful as possible." Suddenly, a stream of ice came flying at Shigaraki and forced him to back off. Looking to his side, he saw Todoroki and Kirishima, slightly injured, with cuts and bruises, but mostly intact. "Stay away from our teacher, you creep," ordered Kirishima, charging in. "Nomu." Suddenly, the Nomu reacted, punching Kirishima with a rapid right jab. But thanks to his hardening, Kirishima withstood the hit, but was still sent flying. "Kai Kirishima." Aizawa started to regain consciousness. No. "My plan, it's falling apart," Izuku yelled, banging the control panel. Everyone else in the control room went dead silent. "So, now what?" asked Sachai nervously. "Now, we switch to plan B," Izuku replied, donning his signature mask and jacket and stepping out the door. Back with Shigaraki, Todoroki and Kirishima tried their best to subdue the Nomu, but to no success. However, Shigaraki was also forced to help his Nomu and provide him assist, unable to end off Aizawa. Stay away from them, Aizawa uttered weakly. Suddenly, Tsuyu dove in from behind, her tongue latching onto Aizawa. Shigaraki, seeing this, ran to catch her, but ended up stepping onto something sticky. Looking down, he saw that the ground was littered with purple balls. Unable to free himself, Aizawa suddenly felt really light as Ochako was seen in the distance, removing his weight and making him easier for Tsuyu to carry. Damn you, one after another. You just had to ruin it, didn't you? Shigaraki yelled out, before feeling a pulsing shock hit him from behind. Yeah, nailed him, cheered Denki, along with Momo and Gyro. Upon witnessing this, Shigaraki's eyes went bloodshot red with rage. Why is it that every time I try to do something, it has to be ruined? He yelled, punching the ground. Surrender, villain, you're surrounded, said Todoroki. Surrounded? Who gives a crap? Shigaraki yelled out, walking forwards mechanically in rage. Bring in all of Yuuei if you want. You won't be able to stop me as long as my Nomu is here. Suddenly, a huge blast of wind blasted the door open, as the shockwave sent everyone flying back, even the Nomu. And from the door came the silhouette of a muscular, blonde hero. The students smiled with glee as they cheered his name. All Might. Shigaraki gritted his teeth, violently scratching his neck till it bled. So you finally decided to show yourself, symbol of peace, he said with a hint of insanity. As this event occurred, Izuku, now known as Mightless, sat by on the support beam of the room, observing everything from a distance. You've really effed us over, Shigaraki. I hope you're happy, he commented. Next to him was Sachai in Arena, looking down at the battlefield. So, boss, what exactly is Plan B? Just asking, asked Sachai. Shush, I'm concentrating, replied Izuku. I anticipated failure as a possible outcome, but failure by betrayal. No one could have seen such a thing coming. Yeah, just what was Shigaraki thinking? Does he have some sort of vendetta against you? Asked Arena. That's what we're going to find out. The students cheered in joy at the appearance of All Might, who quickly ran to Aizawa, checking his wounds. Damn, Aizawa, they messed you up really bad, didn't they? Asked All Might. Ha, guess you can say that I've seen better days, he weakly replied. So fast, commented Maita. Anyhow, All Might said, turning to Shigaraki, I have a villain to take care of. I'll help, exclaimed Kirishima. But he was stopped. No, you kids went through enough. Rather, go find and evacuate the rest of the class. I'll take things from here. Upon hearing this, Shigaraki started to chuckle. What's so funny? Asked All Might. Oh, nothing. It's just the mere thought of you being able to defeat the Nomu, after all. Shigaraki said with a devilish glare. You're getting weaker, aren't you? Hearing those words seemed to trigger All Might. How did you know? All Might asked. Let's just say I was informed by a certain somebody, replied Shigaraki, but that doesn't matter. Suddenly, the Nomu charged at him. Because you're going to die right here and now. The Nomu landed a devastating hit, sending All Might flying back, smashing into a wall. So fast, Todoroki exclaimed in shock. Not even I could track it, Kirishima uttered. This is truly a fight beyond our league. As the dust settled, All Might was revealed, standing strong, with a heavily bruised arm. Barely a minute left. But I got no choice, I must finish this, thought All Might. Shigaraki saw that the students were distracted, and took advantage of the opportunity to charge at them. Why? Because, shit, he's coming right for us, yelled Maita. I am the symbol of peace. Suddenly, with blinding speed, All Might charged straight at the Nomu, clashing fists with the beast. The shockwave from the clash was enough to repel Shigaraki as he leapt back, catching his balance, unlike the students, who were struggling to stay balanced, some even falling over. Izuku, watching the fight from a distance, analyzed the situation. A head-on assault. Though Izuku, it's useless. He's got shock absorption, haven't you noticed? Asked Shigaraki. Yes, I have, All Might replied, not even looking at him. As the two beasts exchanged a barrage of fists, Izuku noticed something about his former hero. This bastard, he isn't just swinging randomly. Every single hit. Nomu noticed that somehow, even though he was supposed to be practically immune to this sort of harm, he was sustaining damage. Is done with 100% of his strength. Slowly, All Might's wave of fists was overwhelming the Nomu. That was slowly getting pushed back. You claim he has shock absorption, right? Absorption, and not nullification. Then that must mean it has a limit to how much it can take. Built to surpass me at my full power. Then I'll just have to go beyond that, All Might exclaimed, pounding the Nomu. As the other students started cheering for him, All Might noticed the rest of Class A, rooting for him of the balcony at the second floor. Next to them is an injured 13. It was a pain getting through my own disasters, but damn was it rewarding, commented 13, wiping off some sweat on his forehead. All Might smiled as the Nomu was slowly reaching his limit. With one strong punch, he was able to unbalance the Nomu, leaving him open for an attack. Tell me, villain, Have you ever heard these words? All Might asked the dazed beast. Go beyond. Suddenly, a silhouette was seen running into the fight, followed by another, much taller one. Plus ultra. Suddenly, a portal appeared right in the spot where All Might was supposed to punch, redirecting the punch into his own guts. Coughing out a carpet of blood, he was sent flying back. Right on time, said Mightless. Mightless, I was wondering when you'd show up, Shigaraki said in a salty tone, only to be ignored by the two reinforcements. Hey, who's the new guy? Asked Todoroki. All Might just got sent flying and that's what you're worried about? Asked Kirishima. Don't worry, he's All Might. He'll be fine. But now, let's finish off this Nomu. Yeah, it looks like it's nearly at its limit. We can do this, said Mainta. Oh really? Near its limit? Kurogiri. Izuku ordered. Right away, Kurogiri replied, passing him a syringe of black liquid. The trigger drug does wonders on quirk users. Now let's see what it can do to a beast with multiple quirks, said Mightless, running towards the Nomu that was on its knees, panting. Hey, that villain is doing something to the Nomu, Ochako pointed out. Oh it, Kirishima said, running in to try and stop him. Followed by Todoroki, even some other students jumped in to help, but were too far away. Kirishima swung at Mightless with his arm, but he used a combination of martial arts and air current to block his hit. He then tripped him with a leg sweep and, by creating a small tornado on the back of his elbow, Rocket punched Kirishima in the chest, sending him flying back. Todoroki I sent a wave of ice at him, but Mightless leapt into the air with elegance and threw 3 throwing knives at him. The knives, however, flew upwards, not hitting anyone. Turning to Ochako, Mightless made a mad dash to take out the support, but his ankle got grabbed by Tsuyu, who flung him into Kirishima's fist, punching him in the stomach and sending him flying back. Checkmate, uttered Mightless as Kirishima suddenly noticed that he just knocked him into the down Nomu. As Ida and Takoyami caught up, they all ran towards the Nomu, making a mad dash. But it was too late, and Izuku had already injected the drug into the beast. Suddenly, the Nomu reanimated, unleashing a piercing scream unheard of by man. Suddenly, with blinding speed, as if it had teleported, the Nomu appeared behind the hero trainees, and, with a single swing of his fist, created a shockwave, subduing nearly all of them. Such power, such speed. We can't win, uttered Kirishima. The other students were also paralyzed by fear, unable to do anything. After staring at the crowd, however, something inside Mightless started to burn up. Is this really all you've got, heroes? This is just pathetic. Where's your fighting spirit? What happened to the lively lot that were so naive that they could be heroes? Come on, I didn't come here for this. Someone, anyone, get up and throw a damn punch, he yelled out. No response. He let out a sigh. So this is how a hero dies. Nomu and Aizawa and let's scram, he said in a much more calm voice. There was no opposition either, as almost everyone was on the ground, unable to even lift a finger. As they walked up to Aizawa, however, one lone hero stood in between the Titan and his master. Stop right there or maybe not, uttered a scared Mainta. His legs were shaking violently and he wasn't moving a muscle. It almost made Izuku feel kinda sorry. For a second there, he even saw himself, quaking in fear in front of Kaken. That though, however, pleased him. Not so tough now, are you? Now that I'm the one bullying you, Izuku let out. What? Asked Miners, confused. Nothing, just flashbacks getting the better of me. Anyways, Nomu, and the baby first, Mightless ordered as he was about to. But suddenly, out of nowhere, All Might came out of the rubble, landing a heavy blow to the Nomu. Never, fear, All Might was uttering weakly, showing signs of fatigue. For I am here, he yelled out triumphantly as he tried to stop the Nomu. The hit, however, didn't do squat as Nomu picked up All Might by the arm he hit him with and started to beat him like a sandbag. Mightless, upon witnessing this, started to laugh maniacally. Ha ha, how does it feel, All Might? The number 1 pro hero, reduced to a punching bag. Suffer, cry, die. Mightless laughed in a way that made even Shigaraki swallow nervously. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a voice was heard. Leave All Might alone. It was Izuku, running in, nailing Mightless in the face and sending him flying backwards. What the hell is going on? Asked Sachai in the distance. Why are there 2 Izukus? Come, plan B is concluded, we're leaving, ordered Kurogiri. What? Hey, Shadow Dude, explain, Sachai asked, to no response. Back with Izuku and Izuku, the villain tried to get back up, but was slammed to the ground once again. All of other students watched in awe while Shigaraki just stared in confusion. What is happening? Shigaraki asked himself as Izuku was opening a can of whoop-ass on Mightless, sending him flying back into Nomu. Another one to crash the party. Do you really think you can vanquish my Nomu alone? Asked Mightless. Izuku grinned. Who said I was alone? Suddenly, a bullet flew in, hitting the Nomu in the eye as he cried in pain. It's the pro heroes, cheered Minta. What? Shigaraki yelled out. Suddenly, all the pro heroes arrived, charging in to save the students, Aizawa and All Might. Meanwhile, Mightless grabbed Shigaraki and ran. Nomu, hold off the heroes while we escape. This is my final order. The Nomu agreed, letting out a menacing rai and charged blindly at the heroes. As explosions and destruction rang in the distance, Mightless and Shigaraki hopped into the escape portal, which led to a helicopter piloted by Spinner, flying the two, along with Kurogiri, Irina and Sachai off. The duo took a minute to take a breather as they flew off into the horizon. Back at the hideout, Izuku explained to Sachai and Irina what Plan B was. So to clarify, the reason we were ending Aizawa was because he was suspecting that you were Mightless, so in case we failed the assassination, Plan B was to send in Toga, disguised as you while you make your first appearance and intro. So then, Aizawa would see you and your villain identity in the same spot, thus clearing his suspicion. And it would also skyrocket your already high reputation, gaining more and more heroes' trust so that you can backstab? Correct? Asked Sachai. That's pretty much it, yes, replied Izuku. That's genius, replied Sachai. Now, let's deal with the reason why we needed to resort to Plan B in the first place, Izuku said, turning to Shigaraki. Shigaraki, noticing that everyone in the room was turning on him, took on his rebuttal. Well, I needed to prove that I was better than. Better than what? Exactly. Speak the truth, we all want to hear it. Shigaraki clenched his fist. It's because you were stealing my thunder, okay? People think that I'm not good enough anymore. Instead, they're all, oh, look at this kid. He's so special because he has no quirk. It's infuriating. Izuku looked at him with the eyes of a disappointed father. So you sabotaged our mission to inflate your ego. No, I sabotaged your mission because what? Izuku cut off. Have you been hiding something from me? Suddenly, Shigaraki lunged at him. Why you? It shouldn't be you. I'm all for one's next user. Do you hear me? Tomurashigara. Suddenly, two portals appeared, warping away his arms. Irina took out a tiny battle axe keychain that became as big as a regular battle axe. Magni slammed him to the ground with his magnet and he got pinned by all the other villains in the room. Inherit all for one. Me as the new successor. Sounds fun. Izuku grinned. Sensei, please help me, cried Shigaraki as tears welled up in his eyes. Suddenly, he could hear his voice, talking in his head. Sorry, Tamura, but you have failed me for the last time. Izuku looked down upon Shigaraki with pitiful eyes. What a shame, you spent all these years wanting that quirk, and now everything you worked for, everything you dreamt of, your League of Villains, belongs to me, take him away. Izuku yelled. No, you can't do this to me. You can't do this. Sensei, please, save me. I can still be useful. Shigaraki cried in desperation as he was getting dragged away by his former comrades. Spinner, Magni, somebody, anyone. The last thing Shigaraki saw, however, was Izuku, smiling sadistically and waving him bye-bye as he was being taken away. Shigaraki's voice faded in the distance. As Shigaraki was taken away, Kurogiri turned to Izuku. So what now, boss? From one dark alley to another, the faint sounds of one's footsteps could be heard, faintly muffled under the sound of rain lashing against the pavement. A frantic panting can be heard, accompanying this symphony of desperation as a formerly great villain and leader ran from his former colleagues. His body, battered and bruised, aching from torture wounds, would have made you believe he was a victim to the League of Villains rather than its former leader. The waves of raindrops soaked what was left of his dark robe, moisturizing his dried, wrinkled skin and keeping fresh wounds from closing. He didn't stop his panicked sprint, though, as he could hear the sound of his pursuers dead behind him. Get him. Don't let the traitor escape, yelled one of his pursuers, letting his nearby companions know that he found him. Soon after that, another silhouette jumped down from the rooftops, his body shifting mid-fall as he blocked the escape route of our former villain. You've got guts, ending two of our men and bolting, but did you really think you can escape us? Asked the chaser. His target remained silent, too scared to even utter out a single word. Don't worry, we won't end you. We have much better uses for you. The now gargantuan ape of a man stood above him, swinging at him with his massive arm. Now, it's time to go to sleep. Suddenly, the gorilla villain felt an indescribable pain coming from his left arm, where he supposedly hit his mark. His eyes panicked as his left arm started to crumble, getting completely reduced to dust. Just then, the scrawny, broken, ex-fearless leader charged forward, placing his palm on his foe's forehead. Screams of agony could be heard as the beast man's head's flesh peeled off, leaving a human skull crumbled to dust seconds later. The limp, lifeless corpse flopped to the ground as Shigaraki rubbed his right arm, where he had taken the hit. Broken, he thought, as he then continued to limp away. Reaching the more illuminated parts of town, Shigaraki hurried to make it out into the open. At this point, he knew it was either getting turned into another mindless soldier or getting arrested. and frankly, even he knew which one was the better option. But of course, before he could reach the exit, he was stopped by another attacker. Great. Now you escaped and ended one of our search party participants. You've really done it, haven't? Suddenly, a throwing knife came flying out of the dark, stabbing the guy right through the head. The dead corpse of the villain staggered back a little bit, before collapsing into a pile of trash. Shigaraki, looking around fearfully, attempted to call out of help, but couldn't muster up the energy to even form any words. Suddenly, a silhouette jumped down from the roof. Shigaraki, attempting to run, tripped and fell into his back, staring fearfully at the stranger. "Who the heck are you?" asked the imposing figure. No response. "Well, hello, Mr. Hand on Face, the name's Stain." Back at the hideout, Izuku waited patiently for Toga's return, as well as conjuring up another plan. Kurogiri got curious and looked over at Izuku's notes. On his notebook, he saw an album of all the students from Class A, with scribbles all over them. "Wondering what I'm doing, huh?" asked Izuku, not even looking up. "Well, with you, this could literally mean anything," replied Kurogiri. "I have learned, with my experience in class, that they all want to become heroes for different reasons. And of course, as you know, the reason you seek to become a hero also make you into someone you think can be described as hero. In other words, the definition of hero varies in between students, and their ideals can still be influenced." Kurogiri was able to fill in the gaps. "You're looking to see which of these students seem trustworthy enough to recruit, aren't you?" asked Kurogiri. "Bullseye, Kurogiri, bullseye." Kurogiri's head extended out, wrapping around that of Izuku, attempting to get a better view of the notes. "Who do you think so far can we trust?" asked Kurogiri. Izuku let out a smile, pointing his pencil at Todoroki. "I haven't seen much of this kid, but I feel great, untapped potential coming from him." "The son of Endeavor?" asked the shadowy bartender. "It would be very interesting to see what a father would do when his son suddenly would want to end him," replied Izuku. "I don't recommend it," said a voice from the back. Izuku turned around, seeing Dabai entering the room. "Ah, Dabai, back from your nightly grind. How's it been?" asked Izuku. "You mentioned recruiting my brother. Don't do it. He may be the son of Endeavor, my dad also, but the one hero that he truly admires is All Might." Dabai continued. "Thoughts can change, Dabai, they can change." Izuku continued. Suddenly, through the door came Toga, lunging into Izuku's arms. "Izuku, I'm finally back." Toga replied in a much more excited tone than normal. "Whoa, easy there," Izuku said in a hint of surprise. Toga leaped into Izuku's arms like a dog waiting for his owner to return from work. Izuku fell onto the floor as Toga immediately started to strip him. Hey, Toga, what the hell?" asked Izuku. "A promise is a promise, Izuku. I kept up my end and behaved exactly like how you wanted me to. Now where's my end of the bargain?" asked Toga. "What are you saying?" Izuku asked in confusion. Suddenly, Toga's face went red with anger as she delivered a brutal slap across Izuku's face. "Izuku, you idiot," she yelled. Izuku, now with a palm-shaped red mark running down his face, turned to Toga, who pulled out her phone to play a recording. There were some words lost to the static, but then Izuku's voice was heard. "Now listen, Toga. When you take my place and save the day, I want you to behave exactly like me. Like, no turning away the girls, no sexual hints, just plain old innocent Izuku, for one whole day." "And what will I get if I do what I am told?" asked Toga in the recording. Then, as if said in a way to just make her do her job, Izuku's voice replied, "Then's we'll make love as soon as the mission's over, got it?" Izuku started to sweat nervously. Never recorded that." "Toga, you silly goose, you must have used your quirk to change your voice and fake a conversation." "Yeah, that's it," Izuku stuttered. Getting annoyed, Toga leaned in and kissed him in front of everyone. And Kurogiri, like the sicko that he is, made himself a drink and watched. Getting to school was very nerve-wracking for Izuku, mainly because he isn't sure what Toga has in store when she posed as him. Entering the class, he was greeted with cheers and applause. Most of his classmates ran up to him, congratulating him for his bravery. Achako even hugged his right arm, leaning against his shoulder. And several girls in the classroom were looking at him with dreamy eyes. "I have a girlfriend, you know," Izuku whispered as Achako suddenly remembered Toga and let go, embarrassed. The door opened as Aizawa, now covered in bandages, limped through the doorway. Most of the students turned to him, wondering if he should even be teaching in the state that he was in. "All right, everyone, take your seats," Aizawa said casually, as if nothing happened. "I hope you're doing well, Aizawa-sensei," some of the students commented, seeing his injuries. "My welfare isn't important. Right now, we have much more important businesses at hand," said Aizawa. Some of the students shuddered, expecting more villains. "The Yuuei Sports Festival is fast approaching," he announced. "Such an ordinary school thing. exclaimed some of the students. At the conference room, Inspector Tsukachi laid out some paperwork, explaining the results of his investigation to the pro-heroes. The man named Shigaraki has a quirk that disintegrates anything he touches. We've been through the list of men in their 20s or 30s, but no luck, he hasn't turned up, neither has the Warp Gate villain, explained the inspector. So what you're saying is we have a few unregistered quirk users to deal with? Asked Snipe. The inspector shook his head. Sadly, I fear we have much bigger problems to deal with, he said, opening a file as well as retrieving a vial from his pocket. We were finally able to get a clear image of the rumored Grim Reaper who's been ending all of our pro-heroes. We still have no data about his appearance, official size, weight, or even quirk, but what we do know is that he currently holds possession of this. He released a vial containing a black liquid. Isn't that trigger? All Might finished, cutting off Vlad. This quirk enhancement drug, while thought to be banned, seemed to have resurfaced, and sources suggest that Mightless might not only have still a truckload's worth, but would also have created variants with different effects, replied the inspector. Mightless? Asked Nezu. Kurogiri revealed the Grim Reaper's official codename. We've already registered him in the villains list, explained the inspector. Is there a possibility that he's the ringleader of this attack? Asked All Might. Judging by the other possibilities, I believe so. According to our sources, the three potential leaders we compiled were Kurogiri, Shigaraki, and Mightless, and out of these three, Mightless seems to be the most likely candidate. Unlike Shigaraki, he's calm and composed, even when his plans seem to go haywire, as if failing to end Aizawa was part of his plan. He only revealed himself at the last second, and from eyewitnesses' perspective, it seemed Shigaraki wasn't actually part of this attack, and just wanted to join, so he forced himself in, analyzed the inspector. So in other words, he's a man-child, said Midnight. Kurogiri was another potential leader, but seeing how he appeared first, I find that unlikely, especially considering how rare it is to see leaders put in the front line, continued the inspector. Perhaps we should prioritize on this Mightless fellow. If left unchecked, who knows how much chaos he might cause in the future? Asked Snipe. We would if we could, but as of now, all of us are in an awkward position. Villain attacks are becoming more and more frequent thanks to Mightless's influence. Many pro-heroes are already teachers and staffs here in Yuuei and in other schools, and most importantly, should this attack be broadcasted, which is likely, All Might will be forced into the battlefield to keep up his #1 hero reputation, and with his state, I doubt he would last out there, explained the inspector in an apologetic tone. You shouldn't worry about my state, said All Might. After all, I think I've found a suitable successor for my quirk. Sports festival. Wasn't there a villain attack just a few days ago? Asked one of the students. It is necessary to demonstrate that Yuuei's crisis management protocols are sound, replied Aizawa. Of course, there will be much more increased security. 5 times the police presence compared to last year, as well as a huge gathering of pro-heroes, thus preventing any form of villain attack from breaching us. We feel that this is necessary, considering the appearance of the recent League of Villains led by Mightless. Izuku felt a sense of pride hearing those words. Increasing security. Grouping up heroes. They must be scared shitless. He blushed, flattered by the indirect compliment given to him by his former target no less. The sports festival is one of Japan's biggest events after all. After the Olympics collapsed in popularity, it was the event that rose from its ashes, forming a national-scale event that's so important, attempts at hindrance can lead to sentences as severe as murder. Aizawa explained, giving off obvious exposition. I heard many participants were later taken under the wings of pro-heroes to be sidekicks, and many were unable to go solo and remain sidekicks for the rest of their career, replied Kaminari. That sounds like you, replied Gyro, pissing him off. So do your best, and show the world what the future generation of pro-heroes will be like. If you want to become pro-heroes, this will be your first step, Aizawa called out. After modern literature class, most of the students were stoked, excited for the upcoming event. Kirishima expressed his excitement with some of his classmates, while Ada and Ochako were looking for Izuku. Is he usually this hard to find? Asked Ochako. Not really, just look for that mass grouping of students and you'll usually find him, replied Ida. Mass grouping? The brunette asked back. Apparently, Izuku's now famous across the school for standing up to the villains and saving Aizawa, as well as protecting both us student and even All Might. Of course, that doesn't mean everyone's a fan. In fact, most people just assumes he got lucky, Ada said, pointing to Katsuki, sitting alone in the corner. Then there are students like Katsuki, jealous of the fame Izuku is hogging. Although, out of those people, I think he might be the only student that still tries to attack him, despite just getting out of suspension. The two met up with Izuku, heading towards the cafeteria, and caught up to him. Hey Izuku, Ochako called out. Oh, hey there Ochako, Izuku replied with a smile. You don't seem to be excited, despite the announcement of the sports festival. Why is that? She asked. I'm not alone on that, Todoroki didn't seem that stoked either, so why ask me? Replied Izuku. Well, Todoroki is just him. He's a real wad of mystery, unbelievably strong and always boasting that same emotionless face, explained the brunette. But why you? I thought you loved heroes. I do, really, but I dunno. Maybe because I just don't see them like I used to. Maybe because I'm growing up, explained Izuku. Hey now, no one's ever too old to be a hero. I mean, look at us. We're literally learning how to be heroes. Ida replied. Well, actually, coming to think of it, why do you want to be a hero anyway? Give me your answers first, Izuku replied, hesitating for a bit. Ida thought for a bit. Ever heard of the turbo hero Ingenium? Asked Ida. You mean your brother? Asked Izuku. Both Ochako and Ida froze, both for different reason. Wait, he's your brother? Ochako asked Ida in shock. Wait, how did you know he was my brother? Ida asked Izuku. I dunno, that similarities in appearance, your rich noble attitude, your matching last names. Izuku continued to list them off. Oh, I see, Ida replied. So, go on, what does your brother have to do with you being a hero? Asked Izuku. Well, I know this may sound childish, but I want to be like my brother when I grow up. I want to carry on his torch once he drops it. I want to grow up to become someone as important as him, and set the bar higher from the Ida family's reputation. Ida replied, in a slightly embarrassed way. Hey, there's no shame in following your brother, Ida. Izuku replied. Well, I guess. And you? Asked Ida, turning to Ochako. She remained silent. Ochako, Ida asked. Money, she replied nervously. Izuku felt a slight hint of anger at the reveal of her supposed greed. Sorry if it seems base and selfish. It's really embarrassing, especially compared to Ida's reason, she said, trying to hide her face in shame. Embarrassing. It's perfectly normal to seek a better lifestyle, Ida asked, waving his arms around, nearly slapping Izuku. Don't mention this to anyone, but I come from a poor family. They run a construction company, but things always seem to go downhill. I tried my best to help, but I always have that feeling of guilt that I'm the reason why Dad is working so hard, that he suffers for my same, she muttered. Izuku's anger subsided, as he now knows what she's truly after. So I'm going to be a pro-hero, so that Mom and Dad can live an easier life, she said valiantly. With her reason down, they turned to Izuku, asking for his reason. So, why do you want to be a hero? The two of them asked. Izuku looked downwards, the shadow of his hair covering his eyes. Villains, Izuku said firmly. Villains, as in capturing them. Do you have some kind of grudge? Asked Ochako. No, I want to help them, he replied. Wait, what? As in, no, not assist on their criminal activities, you dumbass. Izuku reassured Ida. Rather, when you stop and wonder, have you ever thought that at some point in their life, they were a young kid, just like us? Ochako and Ida thought for a moment. Come on, you can't seriously look at this world in such a black and white perspective. Izuku continued. Come to think of it, yeah, they are human after all. Ida thought for a moment. Exactly. Now, think for a moment. Why do you think villains fight? Asked Izuku. That question stumped the two classmates. For their entire life, they thought little for the villains they were gonna encounter, and now they were asked a full-blown pop quiz about them. Even Ida, one of the smartest students in class, couldn't answer the question. Izuku let out a sigh of disappointment, because they have no other choice. Geez, you two are slow, Izuku finally explained. No other choice, asked Ida. Do you think they attack people for no reason? They all have their individual motives, whether it's money, abuse, or just a mismanagement of quirks, explained Izuku. Yeah, so they are a danger to society. Hence why we must stop them, said Ida. Izuku made a noise imitating a buzzer in those quiz shows. Wrong again. They're a danger to society when they became villains. But at some point in their life, they could have been a law-abiding citizen. But whether it was an abusive family they were born in, or grief for their lost ones, or even despair driving them to insanity after they get their dreams crushed and laughed at, bullied by those who were stronger than him, they were driven to a point where they were forced to be aggressive. Hence, they are classified villains and beat down by the very heroes they have admired their entire lives. Heroes he believed in actually attacked them despite their past suffering. These are the people who need help, but never get any. But I'm different, and when it comes to a point where I have to say everyone has a chance in life, I will include even villains into that speech, Izuku explained. His classmates stood still. His revelation gave them a whole new perspective to look at. Izuku could hear them mumbling, probably trying to piece together their new information. I'll give you time to think about it. Meanwhile, I'm starved, Izuku said, heading off to the cafeteria. On his way to the cafeteria, however, he ran into Katsuki. Knowing he'd be pissed off, Izuku knew he didn't have the time to think up anything to ridicule him. Rather, he attempted to run past him. Apparently, Katsuki wasn't as pissed off as he thought, and Izuku ran right past him. Hold up for just 1 second, Deku, Katsuki yelled out as Izuku passed him. Izuku turned around, feeling uncomfortable hearing Katsuki yell in such a tone. It wasn't his usual pissed-off yelling, rather a much more authoritative command. "You called?" asked Izuku, turning around to face the blonde bomb of a student. "I wanted to ask you something concerning our fight," Katsuki ordered. Odd, he shouldn't remember anything involved in that fight. Recovery girl said that he would suffer memory loss from his hit to the head. Izuku thought. "What did you do?" asked Katsuki. "Excuse me," Izuku asked calmly, trying to hide his nervousness. "I can't seem to remember anything from the fight. Everything's a blur. But from what I can gather, you apparently beat me," Katsuki said, as himself voice got louder and angrier. Izuku grinned, reassured that Katsuki didn't remember jack. "I simply got lucky, that is all," Izuku replied. Katsuki slammed his fist against the wall, cracking it. "Bullshit. It's true, you slipped on a banana peel and fell over, hitting your head against the wall," Izuku said in a comical tone. "I never slip. And most importantly, I never lose. You broke my winning streak. So I want you get trained like hell. I want the satisfaction of crushing you even after 2 weeks worth of preparation. So don't slack off on me, got it?" asked Katsuki. "Got it, Kaken," replied Izuku, walking away casually. "Deku, what happened to you?" asked Katsuki. "That line was supposed to leave you shaking in your boots, but now you shakes them off as empty threats." Izuku stopped, not even looking back. "I've changed, Kaken, I've grown up," Izuku replied coldly. "And you should too." Suddenly, as if it was a dream, Katsuki said something Izuku was shocked to hear. It was around 7 p.m. back at the hideout. Sanchai playing darts by himself, shooting the board with his quirk rather than with actual throwing darts, allowing him to hit bullseye almost every time. Just then Izuku came through the door, like usual, covered in blood, with a toga quickly following. "I guess things went smoothly," Kurogiri asked. "They could have gotten better," replied Izuku, sitting down for a drink. "Everything all right, Izuku-kun?" asked Toga. "You've been awfully quiet." "Yeah, you would usually come back from your work really lively, giving life to the room," Sanchai commented. "Who knows? Guess I'm just real tired. Anyhow, I assume you're ready for another big raid?" asked Izuku. "Are we? We were born ready," Irina said out of the corner of the bar. "So, what's the big plan? Are we trashing the sports festival?" "Please tell me we're trashing the sports festival." Izuku shook his head, regaining his good old leader persona. "Nah, I have other plans in mind. In fact, Jurin is already preparing our new recruits for this special operation," Izuku explained. "Which is?" asked Sanchai. "A full-scale raid at the main hero headquarters." Izuku revealed his big surprise. The whole room went silent. "Wait, as in, the entire headquarters?" asked Twice. "Of course, after the USJ incident, the heroes have been scared shitless, hence why most of the top heroes will be watching the sports festival miles away from their HQ. That's when we will strike," Izuku explained. "And our objective?" asked Kurogiri. "The HQ is where some of the heroes hold some of the most dangerous weapons and drugs in Japan. From banned firearms to trigger drugs 5 times more effective than anything we have produced, as well as anti-quirk restraints and a file containing the most intimate data of every single registered pro heroes. That file is our main objective. Anything below that are side objectives. Then we must get preparing," said Sanchai. "Rightfully so. Sanchai, Irina, provide reconnaissance around the building. I want to know the schedule and when exactly is the building the least guarded. Twice, Spinner, I want you to assassinate a staff member of the HQ and acquire their blood. Toga, you will be in charge of sneaking into the building and unlocking any locked doors from the inside. Not even the staffs are allowed into the main computers, and I doubt we'd be able to take down and pose as a pro hero. So we're gonna have to go in by force and escape unnoticed. Mr. Compress, Magni, you two will be in charge of our escape vehicle, and Kurogiri, pour me drink," explained Izuku. "We have 2 weeks worth of prep time, got it?" "Yeah," the same words Katsuki said to Izuku echoed through his head, preventing him from sleeping. Izuku never thought Katsuki could say something like that. It's just so unexpected. Flashback. Katsuki's mouth opened, as all other sounds in the hall was muted out. Izuku froze to the shock of hearing his words. But they sound genuine, and he can feel Katsuki's sorrow. "Izuku." A single tear ran down his face. "I miss you." 2 weeks left until the grand event, the sports festival, and Izuku has already gotten the documents from the intel unit concerning their reconnaissance mission. The HQ is a gargantuan 80-story compound on the outskirts of town, surrounded by a 15-feet brick wall, with security patrolling around also 24/7. Although Twice and Spinner were able to successfully murder a staff member without being noticed. And Toga can now pose as said staff to freely access the first 30 floors of the building. Also, according to the intel unit, the main computers with the international hero file is located on floor 77. As such, the best method of escape is by helicopter. Hence, in order for them to barge in, steal the files and escape, they can't exceed the weight limit their current helicopter can carry. Luckily, Compress and Magni were able to fetch a cargo bomb. somehow, meaning that the limit to how many people to bring into this operation has now increased to 8. And since Sachai, Arena, Toga, Magni, and Compress are included into this calculation, that leaves 3 open slots for the heist. Luckily, Izuku had sent Jiren to recruit some fresh new units to the team. According to Kurogiri, Shigaraki was very picky in selecting his members and would often lash out whenever a new member gets selected without his consent. He wasn't happy after hearing, considering that he recently just escaped after ending Gordon, Darwin, Katz, and Shogi, 4 of his best men. 2 failed to keep him contained and 2 more died while trying to retrieve him. Today was the big day. The villains were designated to meet up at a warehouse, and Izuku, under the name Mightless, will now go meet them and discuss his plans. Wow, Jiren wasn't kidding. There really are a lot of eager volunteers. Though Izuku, looking into the warehouse from his vantage point. "Are you ready, sir?" asked Jiren. "Are my bodyguards in position?" asked Izuku. All Nomus are well hidden underneath the crates, and yes, they are all designed to counter each individual volunteer, and will attack on your command should they attempt to betray you, of course, replied the sleazy ex-salaryman. "Good, then, wish me luck," Izuku said, as he stepped out to his podium, 1 floor above the crowd. The chattering villains noticed the young lad walking up to the podium, and silenced themselves to listen. Izuku looked down and counted. There was around 15 applied villains, many varied in age, appearance, sanity even. He cleared his throat, and out his mouth came a firm, calm, energetic, and leader-like tone. "Welcome, my volunteers, to the League of Villains, a mighty organization bent on bringing down the most corrupt, arrogant, and hypocritical organization in the world, the Hero Association." Cheers could be heard from below, encouraging his speech. But before we can begin, I would like to take a moment to make some things clear. We are doing this mainly to punish heroes. So if any of you simply came for the money, I suggest you pack your bags and leave. He waited to a brief moment, but not a single person left. Izuku smiled, now knowing that these are people that he can trust. Perfect. Now, as much as this is a disappointment, I am sad to tell you that the current operation only requires 3 individuals, and as such, I will be selecting THR best out of the 15 of you. So to determine my new followers, I will send all of you on a special task. Now hold the phone for a moment. A voice spoke up from the crowd, as a tall, well-built soldier raised his hand, followed by 3 others, all in the same, military-style uniform, with a matching emblem. "What about organized groups like us? There's 4 of us here." "Oh dear, that's quite an unexpected surprise." "Well, I guess your units may identify as one. Seeing how it breaks my heart to know this recruitment session would break up teams," Izuku replied. "I hope this kid knows what he's doing, cause I'm getting real skeptical here," replied a much larger person behind the man who spoke up. "We're here to do the mission and get even with the heroes, not join their cause rabid. I'm not quite on board either. But if we get a chance to get payback to the very men that got away with slaughtering our forces, we might as well get paid for the job," he replied. Izuku looked down on his recruitment list and do a tad bit of research on the group. The Hounds, mercenaries and ex-US Special Forces, known for the Okinawa incident. Members include Alpha, Tracker, Rabid, and Doc. They might be quite useful for this operation, although chances of them sticking around are slim. Out of everyone else in this group, they might get this job done much easier compared to everyone else. Though Izuku, suddenly, another volunteer raised his hand. "Can we just do this operation and get paid, but not actually join the league?" asked said volunteer. "Oh, so I suppose you're here just for money, right?" asked Izuku. He must be Iberk. Quirk-wise, he might be the last guy I want for such an operation, and his ambitions surely doesn't help. Although, he may be of great use in case the pro heroes do show up. Might as well give him a shot as well. "Yeah, I hear your earlier speech. I can leave if you want," he replied nervously as he saw everyone glaring at him, and even the boxes felt like they had eyes. "It's fine. Everyone here is given equal chances to succeed, assuming they can stand up to the following task," Izuku declared. "Task?" mumbled the crowd to each other. Izuku cleared his throat once more. "You see, we had a minor setback during a recent assassination attempt when a member within our ranks betrayed us," Izuku said as a picture was projected behind Izuku via a projector. "This man's name is Tamura Shigaraki. His quirk allows us to disintegrate everything he touches. A former member of this league, his spoiled, childish attitude led to him betraying the organization and backstabbing us during a mission. He is now on the run, and your job is to bring him back to me. Alive, of course." "Is there any time limit?" asked a young boy around his age, with the age running down his face. "No, first come, first serve," Izuku said, "and I wish you all good luck." And with that, the villains were dispatched. Some started to group up, while others started to search alone. As the villains left the building, Jiren appeared behind Izuku. "I had already run a background check on them, so why this initiation mission?" he asked. Izuku smirked. "Your background check only allows your volunteers to show you what they want you to see. and liars, especially in the villain world, can often take advantage of that to provide false information. Threatening refusal of administration and creating a steadying competition is the best way to reveal these people's true colors. Are they lone wolves or team players? And they rebellious or loyal? Are they organized or do they think on the fly? This will be the perfect opportunity to find out what these people are truly capable of. Izuku replied as a portal appeared beside him. Where are you going? Asked Jurin. I have hacked into the city cameras. And now I would like to observe how your handpicked volunteers fare. As per expected, several groups were formed between the volunteers. Izuku immediately took interest to the hounds, who were acting very professionally, scouting abandoned building while wearing casual civilian wear. Izuku noted that Tracker, the second in command, had a quirk can track down specific targets, but doesn't work well in cities, and considered that maybe this job wouldn't suit him very well. Meanwhile, it seems as though there were some lone wolves within their squad. He could see Jack, already causing trouble due to his twitchy behavior. Steele, who was doing the smart thing and asked nearby locals if they had seen Shigaraki, holding up a picture for reference. Two other teams also started to form. Endo seemed to have team up with Kuro and Kumo, although, from his analysis, he was more using them than actually cooperating. Meanwhile, it seemed as though Veronica, Young, Ibeck and Russi, all being kind, cooperative people, have teamed up together in quite a spectacular manner. First, Veronica and Russi ran into each other, apologized to each other, with Russi going on and on about something he wasn't able to hear. It was almost like the first time he met Ochako. He then saw the two shake hands. Next thing you know, a German shepherd leapt onto Veronica as Young ran in, rapidly apologizing, and soon enough, even Ibeck joined the group. Izuku then turned to his notes. So far, the hounds were a super solid team. While Veronica's group seemed to get along so well, he called that group team friends, while named Endou's group team puppet. Due to Endou's manipulative nature, that was clearly starting to show. Despite knowing so much, I can't hear a word they're saying. Wonder how things are coming along, Izuku said to himself. With team friends, Veronica peeked around the corner, finding a trail of blood that ran down the alleyway. Calling for her team, she waited for them to show up. Jefferson, Young's German Shepherd mixed dog, ran in first, followed by Young. Whoa, is that blood? Asked Young. No, it's strawberry jam and red ink, replied Veronica sarcastically. Young bent over, scraped off the dried up blood and smelled it. Nope, it's blood, she said jokingly. Veronica chuckled as she patted Jefferson's head, who gave out a satisfied grunt. He's cute, your dog, Veronica commented. Oh, thanks, his name's Jefferson, Young said, nervously. Well, Jefferson, can you sniff out where this blood trail leads to? Asked Veronica, now scratching its stomach. The shepherd licked her, and immediately started to follow the blood trail. Suddenly, they hear a voice from behind. Oh my god, is that a dog? Cried Russi in a high-pitched voice. No, it's a hairy octopus, replied Young, imitating Veronica, making her chuckle for a bit. Suddenly, in a sort of violent manner, Russi lunged onto the shepherd's, cuddling it. I love dogs, Russi exclaimed, cuddling the pup, making him let out a satisfied grunt. Ibeck, meanwhile, looked at the three and smiled, charmed by their young, spunky spirit and energy. We should get moving. We're not here to make friends, remember. We have a mission to do. Ibeck spoke up, walking ahead. Jefferson immediately followed, and the three girls kept up as well. While following the dog, Veronica turned to the rest of the group. Something came to mind. Actually, she said, do we have any plan when we find him? It's not like he's not gonna fight back. We should probably formulate a plan of attack. Young nodded. You're right, if we can coordinate our attack, catching the dude would be a lot easier, she said. We don't know where he's currently hiding though, so what if our plan isn't suitable for the environment? Asked Russi. Relax, the only place for a man like that to hide would be abandoned buildings. Destroying such buildings is my specialty, he said. Wait, you don't mean entire buildings now, do you? Asked Young, impressed. I mean the entire buildings, wiped out, pulverized, gone, nada, Ibeck replied. You must have a real powerful quirk to pull off such a feat, commented Russi, as opposed to my give and take quirk, which only has the ability to transfer damage from one end to another. I have a pain enhancement quirk, in case you're wondering, Veronica immediately said after realizing they were talking about each other quirks. Well, I think both of you have amazing quirks. Mine is a lot simpler though, but a plain old gigantification quirk, pretty common, actually, among civilians at least, replied Ibeck. And you? Suddenly the three turned towards Young, eager for a response. She tried to hide her face, attempting her best not to embarrass herself. But before the three can get an answer out of her, Jefferson started to let out a panicked bark. Our jolly group quickly turned towards Jefferson, who was barking at an ominous-looking building. That must be where he's hiding, said Russi. The place is really giving me the creeps though, said Veronica. Ibeck walked towards it as his body started to expand in size. Then we just have to smash it down right, Ibeck asked as he raised his forearm, attempting to knock down the front door. Stop, Veronica, Russie and Young yelled in unison as the three charged at him, knocking him down. What the hell? Asked Ibeck, still on the ground. We can't take him head on. At least one of us is bound to get ended otherwise, explained Veronica. We'll have to find another way in. Russie fiddled with the front door for a bit. Locked, as expected, she said, walking back. Well, maybe we can use Ibeck's gigantification quirk to carry us to one of the top floors. That way, we may sneak in from somewhere he wouldn't expect, suggested Veronica. Suddenly, Young walked up, pulling out her hairpin, letting her ponytail collapse and started to fiddle with the lock. Don't worry about the locks. I am adept at picklocking, so leave the utilities stuff to me, she explained. As the young girl fiddled with the lock, her dog growled at something in the distance. Meanwhile, Russie went next to Young. I didn't do you new lockpicking, she said. Young smiled, not taking her eyes off the lock. I have to be. It's the only contribution I can give to the team since I'm quirkless. Everyone went silent when they heard her say that. This young girl who wanted to join a villain alliance to ignite pro-heroes was quirkless. I wouldn't be surprised if you were shocked. I was rejected for my entire life, for not being strong enough. This is why I must prove to Izuku that even the quirkless can be useful. Trust me, I will not be a deadweight to this team, she said with confidence as a click was heard and the door swung open. Before any of the three can congratulate her, an ominous aura leaked out from the dark corridors that stood in front of them, as giant purple fonts spelled menacing radiated the room. Ladies, girls, asked Ibeck nervously. Dogs follow, replied Young as all three went in at the same time. Ibeck looked down and saw Jefferson standing next to him. Come on, go, you heard the girls. With Steele. Excuse me, sir, did you see a man looking like this? Asked Steele to a random passerby, but to no response. Steele let out a light curse. He's been searching for 2 full hours, and no sign of Shigaraki. He started to wonder if this was a setup and that they were all supposed to fail when he saw from the corner of his eyes a man dressed in black, with a face mask on. Looking at his photo, the man's hair and wrinkly face matched the image perfectly. He was holding 2 bags as he disappeared into the crowd. Jackpot, Steele said to himself. With Jack, despite Jack's twitchy personality, he was able to ask a man if he had seen anyone with a hand on his face run by. This, of course, freaked the man out as he ran away screaming. Well shit, he said to himself. With Shigaraki, after spending a week or so living with Stain, he's healed sufficiently to be able to walk. Trudging along after buying some groceries, he decided he was going to have one more meal at Stain's place and leave. By then, he needed to find a way to gain Sensei's trust once more, befriend Izuku and regain control over the league. He needed to find a better base than the rundown apartment Stain was staying in, so he decided he was going to look for a new base of operations as soon as he has his last meal. Getting back, however, he noticed the door was wide open, letting out a frustrated grunt. Assuming he forgot to shut the door and that Stain was too lazy to do it himself, he walked into the apartment. Suddenly, he could noises, sounds of blades, running, pain. Quickly running upstairs, his eyes bulged at the sight that lied before him. A red-skinned giant collapsed on the ground limp. A red-haired girl holding a young, unconscious blonde as Stain was seen dueling a young, white-haired lass. As her long sword clashed with Stain's dual combat knives as a German shepherd was barking viciously and attempting to bite him. Dropping his grocery bag, he yelled out, "What the hell is going on here?" 20 minutes ago. As the group made their way into the apartment, which seemed deserted at first, a voice was heard from above them. I don't recall anyone else living here but me, said a raspy voice, with a menacing tone. Are you Shigaraki? Asked Russie, unable to detect the source of the voice. And what if I was? Asked the voice. Then I demand you surrender. We are from the League of Villains, and we are here to take you back. Please do not resist or we will have to use force. She replied nervously. Villains? You bunch sound more like policemen to me, but look like students, well, except for the red guy. We have you outnumbered. Now quit hiding or else. Yon said with authority, looking into the blank. Or else what? Asked the voice that seemed to be approaching. Suddenly, Iberk felt a movement behind him and rushed to protect the girls. Look out, yelled Iberk as he was partially able to activate with Gigantism quirk. Just then, he felt a stinging pain run down his back. Gotcha, said the silhouette, licking the blade. Suddenly, Iberk went limp, unable to move a muscle. One down. They got a RBERK, yelled Rush in panic. Come out, yelled Young. Suddenly, the silhouette dived down again, with Time kicking Veronica in the stomach. She gasped for air as she was sent flying against the wall. Young whistled as Jefferson ran in, attempting to bite the assailant. But the dog caught a glare of his face, and what he saw shot his basic instincts to overdrive as the dog ran away, whimpering. Before Young could call back her furry friend, a throwing knife came out of the dark as nearly grazed her, leaving a shallow cut on her cheek. Suddenly, like a xenomorph, the figure crawled towards her like a lizard as she tried to swing at it, but it leapt over the swing, about to lick her bleeding cheek. But then, a rock came flying in, causing Stain to back off. "Leave them alone," Russie yelled as she threw another one. Stain dodged the second one easily as Russie ran to help Veronica back up, who had just turned on the lights. As she was knocked towards the building's light switch, Stain was about to charge at them, but Young drew her blade, forcing Stain to duel Young as Russie tried to heal the injury. Suddenly, a voice was heard from next to them. "What the hell is going on here?" Back to present. With Iberk and Veronica incapacitated, and Russie was unable to fight, Young pulled back, help Iberk up as Russie picked up Veronica as the two made a mad dash towards the windows. Escaping, huh? "Let me help," said Stain, as he drop-kicked Young, knocking her into Russie as the four of them all fell out the window, splattering onto the pavement as Jefferson run downstairs in a hint of panic. Shigaraki turned to Stain. "Who the hell were they?" asked Shigaraki. "I dunno. Some member from the League of Villains. They were apparently looking for you," replied Stain. "Really now? Izuku must really be underestimating me if this is all he sent," said Shigaraki. Suddenly, footsteps were heard on the roof, followed by a ticking sound. Stain realized what it was as his pupils dilated, as he grabbed Shigaraki and jumped out the window on their turn. Suddenly, the roof exploded as four individuals dressed in military uniforms flooded the room from up top. "The hounds have joined the hunt. Looks like we found the target," said Tracker. "Finally, and I thought we were gonna be looking forever," replied Duck. "All right, team, stick to the plan, injure the prey, and pursued until they succumb to fatigue," ordered Alpha. "Got it, boss," the three others said valiantly. Back on ground level, Stain took a look at the state of his apartment. "I'll need a new home," he said to himself, as he noticed the previous four attackers lying next to them, all alive, miraculously. What's more, it seemed as though the big guy was finally up again, and from the looks of it, he was at least 10 feet taller, with most of his clothes ripped besides his pants. "Yo, flathead, you'll pay for what you did to me," he yelled as Russie, Veronica, and Young back him up. Just then, Webb shot at the two villains, as they swiftly back up to the middle of the deserted street. "Finally, found him," commented Kuro. "We made a good choice following the source of all that racket," commented Araka. Following behind them was a tall, more muscular man with a glowing red arm. "Could you two please tell me when you dash off and leave me behind?" he yelled in a pissed-off tone. Stain looked around, counting the enemies they were facing. 4 up top, 3 to our right and 4 to our left. 11 in total, he said to himself. "So many of them, where do we go?" asked Shigaraki. Suddenly, Stain grabbed Shigaraki and started running towards a narrow alleyway. "Behind," he said as he made a mad dash towards more crowded areas. The villains quickly followed suit. However, Iberk went in first, and his gigantic body couldn't fit through the alley, causing the people behind him to get stuck. "God damn it, Iberk. Shrink down," yelled Russie, a tad bit pissed off. "Sorry," Iberk said, trying to revert back to his original form. Suddenly, a red grappling hook flew past Iberk as the previously mentioned muscular man, Endou, flung himself over the giant. Endou Tetsuya. Quirk, constructive cell arm. His arm is a mass of red cells which can form into anything the user wants, given enough concentration. Hiro followed suit, flying past the group on a shadowy platform. Hiro Hikori. Quirk, shadow control. Allows her to manipulate her own shadow to form into different objects. And soon afterwards, Araka also flung past the shrinking giant. Araka Kumo. Quirk, spider, gives him every ability and appearance of a spider. As Endou's team was catching up, Iberk finally shrunk down, as he took pursuit, followed by Russie, Veronica, Young, and Jefferson. Back with the hounds. While none in the team had any mobility enhancement quirks, they did have except to a multitude of weapons, moving themselves onto a taller building. They took this opportunity to survey the area, detecting Stain, hiding by jamming his knife onto the side of the wall 30 feet above ground. As Endou ran down a bit, he slowed down, noticing that he has lost sight of the two. Suddenly, Shigaraki leapt from above, attempting to grab him. Endou was able to hear the sound of him jumping, however, and turned around and extended his right arm at him. But Shigaraki grabbed it as he felt his cells dying rapidly one by one. Screaming in pain, he swung Shigaraki into the wall, forcing him to let go. Turning to him right arm, he saw it decay at a rapid speed. "It's over, I've touched you for long enough. The decay will now spread through your body until you're nothing but dust," he said, getting back up. "You'd like that, wouldn't you?" "Sadly, I ain't kicking the bucket just yet," she said, followed by a pain-filled shriek as he tore off his entire arm, leaving only a smidgen of it left. "Shit, it might take an entire day for that arm to regrow," he said to himself as Shigaraki reached for his face. Suddenly, a kick sent him flying back as Kuro and Kumo showed up. "Are you okay, or Endou?" asked he two in unison. "Could have been better, but I'm pretty much out of commission now that my right arm is gone, so take it from here." Suddenly, Stain came down from the roof, slashing at the two swiftly. Kumo, with his spider-like reflexes, was able to completely avoid damage, but Kuro ended up getting a shallow cut. Not my most successful strike, but I'll take it, Stain said, licking Kuro blood of his blade, making her collapse. Kumo raised his hands up, striking a battle pose. Stain, however, being an experienced fighter, threw 3 throwing knives at him, then charged in. The knives stopped right in front of Kumo, as webs wrapped around them, trapping them in midair. But in doing so, he used up all of his web traps, allowing Stain to run in and lunge at him. Just then, shadow spikes sprouted from the ground, grazing his ankle. Stain winced, and looked at Kuro, who was still on the ground. So she can control her shadow even when paralyzed, he said to himself. Suddenly, from the end of the alleyway, Iberk, slightly shrunken down, came charging at them like a raging bull. Stain, seeing this, jumped back, along with Shigaraki. But just then, a shadow ramp formed below Iberk's feet, allowing him to jump upwards and ram the 2 villains, sending them flying onto the main street. As bystanders shrieked at the sight of Iberk, panic rang out. People started to run as the rest of the villains regrouped, facing Stain and Shigaraki out in the open. Stain drew his blade and Shigaraki got into a battle stance when he heard sirens in the distance. The pro heroes will be arriving very soon. It's best if we run, Stain whispered to Shigaraki, and show our weakness to them. Never, Shigaraki replied, not even trying to hide his voice. Fine, you're on your own, buddy, replied Stain as he dashed away. Suddenly, a sniper bullet came flying out of nowhere, and Stain was forced to jump back. Never mind, our escape route is sealed. Looks like the only way we can win is by forcing through these guys, commented Stain. Shouldn't be too hard, replied Shigaraki. In terms of quirks and fighting capabilities, these are small fries at best, said Shigaraki with confidence. That confidence will get you ended, replied Stain. Suddenly, Iberk, transforming himself into a 15-feet Hulk, jumped into the air, trying to smash the 2. They split up, jumping out of Iberk's way, but were both flanked. Araka launched his web at Stain, while Kuro sent shadow tendrils at Shigaraki, knowing shadows can't wither. Stain pulled out his combat knife, slicing the webs as they were shot at them, and then charged at Araka. But Russie jumped in front of him. This was for Veronica, she yelled, placing both her palms on Stain's chest. Suddenly, Stain let out a gasp as his body felt like it was thrown against the wall. Young took advantage of the situation and swung her blade at him, cutting into his shoulder. Got him, she cheered, seeing blood drip from his shoulder. Suddenly, Stain grabbed the blade, pulling it out of his shoulder, while giving Young a heart-stopping glare, forcing her to back off. He then grabbed the defenseless Russie by the neck, slowly strangling her. Let go of my friend, you jerk, yelled Veronica, grabbing him by his forearm. Suddenly, the injury on his shoulder started hurting like 1,000 knives were jammed into it, causing Stain to yell in pain, letting Russie go. Meanwhile, Shigaraki swiftly dodged Kuro's shadows, charging right at her. Suddenly, as Kuro was about to attack, she got dragged away by a web as Shigaraki almost got her face. Saved you, said Araka. Iberk then came running at Shigaraki, swinging his colossal arm at him, pushing him back several feet. Touched it, uttered Shigaraki as the foreskin of Iberk's arm cracked and decayed, causing the beast to roar in pain, matching Stain's roar. Suddenly, a black SWAT van came flying out of nowhere, trying to run over the vulnerable Stain. Seeing this, he flung Veronica with all of his might, sending her flying into the van as she coughed out a carpet of blood, then pulled out his last throwing knife, throwing it into the van's front wheels. This caused the van to swirl out of control, sending it crashing and tumbling towards Stain, who ran and slid under it, and in a brief, slow-mode moment worthy of a Captain America scene, reached into the cracked windshield and pulled out the driver as the van went airborne for a brief moment. The van itself tumbled. It crashed into Iberk, who was crushed underneath the 25 tons of metal. Stain looked at the unconscious driver, a well-built, buff brute in military uniform, with brown hair underneath a cracked helmet. Then, he heard someone say, "They got raped. I'm moving out to save him," followed by a blonde, slender and tall bursting out the crashed van's back door, firing dual M8 handguns at him. Stains was forced to drop the hostage and retreat. Suddenly, a shorter, more well-rounded man in the same uniform snuck up behind him, attempting to stab him with a combat knife. Stain quickly dodged, before realizing that this man had more combat experience than he did, forcing him to jump back, attempting to throw throwing knives at him, but realized that he just threw the last one. "Tracker, don't fail me now," he whispered to himself as another sniper round came flying at them, shattering Stain's sword. "Target disarmed," said a voice coming from Alpha's headgear. "Damn sniper," Stain muttered to himself. Just then, Shigaraki was sent flying at Stain, who caught him midair. "See, I told you were being overconfident," said Shigaraki. "Oh, shut up," he replied, dusting himself off. Suddenly, the van that Stain destroyed started distorting as several meta spikes shot out of it, catching the two by surprise and cutting them up. "Hey guys, am I late to the party?" asked a familiar voice. "Steel," the group called out in unison. Tatsuya Steel Kenzoku. Quirk, metal manipulation. Can manipulate it and transform matter into metal. Can cause headaches, weak bones, and potential brain damage if abused. What followed the initial shrapnel barrage was a stream of a red, sticky substance. Blood beam. Stain was confused as though why someone would give him blood considering his quirk allows him to paralyze those whose blood he licks, but he didn't care. Instead, he tried caught few droplets, allowing him to paralyze the user. Suddenly, a mini explosion happened in his mouth, burning his tongue as he let out a pain-ridden cry. "You fool, my blood is explosive," yelled the assailant, who was still affected and was limp on the ground. Sort of lame of an entrance. Jason Hugden. Quirk, explosive blood. "I think the name speaks for itself. You'll pay for that," Stain said, coughing up blood. A red blade suddenly appeared, slicing a lamppost in half and throwing it at them like a javelin. Shigaraki tried to stop it, but the speed at which it was thrown scraped his hand. But he was still able to successfully disintegrate the lamppost. "Hey now, don't forget about me," said Endou, recovering from losing his right arm. "And now we're all here. Well, all except for Jack. Wonder what he's doing," said Steel, as the hired guns closed in on the two weakened villain fugitives. However, a massive flash of light blinded all of them. Wondering what happened, a sudden realization struck Jason's mind. "It's the pro heroes," he yelled out, before several police cars arrived on the scene, followed by colorfully dressed pro heroes. "Stop right there, villains. You have no right to cause panic in broad daylight. Stand down now or else," exclaimed a humanoid-looking spider. Kumo Senshi. Hero name, Jet Spider. Quirk, Spider King. Gives him all the abilities of a spider. "What do we do now?" asked Russie as they got surrounded. "We fight," responded Young, drawing her blade. Meanwhile, Stain and Shigaraki took this opportunity to escape, but not before a sniper round hit Shigaraki in the left knee, but was not able to slow him down enough. "Damn it, the target's getting away." "What do we do, boss?" asked Tracker. "We have bigger problems to worry about." "Get down here, Tracker, we need all the help we can get," exclaimed Alpha, before he got kicked in the face, jamming his headset. Tracker put down his sniper, pulling out his combat shotgun and jumping down from his perch. He took a good look at the hero he was facing. He had messy white hair, piercing yellow eyes, and was wearing a black jacket. Ace, Quirk, Pressure, can increase the weight of those around him by 10, but gets a headache while doing it. Meanwhile, Araka took on Kumo in one-on-one combat. Their quirks being similar made it really hard for others to discern who was who. Meanwhile, there was still some of Jason's blood left, and a man wearing a mask went up to it, licking it. When Jason noticed him, he slit another artery, squirting his explosive blood at him. Suddenly, the man also returned fired at him, firing the same type of blood, canceling out each other. Daku Injuru. Hero name, Vladimir the Crimson. Quirk, Vampirism. Can copy the ability of users whose blood he consumes. Also has common vampire weaknesses like garlic, crosses, and sunlight. Steel sprouted several metallic pillars, which Iberk then picked up, swinging around like hammers, knocking over some of the intervening policemen. Iberk then threw a few pillars into the air, as Endou caught them with his red arm, sending them smashing down onto his opponents. Suddenly, the same flash of light from earlier happened, as Endou was temporarily blinded, before receiving a kick to the stomach. "Stand down, villain," said a man with messy brown hair, holding scimitars. Xenia Odian. Hero name, the Conductor. Quirk, Hard Light. He can manipulate the photons in a specific area, creating flashes of light and illusions. He threw his two scimitars at Endou, and used his light quirk to clone his scimitars several times, sending a barrage of scimitars at his opponents. Endou expanded his red arm, blocking both scimitars. As the illusions dissipated, he then expanded his arm into a hammer, smashing Xenia, at least what he though was Xenia. "Over here, buddy," Xenia said, behind him, before splitting into multiple of himself. Meanwhile, Young and Veronica kept getting hit out of nowhere, wondering where the hits were coming from, then stood back to back. "That won't help you," said a voice as Young was struck in the stomach. "Young, are you okay?" asked Veronica. "I'm fine. Now where is that bastard?" asked Young. "Right behind you." Behind the girls suddenly stood a man, randomly eating a hamburger. Inashima. Quirk, Time Frame. He can stop time for 5 seconds. Should he go over, he get a bad case of dia. Back with Kuro and Russie. She seems to have her hands just as full. "Can you keep up, Ezra?" asked a young lad to another. Tatsumaki Rayama. Quirk, Deadeye. Anything he throws are guaranteed to hit their mark. And I was about to ask you the same. Ezra Hammett. Quirk, Healing Factor. He can regenerate himself from minor wounds. A sniper and a regenerator versus an assassin and a healer. Odd matchup, said Kuro, swiping at Ezra, who heals from every wound he gets. "Yeah, tell me about it," answered Russie, healing every wound she gets. To recap, so far it's Kumo vs Araka, Veronica and Young vs Inashima, Endou, Steel and Ibrook vs Xenia, Jason vs Vladimir Crimson, the Hounds vs Ace, and Turo and Russie vs Ezra and Tatsumi. Kumo vs Araka. Kumo lunged his spider legs at Araka, but they were stopped by a web trap that Araka set up earlier. As Kumo struggled with the web, Araka lunged at him, trying to bite him. Kumo jumped back, while spitting some webs of his own on the floor beneath where Araka was gonna land. Pulling with his enhanced strength, he ripped off the chunk of the road Araka was standing on, flinging him into a building. As the smoke cleared, he saw Araka emerging from the smoke as he started to rip off glass panes from the building he was climbing, raining them down on his enemy. Upon seeing this, Kumo gathered most of his fluid, stretching across the two buildings on opposite sides of the street and creating a giant net, catching all the falling glass. Kumo then climbed up to the side of a building, catching up with Araka, who immediately flung two glass panes at him as soon as he got over the net ceiling he created. Araka then ran across the giant web, jumping on caught glass panes to not get stuck towards where he hit Kumo. But as the smoke cleared, he saw that Kumo wasn't there. Then, he noticed two pieces of web, stretched out to their very limit, and looked down to its source, Kumo creating a giant slingshot with what web he had left. He then flung himself like a catapult, launching him into Araka, knocking him into the air. And then, with all of his strength, he smashed him downwards. Araka, however, wasn't knocked unconscious, and launched his webbing to either side of the building, catapulting him back upwards. He even went over and above Kumo. Suddenly, he shot his web at him, latching onto both his shoulders, and flung him into his own net, causing it to snap, and launching Kumo's trapped body into the ground, making a gigantic splat. Araka then fell back down, landing with perfect accuracy. He took a look behind him. Kumo was knocked out. Kumo vs Araka. Winner, Araka. Veronica and Young vs Inashima. I got him, yelled Young as she swung at Inashima, but missed and got hit 3 times in the stomach instead. He's here, exclaimed Veronica, but also missed. Inashima looked down upon the two, always warping around with his time stop. Huh, small fries like you will never hit me, he exclaimed. No, but you must have a weakness, and I will find a way to exploit it, said Young as she swung at him, but missed again. Huh, try again, he said, barraging Young. Yong, cried Veronica in panic. Don't worry, I'm counting, she replied as she was getting beat. Counting? Asked Veronica. As Inashima barraged her from all sides, she counted down how long he was stopping time. Suddenly, her eyes flashed, as she then took off her shirt right as she tried to hit Inashima another time. Young, what are you doing? Asked Veronica, embarrassed to see her strip. Suddenly, Inashima appeared 4 foot away from Young, clutching her stomach. D-damn, I got too distracted by her body to realize my limit was up, he said. You used your body to distract him? Veronica asked. Yeah, it was the only option. Now, since he's in pain, use your quirk on him, Young said, putting her clothes back on. Right. Inashima, slumped over, looked at her with fearful eyes. What are you gonna do? Veronica and Young vs Inashima. Winner by bloody diarrhea, Veronica and Young. Author's note, I would write the other fights, but I'm just too tired, sorry. Suddenly, from the sky, a muscular man came flying down. The crowd cheered and the villains shuddered, hearing the call of his name. All Might. Don't worry, citizens, said All Might with confidence, for I am here. Rabid clenched his fist. Don't worry, guys, we can take him, right? He asked Alpha. Alpha shook his head. I believe not, he's beyond our abilities, he said blankly. The Hounds. Members, Alpha, Tracker, Rabid and Duck. Alpha's quirk, Heartless. He can dull his emotions, being able to fight without morale or fear restraining him. Tracker's quirk, Manhunt. He can discern his target easily from large crowds, easily finding target. Rabid's quirk, Berserk. He can supercharge his body with adrenaline, boosting physical capacities to superhuman levels. Doc's quirk, Blood Density Manipulation. She can densify blood to quickly close wounds or thin them down to clear clogged arteries and veins. Rabid growled, as Alpha sounded the Hound's retreat signal. But the heroes were too overwhelming, and everyone was struggling to keep up. Suddenly, all of the heroes froze in fear as the sky turned blood red, cracking open as eyes peeked through. The buildings were shifting as some civilians passed out from fear. Even the villains were shaking. Alpha, however, unable to feel fear due to his quirk, smiled as he saw the man causing this. Jack Deathringer, quirk, Nightmare. Whenever he locks eyes with an individual, he can make them see their worst nightmares. He can also create a giant illusion, but passes out afterwards. Your lifeline's here. Now run. I can't keep this illusion lasting for much longer, he yelled out. As Alpha snapped his allies out of the illusion, the villains made a mad dash away from the battlefield. Suddenly, a portal opened. Young, recognizing the quirk, jumped through. Seeing how her best friend jumped through, Jefferson followed. Veronica was the next to go, followed by Russie, the Hounds, one by one, then Araka, still ecstatic for beating a pro hero, then Steel and Jason was after. Hiro and Endowu followed, and Iberk was last, carrying Jack's unconscious body. As the illusion wore off, the heroes had noticed that the villains had escaped. "Dang, he almost had them," exclaimed Xenia. All Might patted his shoulder. "Don't worry about the villains. Focus of tending to the wounded," he said. All Might had a point. The initial goal was to retrieve Shigaraki. But due to the presence of Stain and the strict conditions, the 14 hired villains ended up fighting 7 pro heroes, along with 35 SWAT team units and All Might. In the end, the group was able to incapacitate 2 pro heroes, hold off 5, take out 28 cops, ending 9 of them and completely destroying an entire city block, where it seemed a war zone just happened. Overall, most of the hired villains were fine. Iberk had a few fractured bones from the van hitting him and a few cuts against Stain. Veronica and Young suffered some mild bruises while fighting Stain and Inashima. Jack was still passed out. Rabbit has a few bruises and cuts from the car crash. Araka was also mildly battered and exhausted from his fight with Kumo. Everyone else seemed relatively fine. Back at the hideout, the villains waited anxiously for Izuku, knowing that he would be mad for failing him. As Izuku came out, however, he seemed more sorry than mad. "We're sorry, boss, for failing you," Young said with tears streaming down her face. Izuku looked up to her. "No, I'm the one who should be apologizing," he said, surprising half the group. "Heh, was about time," commented Steel. "You apologize, but why?" asked Russie. Izuku sighed. "Because I got too naive. I didn't think things through. I sent all of you people, who don't even know each other, against one target, with a condition that would have guaranteed you to betray each other, along with providing you with lackluster information and not accounting for Stain. Truly, I sent you all on a wild goose hunt, and I apologize," he explained. "So, do we all get the job?" asked Kuro. "No, I still only need 3 people," replied Izuku. "Then, who are you gonna pick?" asked Endowu. Izuku smiled, then turns to you. "That's for you to decide." "Yes, you. I am currently pausing the story and breaking the 4th wall just to talk to you. Now, I, Izuku Midoriya, known as Mightless in this story, am apologizing on my author, Dennis Chen, also known by his alias, the Mysterious Banana." "Izuku, what the hell? Don't reveal my real name in public." 2 weeks passed in the near blink of an eye. The villains that couldn't make the cut ended up turning away from the League, returning to their home country, town. One of Izuku's biggest regrets was to include Young, as it was heartbreaking, even for him, to witness her tearful departure from her former team. At the airport, before Iyasa, Veronica, and Iberk embarked on their plane, they saw a familiar figure running to them. They cried tears of joy as Young leapt into their arms, giving them one last tearful goodbye as they returned to their home. Only one day until the raid, and only one day until the sports festival. The night before the big day, Izuku and his organized strike force met up for one as rundown of the plan. "We have been preparing for almost 2 full weeks. I hope we get some amazing results," Izuku said. "Is everything prepared?" "The escape chopper is up and running," Magni replied. "I've acquired the blood of a staff member. You can count on me, Izuku," replied Toga with excitement. "Now all we need is a name for our main strike force, the ones who will do the dirty work," said Dabai. "You're right, we never actually thought of a team name for them," replied Izuku. "I do recall an already organized team is within our strike force. Should we just call this team by their name?" asked Twice. "Nah, let's think of something new," said Muscular. Suddenly, the mentioned strike force came barging through the door. "Hey guys, we bought beers. Let's party," they cheered in unison. "You guys sure seem excited," commented Izuku, smiling at their idea. "Hey, tomorrow might be our last, so why not enjoy ourselves while we still can?" asked Sanchai. "Fair enough," replied Izuku. "All right, let's turn up the music and—" "Wait, what were you guys doing?" asked Arena. "Oh, just deciding what we were gonna call you guys. We already thought of a cool team name, actually," said Young. "Oh really? Let's hear it," said Kurajiri, while cleaning beer mugs. "Well, we decided that since we were attempting one of the most dangerous raids in villain history, that would make us pretty damn fearless, despite the fact that we were basically embarking on a suicide mission, so we decided to call ourselves the Suicide Squad," answered Alpha. The room cheered, as they agreed with the name of their team. "Wait," Twice interrupted, "doesn't DC already? Suicide Squad?" Jack cut off, placing his hand over Twice's mouth, shutting him up. Izuku poured himself a mug of beer and raised it into the air. "For the death of heroes." Everyone else followed up, clanking their mugs. "For the death of heroes." It was the big day. A massive swarm of people crowded the streets near the former, redesigned Olympics Coliseum, as a massive line formed at the ticket booth. Many people were near the food stalls, buying snacks and refreshments for the event. Heroes stood in the middle of circulation, acting as security and fan magnets. In the prep room, while everyone was stoked for the big event, Izuku was adjusting his earpiece so that he may know when his operation goes haywire, which is also when he will bail from the competition. Just then, Todoroki walked up to him. Izuku was it. I've seen what you are capable of, and I must say, objectively speaking, I am stronger than you, he said in a menacing tone. Oh, okay then, Izuku replied, not paying attention to his threat. I don't care if you're the talk of the whole school. Todoroki continued, I will beat you. Those fighting words seemed to have triggered Izuku. Well then, Izuku said, standing, letting out an aura of animosity. The other students caught a glimpse, causing them to panic. Whoa there, don't fight right now. We haven't even started yet, said Shiro in a panicked tone as Izuku slowly walked up to Todoroki. As Todoroki felt his threatening aura, the air around him seemed to get cooler. As Izuku closed in, he was getting ready to attack. Then Izuku placed his hand on Todoroki's shoulder as the aura dispelled. Good luck to you too, he said, giving him a lively smile before walking out the door. Izuku hasn't even made it out the building yet, but he could already hear the unnecessarily loud announcement made by Present Mike. As they made it out to the arena, he could hear the cheers of the crowd. It's Class A, cheered the crowd. Izuku looked around, seeing the multiple other classes, counting each and every individual one. Small fry, and more small fries. Izuku commented lightly as they made their way to the ref, the R-rated heroine, Midnight. All right, now for the athlete's oath, she cheered. Oh my, it's the R-rated heroine, Midnight, commented some of the students. Why isn't it the principal? Asked another one. He's in the third-year stage, replied another. Should she really be teaching in high school? Asked Tokoyami. Shut it. Your student representative is. Midnight continued, pointing into the crowd. Izuku midoriya. What? Yelled Katsuki, pissed that Izuku stole his spot. Why Izuku? Asked Kirishima. He saved 2 pro heroes, including All Might from a villain attack. He has extremely high reputation, replied Shiro. He just got lucky, said some student from another class in a jealous tone. As Izuku got to the podium, he smiled as he looked down upon every other student, seeing them as nothing more than ants. Picking up the microphone, he spoke up. I would like to take this moment to tell you all, I'm not here to win. Rather, I am here because I have been to rock bottom plenty of times in my life, for several reasons. So even if I can't make it past the first obstacle, I will still be grateful that I was of enough to be included in this amazing roster of future heroes. Coming down the podium, most of the crowd was silenced. Being a representative as well as the talk of the news would inflate anyone's ego. For someone like that to give such a modest speech silenced most jealous students who initially called him over-infant stuck up. That should keep most students off my back. Now, wonder how my Suicide Squad is doing, thought Izuku. The colossal compound that was the Hero Association headquarters stood like a monolith, gazing down the city from its perk. A black car entered the parking lot, and out exited a young, lively accountant, heading to work as usual. Scanning his ID card, he entered the building and walked past the secretary. Oh, hi Wakaba, said the secretary, as the young fellow headed for the elevators. Heading to the 5th floor, the man walked into his office, an individual room right across the main security control room. Pulling out his phone, he smiled as he dialed a number, before dropping the phone out the window. Meanwhile, on the outside, a bus was parked a few meters away from the building. The driver then received a text saying the mole is in. Immediately, he stepped on the gas pedal and drove to the entrance. Noticing a suspicious vehicle had pulled over, the security guards walked up to the bus as its driver exited. We're very sorry, but this area is restricted. Oh man, and we drove all this way for nothing. We had an international high school trip to Japan planned and everything. The man said, disappointed. Oh really? Where from? Asked the guard. Suddenly, guns sprouted out the bus windows as the driver replied with a smirk. Texas. Before the security guard can call for backup, shots rang out as the man was riddled with bullets. From the control room, the security guards saw everything unfold before their eyes. Panicked, they were around to ring the alarm, when the door opened behind them, and a young, lively-looking accountant was seen, holding a gun, shooting every last operator. The man's face dissolved, revealing that of Toga's underneath. She then turned to the control panel, cutting the power and disabling the alarm. Way, 2, easy, she said, walking out of the control room. That was engulfed in flames 5 seconds later. Meanwhile, a black cargobob was seen hovering around the top floors of the building. With the entire building's power cut off, no one could contact anyone, and half of the employees don't even know that there was an attack yet. Preparing to parachute in 3.2.1. 4 figures jumped out of the chopper that was piloted by Magni. The 4-man team crashed through the window on the 25th floor. Most of the people from witnessed the crash panicked and ran. The squad scouted the area for any hostile. It was clear. Ran through the corridors, scouting every corner to make sure everything was clear. Is she near Tracker? Asked Doc. He should be right around the corner according to my quirk, he replied. Peeking through a corner, they came face to face with Toga. Hey guys, she said cheerfully. "Ah, there you are, Toga. Did you survey the entire building through the security cameras?" asked Alpha. "Yup. There are 250 security guards in total in this complex, and 12 pro heroes," she explained. "Any status on Sachai, Irina and Young?" asked Rabid. "Last I saw, they took the elevator to the basement, where they keep all the banned illegal substances, weapons and machinery," Toga replied. "And Jack?" asked Tracker. "He's the bait. His job is to cause as much havoc as possible, attracting most security guards to his location. Once Sachai's group retrieves their payload, they will pick Jack up and meet up with us. Then we all hurry to the top floor, where Magni and Mr. Compress will be waiting for us," explained Toga. "Then let's get going. We still have 52 more floors to go before we can retrieve the International Hero Database," said Alpha, moving out. "Okay then, let's go," Toga said, cheerfully following the hounds. Back with Jack, he wandered to the main lobby, where several security guards rushed in to stop them. "All right, some action." "I was starving," Jack said with a crazy attitude. His insane attitude sent shivers down the spines of the security guards, who hesitantly lunged at him with batons, attempting to subdue him. That, however, was a mistake as Jack jumped into the air, causing everyone to look up, then landed behind one of the security guards in the back, sinking his teeth into his throat and ripping out a chunk of his neck. "He's crazy. This man is crazy," uttered some of the security guards as the madman slowly and giddily charged at the rest of the men. One of the guardsmen swung at him with his baton, so Jack pulled out one of the knives he keeps hidden in his sweater and stabbed the man in the wrist, forcing him to let go of the baton. Jack then slid his knife all the way down the guard's arm, before slashing his throat, leaving a huge and fatal cut running from his wrist to his neck. The others, panicked, pulled out their pistols, pointing at him. Sensing danger, he grabbed the corpse of the guard he ended and used it as a meat shield, blocking the bullets as he charged into the group of guards, closing the distance and cutting them down one by one. The men at the back, seeing this, started to run, as the Death Ringer made his way through the guards one by one. Upon finally reaching the emergency exit, the remaining security guard pushed the door open, leaping in joy that he had survived. But the sudden burst of joy was cut short as he tumbled down the stairs, breaking his own neck. Back at the top floor, Jack giggled maniacally, satisfied with his rampage. Suddenly, a flash of light caught his attention as he felt a kick to his sides, staggering him as he skittered about 5 feet. "Looks like I made the right call staying at headquarters," said the assailant. I feel like I've seen you somewhere," said Jack, with a cackle. "I've seen you too. You were part of the sudden villain attack that took place 2 weeks ago. You were the accomplice that helped the villains escape. Thus I, the shining hero, the conductor, will stop you," said Xenia. Jack smiled as he removed the metallic scarf wrapped around Ho's face, revealing eyes that gleam with madness. "Bring it." With Sachai, Irina, and Young, the three made their way down to the basement. There they saw a large group of security guards hanging around. A sign hung from the ceiling, with the words "Guard Lounge" written on it. At the end of the corridor, however, lay a vault door, where they store their illegal weapons, drugs, substance, etc. So they made the way to the vault into a guard lounge, so that it could be protected 24/7. "Clever," said Sachai. "So many of them. I can count nearly 50. We need to devise a plan of attack," said Young. "We have a plan," said Irina, nodding at Sachai, who nodded back. Before Young could hesitate, however, the duo jumped out of cover, immediately alerting the whole room. "Attack." The security guards, with basic instinct, drew their guns. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" asked one of them. Sachai looked at Irina. "You keep count," he said. Irina stared back, giving him the dirty look. "No, you do it," replied Irina. "No, you do it," Sachai argued. Suddenly, like a ninja, Young ran past both of them, drawing her blade and immediately cutting down 2 security guards. "I'll keep count then," she said, taking up a leaderish tone, one inspired by Izuku. Upon seeing this, the guards opened fire. Young deflected a few bullets, then kicked over a table, ducking under it. Irina pulled out her necklace, focusing her energy. The necklace grew to the size of a shield, blocking most bullets. She then threw the shield Captain America style, knocking out 4 more guards. Sachai took advantage of the ceasefire to duck out of cover, firing a barrage of spikes out of his fingers, shooting down 3 of the guards. Sachai Tsukiyama. Quirk, spike gun. Description: his fingers can fire spikes that naturally grows from his body. He can also infuse these spikes with different natural body toxins like dopamine, adrenaline, etc. Irina von Tescalorius. Quirk, size manipulation. Description: she can alter the size of anything she touches. The size of non-living organisms are permanently altered, but living organisms will revert to their original size in a matter of hours. Some of the guards kicked over their tables, ducking behind Sachai's barrage. One of the bunch threw a flashbang at Irina. But before anyone could react, the flashbang got cut in half by Yuuei before it even exploded. She then somersaulted over the cover, slicing up 6 more security guards on the way, then kicked one of them that was about to throw a frag grenade, shoved the grenade into his own pocket, then kicked him into his friend's, blowing up 4 more. 19 down so far, 31 to go. She commented. Suddenly, one of the guards, who was much bigger than the others, came up from behind her, grabbing her in a bear hug. Rats, they got Yuuei. Irina called out. Don't worry, I'll get her back. I haven't been spending by 2 weeks doing nothing after all, replied Sachai, jumping out of cover. Eat this. Sachai fired a purple-colored dart into the neck of the guard. However, it didn't seem to do anything, so the guard laughed. Ha. What kind of weak attack was that? Before he could finish, Sachai raised his arms, and in astonishment, so did the guard, letting go of Yuuei. What the? I can't control my body, asked the guard in confusion. Sachai, what is this? Asked Irina. This is the fruit of my 2-week training. The neuro dart. When hit with it in the neck area, the neuro dart temporarily hijacks a person's nervous system, rendering their body under my control for a brief periods of time, said Sachai. Sachai then started making a bunch of movie-like kung fu moves while making Bruce Lee noises as the big guard started to beat up all of his allies. Yeah, go get them. Suddenly, the guard stopped following Sachai's directions and turned back to him, more pissed than ever. Sachai. Irina turned to him, pissed. It wore off, Sachai said nonchalantly. Already, I never said it lasted long. Guys, talk later, we still have half the guards to take care of, cried Yuuei, running back. Sachai then looked at Irina, as she immediately got his message, and turned her head away. No, we're not doing that, she said. Come on, we're literally about to die and you still don't want to do it, asked Sachai. Do what? Asked Yuuei. I'm not doing it, it's embarrassing, yelled Irina. Not even for a free chocolate bar, asked Sachai, pulling out a candy bar from his pocket. Irina sighed. Fine, just this once. Yueng, get down, Irina yelled out. Reluctantly trusting the two, she ducked down as Irina and Sachai held hands. For the record, this isn't supposed to look this weird. Irina, less talking, more focusing, said Sachai. Suddenly, with Irina's size manipulation quirk, Sachai's hand turned huge. He then aimed at the guards, who seemed to have understood the danger, but it was too late. Combo attack, Giga Needle. Sachai, with his gigantified hand, shot out a massive spike, wiping out the entire room and tearing a hole through the vault door. That was awesome, Sachai yelled out, tried to lift his arms, but was unable. That's the last time I'm doing it ever again, she said as she made her way to the cracked open vault. Coming, Yuuei. Coming, Yuuei replied, following Irina, leaving Sachai with an oversized hand behind, unable to move. A little help here. Back this Izuku. He grinned as an aura of success was felt. Something tells me things are going pretty smooth, he said to himself, as he made his way to the first event of the day. The obstacle race. As the students headed to the starting line, Izuku saw that most of the aggressive aura emitted by most competitors had dissipated after the modest speech he made. Although he could still feel the cold, murderous eyes of Todoroki staring him down, he aggressively walked up to Izuku, glaring into his soul and trying to pressure him to surrendering before the race even starts. Izuku glares back as Todoroki walks right past him. I won't be holding back, you've been warned, Todoroki said. Don't underestimate Bishoto, I'm always one step ahead, Izuku replied. Todoroki smiled in pity. We'll see about that. The horde of competitors gathered at the starting line, as the intensity gave Izuku a nostalgic shiver of nervousness down his spine. 3, 2, 1. The starting gun was fired as the gates opened, and students were seen charging through the gate. That charge didn't last long, as the one leading the charge was none other than Todoroki, freezing the front runners in ice as well as blocking the front entrance. Todoroki turned around, looking at his handy, however. What he saw was all of class barging through. You won't stop us that easy, the students yelled in unison as each individual found their own way of making it through. Looks like more people made it through than I thought, Todoroki said to himself. Looking back, a nimble figure used his small size to zip past the other runners, jumping in range of Todoroki. It was Minta, who, despite being one of the wimpiest students in class in Todoroki's eyes, was somehow the first to come in range. Good thinking, staying 2 steps behind. Now it's my turn. Eat my ender move. Grape. Before Minta could finish, he was sent flying with a smack to the face. Todoroki, upon seeing this happen, turned around to find the source of the attack, but froze in awe at the wall of machines that stood before him. Every obstacle course needs obstacles, starting with, of course, our first barrier, Robo Inferno, announced President Mike. So these are what the students faced in the entrance exams, asked Todoroki. How did they get enough money to make those? Asked Momo to herself as she came in range. Ice wrapped around the lead runner as his eyes grew dead cold. I had hoped for more of a challenge, he said in an icy tone as glaciers sprouted from the ground, freezing the robots in place, especially since my dear dad is watching. As the massive war machine became encased in ice, Todoroki rushed forward. The other runners, seeing this opportunity, followed suit. Bad choice, as in the position the robots froze in, they didn't have the balance to support themselves, and fell, crushing the Ice Boy's chasers. Todoroki didn't look back, not even regretting the people he could have potentially ended. He simply moved on, running further ahead. Suddenly, one after another, the crushed racers popped out like moles, one after another. First Kirishima, then Tetsu, then another one, and another, then things just picked up from there. But while everyone was trying to power through the massive colossi, Katsuki took a shortcut and used his explosion quirk to blast him up and over the robots, catching up to Todoroki dead on his tracks. But before Katsuki could take the lead, he needed to first tackle the second trial, the fall. A deep dark pit with several stone platforms acting as the pathway, connected with titropes, as a means for ordinary people or people without movement-related quirks could cross. Katsuki already saw that Todoroki was halfway there, so he wasted no time running ahead. But while Katsuki was still struggling on catching up to him, Todoroki, who had just made it to the end, looked back and gazed in confusion as a question popped up in his head. Where is Midoriya? Being the determined, lively, energetic kid that he was, he expected to see him neck to neck with some of the front runners. But no matter how much he squinted, there was no sight of him. Was he that far behind? Did all of the pressure get to him? He couldn't think for long, as he could hear explosions coming closer and closer to him, signaling that Katsuki was catching up. Quickly, he hurried to the final trial, the minefield. It was unsettling, really, after the giant robots and bottomless pits. Having the final stretch be a 100-meter dash to the finish felt anticlimactic, until he heard the announcers explain what the course was all about. I see, so this final course gives the one in first a disadvantage. It's all just a big show. Thought carefully attempted to avoid hitting any mines. Haha, this kind of crap. A voice was heard coming from behind the Ice Boy, as he turned around to see Katsuki, dashing right past him in a blinding burst of speed. Can't slow me down, Katsuki yelled as he gained the lead, looking back at Todoroki. Your declaration of war was to the wrong person, Todoroki. The two runners were neck and neck, struggling for the lead. As they closed in towards the finish line, Katsuki started sending bursts of flame at Todoroki, attempting to knock him over, but as a result, was unable to pay attention to below him, stepping on a mine as blasting him back. With his only competition taken out, Todoroki smiled triumphantly as he was just a few feet away from the finish line. It seems that the victor has been decided. The first place winner of the obstacle race is none other than... Hold the phone, present mic. What is that? Aizawa cut off. Just then, Todoroki's eyes widened, as a shadowy figure dropped in front of him, one that appeared out of nowhere. Thin air almost, a pungent shiver ran down his spine as he recognized the face of the one who took his lead, Izuku Midoriya. Looking at Todoroki's face twist in disbelief, Izuku gave him a warm but sadistic smile as he turned around, casually wailing through the finish line. The Colosseum went silent, along with the announcers, as their jaws dropped at the unexpected twist. What a twist! The first place winner of the obstacle race is none other than Izuku Midoriya. The silent stadium went wild with cheers. All Might, sitting in the bleachers, nearly fell over and broke his own neck. Back home, Enko clutched her pillows as tears of joy sprayed out of her eyes like a water hose. Back at the hideout, the villains cheered triumphantly as their new leader once again stole the show. The other racers followed soon after, as Todoroki looked down in disbelief. Wait, I call bullshit. Deku was nowhere to be seen. How did he end up in first? I demand a recount. Katsuki yelled out in rage. Yeah, we didn't even see him. Where the hell was he? Yeah, he might have been cheating. Cheater. Suddenly, all the other contestants started to yell at the winner. Silence. Midnight yelled with a crack of her whip, as she revealed where Izuku was through the TV screen. The crowd went silent. As they saw Izuku at the back of the race, suddenly, a wind blast shot his body upwards, sending him into the air, soaring out of the stadium through its open ceiling. From there, Izuku created a skateboard-sized whirlwind below his feet and flew along the paths, casually dodging all the obstacles, before jumping off the whirlwind and landing 2 feet from the finish line. Hey, isn't that sort of cheating? Present Mike asked. Not quite, replied Aizawa. The rules specified that contestants must stay in the course and can use their quirks to their full extent. But there is no rule that rules out flying over the obstacles. Heck, Katsuki and plenty of other students flew over the first trial. While Izuku did go a little too high, people with a wing quirk could easily have done the same, so technically speaking, what Izuku had just done was perfectly legal. We might need to redo the rules for next year, but you have it folks, the legitimate winner of the first event, Present Mike announced. Meanwhile, Todoroki stared in disbelief, unable to register how he lost. Just then, Izuku walked past him, and whispered into his ear. See, I'm always one step ahead of you. Back at the headquarters, sounds of blades clashing rang across the main lobby as Xenia kicked over a sofa to shield herself from Jack's throwing knives. Suddenly, the sofa got sliced in half, leaving a shallow cut on his back. The crazed murderer took advantage of this brief moment of vulnerability and lunged at him with a hidden blade. The shining hero drew one of his scimitars, parrying the upcoming knife, and then turned around, kicking Jack in the stomach, sending him through a coffee table. Like a puppet, the crazed psychopath got up without any care of pain and lunged at him once more, giving the hero no chance to catch his breath as he swung wildly at Xenia. Seeing how he couldn't win the fight close up, he jumped back, letting out a huge flash of light similar to a flashbang, blinding our demented executioner. When his vision cleared, he saw that he was now surrounded by a bunch of people all looking like the conductor. Before he could ask any questions, however, they all charged him at once. Jack slashed one of them, but saw that he immediately dissolved into light. Illusions A. Jack thought, I have my means to deal with these. Suddenly, in a flash faster than the eye could track, all of Xenia clones were ripped apart as, coming out of Jack's sleeves, were four metallic serpents. What the hell are those? The real Xenia asked in confusion, revealing himself to be hiding behind a pillar. These are my chain snakes, you like them? Jack asked, launching one of them at Xenia. The hero quickly dodged, but the snake steered midair, sinking its metallic jaws into his shoulder. Surprised, my babies were made thanks to a combination of AI technologies and magnetic plates. Not even I can predict where they will land next. Jack explained. Bastard, where did a maniac like you get this kind of weapon? Asked Xenia, pulling the snake out of his shoulder. I've been arrested more times than I can count. Sentenced as a test subject for different weapons in more institutions than I can count. Of course I'd take a souvenir every now and then after my escapes, Jack said, slowly approaching the wounded hero, as his sadistic and psychotic smile only grew wider at the sight of the wounded hero. Damn, I can't take him alone, I called for backup, but where the hell are they? Back with the hounds and Toga. A bloodied and beaten-up hero limped towards the exits as he clutched his arm in pain, attempting to escape from the group he just fought. Damn, I can't believe they got Hannibal and Lullafly. We were supposed to be the next top 3 heroes. This can't be the end, he said to himself as he clutched to the exit door. Don't worry, my friends, you will be avenged. I just need to call for more backups and it will all be good, just need to reach the elevators. Suddenly, he heard a voice from the other end of the corridor. The hero struck a battle stance as he prepared himself for the upcoming threat. Dodger, a familiar voice called. Hannibal, he replied as his former fellow hero stood in front of him. There was no doubt. He recognized him from head to toe, a tall, skinny but muscular man with silky, short black hair and a face of dignity and pride. Thank God you're alive. Dodger ran at him, jumping into his arms. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain as his former friend lodged a knife in his throat. He only caught a glimpse of the body of his former comrade melting down, revealing a young, childlike girl as his throat squirted blood all of her shirt, ending him slowly and painfully. That should be the last of them, said Alpha, walking by her and pressing the elevator button. We're taking this to the 77th floor, asked Tracker, following suit. No way, it would be way too dangerous. They would obviously have 100 guns pointed at the elevator doors, just waiting for it to open, exclaimed Doc. Who cares? I'm craving for another head to bash in. Let me at him, Rabbit said in a warrior-like tone. No, he's right. We can't risk this. It's best to take the stairs, said Tracker. Oh, but I hate taking the stairs. It's so boring, Toga ranted. We have no choice, Toga. Now let's get going, Alpha ordered. Order me around again. That's how you'll get yourself ended, Mutt, Toga mumbled as the group walked towards the stairway, with Young, Irina and Sachai. You know, I really didn't think I'd say this, but you're not a bad Young, Irina said, looting the vaults from all their goodies, shrinking them down to the size of a pill and putting them in a designated box, labeled illegal stuffs. Thanks, Young replied, switching out some of her firearms with more military-grade weapons. You seems way too quiet. Lighten up, buddy. We're here for you. We gotta enjoy ourselves more often, you know. Besides, look at some of these babies, Sachai said, glancing at all the amazing guns and other weapons, like check this out. That's a fricking SMAW. Do you have any idea how long I dreamt of firing this baby? Okay then. Hey look, a Scar 15. Cool huh, she said, trying way too hard to act like she's enjoying herself. Sachai didn't seem to like this, so he walked up to Young, who was shaking like she just triggered him. Instead, he patted her on the back, kneeling down to her level. Listen, I don't know if it's the fact that you're taking this mission too seriously or what, but whatever it is, don't worry, we're your friends. And we will stop at nothing to help you, so don't be shy. If you want to go let loose of stress, just do it, okay, Sachai said, giving her a genuine and warm smile. As Sachai turned to the drug aisle, Young took what he said to heart. having been against the world her entire life. The only two people she ever trusted was Jefferson and Izuku, but could she really trust these people? Her heart started to ease up as she smiled, knowing there was now two more people she can trust. Suddenly, a gunshot followed by a girlish scream startled Irina, who rushed to see what happened. "Kyaa, I've been shot," yelled Sachai as he clutched his shoulder. "It's all going dark. Take care of Rina, please." "Ha, relax. It's not loaded." Young laughed jokingly. Irina, seeing this, couldn't help but chuckle before breaking down into laughter. "Hey, cut it out. It wasn't that funny," Sachai said, crossing his arms in embarrassment as his own plan backfired, causing Irina and Young to break down laughing. "Okay, I admit, it was a little funny." 10 million, Izuku uttered in shock. "I'm worth 10 million? This was the second event, Cavalry battle, and it had seemed that the whole letting Todoroki nearly win but snatched the win from him, hence breaking his spirit plan backfired on the young, green-haired boy. Now, all of a sudden, every other remaining participants were glaring at him, reminiscent of his days back in middle school. The sheer amount of eyes glaring at him and the amount of people avoiding him like the plague made things hard for Izuku. Although, he knew he couldn't just throw the match. Going from one person to another, it seemed as though people were avoiding him like the plague. Even close friends like Ochako and Ida ended up avoiding him. He even turned to some of the students from Class B, but no one wanted to team up with him. As the timer was running out, Izuku was about to just make peace with whatever god he knew. Just then, he felt a hand of his shoulder and turned around. His eyes widened, however, as he met face to face with the last guy he thought of teaming up with, Katsuki. "Hey Deku," Katsuki said in a rather subdued voice, which was unheard of for him. "Kakin, what's going on here?" asked Izuku. "Every other effer around here are turning away from me like I'm have herpes or something. Besides Kirishima and Shiro, you are literally the only other person left," explained the living hand grenade of a man. As much as Izuku wanted to say no and punch him square in the nose, he knew there was no other options, so he accepted. "Fine, it would be nice to finally have you carry me," Izuku said jokingly. "Don't push it, broccoli head," Katsuki said in a pissed-off tone. As the teams got into position, Izuku called his team into a huddle, discussing a strategy. He knew he had to improvise. What he had to work with was tapes, explosives, a living human shield, and his wind ability. As the teams got into place, Midnight re-explained the rules. One final rundown on the rules here. The teams must remain a unit. If a member of a unit is spotted separating from the group, their whole team will be disqualified. Suddenly a spark of genius hit Izuku. Should a teammate get spotted, that's it. He though as a light bulb lit up in his head. "Guys, I got a plan," Izuku said. "Really? Let's hear it," replied Shiro, smiling. As the horses got into position, Midnight stated to count down. 3.2.1, go. As expected, all of the teams charged at Izuku's squad. Looking around though, he didn't see Todoroki. "Even when losing, you still managed to keep your cool, huh? Most impressive," thought Izuku as several students rushed in. "Bring it on," Katsuki roared. "No Kakin, we stick to the plan," Izuku corrected. As much as Katsuki wanted to charge forward, Shiro and Kirishima giving him the dirty look allowed him to restrain himself. Immediately, their team was hit with a barrage of hits as the students were determined to take Izuku's headband. But, in the ensuing chaos, the sheer amount of force dealt from the multiple assortment of quirks raised a massive smoke screen, especially enlarged by Katsuki, who activated his explosion quirk to minimize the damage. Sounds of fighting covered the battlefield, as it became hard to tell what happened. Suddenly, several teams felt their someone pass by as the band on their head were torn off. Shocked, they turned around and saw several other groups holding their headbands. "Hey, what the hell? Aren't you on our side?" yelled Toru, staring at the smug blonde that was holding a collection of headbands. "Sides? Since when were there sides? This is a free-for-all, remember. So why shouldn't I take someone else's headbands when they literally offer them to me?" replied Monoma. Suddenly, Katsuki flew through the air, snatching the headband belonging to Monoma as he was bragging. "That goes for you too, UF. Katsuki cackled. "What the? How the hell did they get over there?" screamed Mina's team. "Yeah, with all that chaos, the only way they could have slid through was if they split up," Shiro responded, cutting off Tetsu. "Wait, you didn't," he uttered shocked. "That's against the rules. Ref, disqualify them now." "No can do," replied Midnight. "What?" they shouted in unison. "We only disqualify cheaters if we have concrete proof that they're cheating. In that giant smoke, anyone could have split up. We can never be too sure," she replied. Izuku smiled. "Yeah, in the word of the great gambler Arby, it's not cheating if you don't get caught," Izuku responded. Suddenly, as if in a sudden flash, a blur zoomed right past him, tearing off his 10 million point headband. Izuku, with cold sweat running down his neck, turned to the left to see Todoroki, with Ida and his team, holding his band. "You two should pay more attention to your surroundings," Todoroki said coldly. Izuku, seeing this, immediately ordered his team to give chase to Todoroki, but then realized they put a fake-out headband on him with the number hidden as if he never lost the headband in the first place, and with the other teams still recovering from their shock. No one even saw that Todoroki stole his headband. And so, the horde of horses continued to chase after Izuku. Why you? Hey you horses, you want my headband? Take it, Izuku yelled as he threw his headband into the air, and immediately chased after Todoroki's group as the other team fought each other for a fake band. Izuku charged at Todoroki, who sensed that Izuku was getting desperate, a state he never saw him in. Smiling with satisfaction, he whispered back, "Now who's a step ahead of who?" This really seemed to trigger Izuku, as his desperation turned into a rage that would have made people believe he got possessed by Katsuki. "You bastard," Izuku yelled, boosting their entire team forward by launching double cyclones behind him. As soon as they were to close the gap, however, ice walls sprouted out of the ground, stopping the group dead in their track. Only 2 minutes left, and Team Todoroki was still sitting pretty with their 10 million point band, which the rest of the teams have now realized that he took. Katsuki, however, seemed more angry. "I ain't gonna lose," he said softly at first, "because of you, Deku." Katsuki blasted right through the multiple ice walls Todoroki made. "Zero, shot at them with your tape," Izuku ordered. "I can't hit them. They're too fast," Zero exclaimed. "Damn it," Izuku yelled back. Suddenly, the ground surged with electricity, and just as the other teams were closing in, paralyzing everyone. "Good work, Kaminari." Todoroki praised the now brain-dead battery boy as their group dashed to safety with only 20 seconds to spare. The countdown started. As the team eased up, people were counting it down as well, impressed with how they managed to hold everyone off. But, in the deafening cheers of the crowd, Todoroki's eyes widened as a single, blonde-haired kid dashed through the shadows, snatching one of the bands Todoroki had around his neck. "Gotcha," Katsuki said, as a mini-cyclone formed under him, blowing him back to the nearly collapsed horse that was Team Izuku. Sadly, before Katsuki could celebrate, he took a closer look into his hand and cursed. "Kakin, what's wrong?" asked Izuku. "They switched the bands. I got a effing 71, answered Katsui with frustration. "What?" Izuku yelled back. "And time's up," yelled Present Mike. "Damn it." Katsuki punched the ground. "Now let's see who the top teams are," Present Mike called out. In first place, Team Todoroki. In second, Team Ochako. From across the arena, with 5 headbands taken thanks to Takoyami during the smoke screen, they managed to take second place. Izuku, seeing this, gritted his teeth, now scared that they wouldn't make the cut. In third, Team Shinso. How did he get so many points? Some of the students asked as they saw Shinso, covered in bands as well. As they were about to announce the 4th place winner, Izuku slowly walked away when suddenly Zero came to cheer him up. "If you're worried about losing, don't sweat it, you know why?" he asked with optimism. "Why is that?" Izuku asked back. Suddenly, Zero snapped off the tape that was protruding from his elbow. "Katsuki's explosion sent several of Todoroki's bands flying off of him, so I used the tape that missed and snatched a few. And the 4th place is," Present Mike said while imitating a drum roll. "So, in other words, Team Midoriya," cheered Present Mike. Izuku smiled in relief as tears of joy streamed down his face. "Damn, thanks pal," Izuku said, hugging Zero. "Hey, don't sweat it. Besides, we might end up fighting," Zero said with a smile. As the teams scattered, Izuku headed back into the locker rooms, noticing that Katsuki was looking at him funny. He punched the wall, causing it to crack, as he gritted his teeth in anger. "My plan failed. I can't believe myself. Not only did my plan fail, but I lost composure, nearly made my team lose, and now caused Kakin to get suspicious. How can someone like me possibly lead the league if I can't improvise new plans? Have I only gotten lucky until now?" Izuku hit himself. Then, he let out a light laughter, one that was showing his more insane side. "Well then, guess that just means I still have room to improve. That's perfect. That means I can still avoid stagnation. I guess this isn't a complete loss." "Yes, Izuku. Even complete losses allow you to gain experience. Calm down. Just calm down," he said to himself, barely allowing him to go on a tantrum Shigaraki style. "I guess this is how Shigaraki feels, huh?" Suddenly, out of the corner of his ear, he heard a conversation happening. He would have ignored it, assuming it was just 2 students chatting if one of them didn't strike him as familiar. It was All Might. He ran to the source of the sound, leaning against the wall to try to hear the conversation. Then he saw the 2 that were talking, as the sheer pressure emanating from the 2 paralyzed him in fear. It was a chat between the number 1 hero All Might and the number 2 hero Endeavor. "Why fellow there NG, fancy seeing you here, coming to watch your son?" asked the valiant hero. "Get lost All Might," Endeavor replied coldly as he walked away. All Might gave chase, springing in front of the flaming hero. "Don't be such a party pooper NG. It's been 10 full years since we last had a conversation." It continued. Don't you have autographs to sign or something? Endeavor replied with a hint of annoyance. Your son pulled quite an impressive win there, winning without even the use of his left side. You must have raised him well. All Might complimented. What are you trying to say? The flaming hero grunted, looking at All Might with an aggressive attitude. Actually, I was hoping you could give me tips about training the next generation of heroes. All Might asked, just like how you train young Todoroki. Endeavor grunted with annoyance. I hate that happy-go-lucky attitude of yours, Endeavor said in an angry tone, making Izuku wonder if this wasn't actually Katsuki's dad. I will tell you this, however. Endeavor turned to All Might with a confident smile. I'll mold him into the ultimate hero, the one that will surpass you. That's the only reason I created him, he said loudly. That's a bit harsh, don't you think? All Might asked. Little that the two heroes knew, there was an eavesdropper, a very pissed-off one at that. Oh really? A bit harsh. That's the best you got against the world's most obvious child abuser. Izuku thought, I don't even know what I should be more pissed off about. The fact that Endeavor can even stay a hero for doing this, or the sheer lack of understanding or care coming from All Might. He doesn't really seem like a kid who likes his father. All Might continued. Oh, he's just rebellious. But that doesn't matter. He's my best and last shot after my wife gave up on me. Endeavor continued. She was hospitalized for months, with permanent mental scars. Yet you didn't even visit her once. All Might said with a concerned tone. She's just weak, and weaklings don't deserve my courtesy. If that weren't the case, I wouldn't have disowned my other worthless sons. Endeavor replied before walking away. But as Endeavor walked away towards the lounges, he felt a malicious aura coming from beside him. One that felt familiar to him. That of a villain's almost. Quickly turning around, he came face to face with Izuku. Hey, get lost, kid. You're not supposed to be here, he said in his usual but intimidating tone. How many? Izuku asked silently. How many of your sons have you disowned for not living up to your expectations? Izuku said in a pissed-off attitude. None of your beeswax, kid. Now get lost before I burn you to a crisp, threatened Endeavor, pointing his right hand at Izuku's face. Izuku brushed it aside, walking away. Enji, completing overlooking him, headed inside. Why are you a hero? Izuku suddenly asked before Endeavor entered his lounge. What? Endeavor replied. Heroes are meant to maintain peace and equality among people. They are meant to represent a goal that anyone can achieve. You don't fit into that category. Izuku continued. I really don't understand you, kid. Now hurry up and scram if you don't want to get cremated. I'm in a good mood today and I don't want weaklings entering my personal space to ruin it. Endeavor replied. A pretty bad case irony, considering you are a weakling yourself. Izuku said softly, but enough to trigger Endeavor. What was that? He shot up in a burst of flame. Face it, Endeavor, or should I say Enji, you were always a weakling and will remain weak for the rest of your life. Izuku continued, tipping him off. I am the number 2 hero in a roster of hundreds, with a number of captured criminals higher than All Might's. So tell me, what exactly makes me weak, to the point where a pipsqueak like you is saying it? He roared at Izuku. There was a silence. So why haven't you surpassed him yet? Izuku replied sternly. The flames faded as Izuku's words impaled Endeavor like a javelin, leaving him at a loss for words. You claim to be so strong, but you gave up at trying to surpass All Might, instead wanting your own children to do the job for you. You always claimed to be at your golden age, but instead of persevering, you strayed from the very path you set, hiding behind your own children because you don't have any more self-confidence that you can do it yourself. Izuku scolded. Stop it, Endeavor uttered. Aren't heroes supposed to help people? Aren't they supposed to make every kid smile upon appearing? You must be a failure in your field, as not even your own child will smile at you. Look at yourself, the great Endeavor, abuser of women, dishonor of children, the man who only cares about being number 1 that he actually beats his own children. What a hero. I want to be like him when I grow up, daddy. Will be what every kid says. Izuku continuously bashed Endeavor. Stop it, Endeavor said with a pissed-off tone as his flames relight. Wait, I thought of a good idea. You just want to beat All Might, right? You just want to be the strongest, right? Nothing else in the hero business seems to interest you, and you pretty much already violate 5 different laws already by abusing your family. If only strength interests you, why don't you just quit being a hero so you can prove your strength without being restrained by the law? Why not before a vigilante? Why not join the army? Why not be a villain? Izuku said, hitting the ultimate bullseye in Endeavor's nerves. Shut up, Endeavor said as he blasted Izuku with a wall of flame, melting the stone walls, turning them into molten lava and setting off every single fire alarm. As the flames ceased, Endeavor suddenly realized what he was doing, snapping back into reality. Oh God, what have I done? He said to himself as he stopped his flames, as the sprinklers went off, forming a wall of smoke. Kid, are you okay? He said nervously, as sweat dripped down his forehead. Suddenly, a silhouette emerged from the smokes as a small sigh of relief came to Endeavor, but was instantly overtaken with panic as he saw the state Izuku was in. His uniform's top half was incinerated. He must have tried to block the flames with his right arm. because it was charred black, a severe burn mark ran all the way up to his cheek. So now you stoop so low that even a mere pipsqueak like me can provoke you. You sicken me, Izuku uttered weakly as he stumbled away in pain. Kid, wait, Endeavor called out in guilt. Don't apologize, because I get it now. Todoroki is not a son to you, he's but a puppet, a toy, he is the personification and the seed of your arrogance, Izuku said, still stumbling away. Kid, please, at least let me take you to the infirmary, Endeavor insisted. It doesn't matter, Izuku continued, as if he didn't even hear Endeavor's pleas, because I will crush your son in front of a live audience, and then, once you disown him, you'll have nothing. After those words, Izuku passed out, falling face first onto the hard, cement floor. Endeavor walked up to Izuku, picking him up and headed to the infirmary. Even though no one was there, he felt thousands of eyes staring him down in disappointment. It was his walk of shame. At the infirmary, Recovery Girl heard the door open and headed to the entrance. Well, hello there, young NG, and what the? Recovery Girl exclaimed at the sight of the injured Izuku. I lost control. Things happened so fast. Leave the kid to me. You'll have some explaining to do to the press, the old lady said as she laid Izuku down on an operation table. Endeavor looked dejected, so he sat near the waiting room. When Todoroki suddenly walked by, seeing his father in a state he had never saw him before. Dad, Todoroki asked as his father turned his head away in guilt. What's going on? Why is my dad suddenly like this? Todoroki thought when the number 2 hero called him. Entering the infirmary, his eyes widened at the sight of Izuku before turning to his dad. Did you do this? He asked in disbelief. No answer. Izuku, what did you do? The news conference showed up as most of class was informed of Endeavor's mysterious outburst that nearly killed a student, going as far as to putting the sports festival on a 1-hour hold. Cameras flashed in the flame-bearded hero's face, with news reporters bombarding him with so many questions that he couldn't answer even if he wanted to. Back in the infirmary, Izuku was lying in his bed, clutching his plastered arm, with bandages going all the way up to his cheek. According to Recovery Girl, she can heal the wound, but it is preferable for him to sit out the fight. With obvious reasons, he refused. He was within reach of permanently breaking the number 2 hero, whose reputation had already taken a bad hit. Turning to his right, he could hear the bumbling sound of students at the door of the infirmary, all wanting to see him. The usual visits are limited to 5 people at max. But over 50 showed up, some worried, others pissed off that he was getting attention, others wanting to know the full story of how he pissed off Endeavor to the point where he nearly got killed by him. The nurse showed up, asking who he would like to see. Shoto, let me see Shoto Todoroki and no one else, Izuku replied. Minutes passed, and the young, white-haired lad walked in to see his bedridden opponent. You wanted to see me, Izuku? Asked the cold-hearted student. I wanted to know more about you, Todoroki-san, Izuku replied, patting an empty spot of his bed, offering him a seat. The boy sat near the burn victim, carefully examining his arm. My dad did this to you? He asked. Yeah, not surprising either. Dude's got quite the temper, and is merciless too. You present him a hostage situation, he'll probably burn the target, the hostage, and even a bus full of children that just so happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time, Izuku said with a joking attitude. Todoroki's face remained like stone, unfazed by Izuku's optimistic attitude. Why did he do it? He's usually unfazed by what ordinary people say to him. He asked again. Never underestimate the power of words, Todoroki. Which actually brings me to my question, what did Endeavor do to you? Asked Izuku. Izuku suddenly felt the tension rise in the room. He could see Todoroki twitching as he gripped tightly the bed, as if he was having Vietnam flashbacks. Izuku was about to snap him out of his trance, until the boy spoke up. I never met either of my brothers. They were failures. Forget about them. My dad always said. He started. Did he hurt you? Izuku asked. Todoroki flinched at the subject. The way he reacted to his question answered everything. I know, it's ludicrous, right? Have you ever wondered why someone so evil can remain a hero, much less have kids? Izuku said. But that only seemed to upset Todoroki even more. My mother had mentally snapped. She, who was my only safe haven from my abusive father, had burned my face with scalding water. She now stays bedridden, a husk of her former self. She's gone. My only sunshine is gone, broken by the very man this society dares to call a hero, Todoroki muttered in anger. Izuku listened carefully every word, and grinned. He's losing faith in heroes, just as planned. Now, just one final push, thought Izuku as he spoke up. I too was hurt in the past. You see, my quirk developed late, and only under extreme circumstances. So for a huge chunk of my life, I thought I was quirkless. If you think working to be the strongest is hard, trying starting out the weakest. I was beaten every day, had my dreams laughed at, and was spat on the face several times. Then the day came when I had met a certain hero. I asked him if someone who was quirkless can become a hero, and you know what he said. What? Todoroki replied. Sorry kid, you can't. Izuku said. No sugarcoating, no encouraging speech, just a big blunt no. He couldn't have. Heroes are meant to inspire, not deny. Todoroki complied in disbelief. Inspire those that have quirks to do con. It was in fact at that point, where even the people I looked up at turned their backs on me, that I have developed my quirk. In fact, had it not been the fact that my quirk activated the second I actually jumped off a building, I would be dead, and driving a kid to suicide would have been on that hero's resume. Todoroki clenched the sheet of the bed after hearing that. It must have been rough, huh? Asked Todoroki. Hey, don't feel sorry for me. I'm supposed to do that for you. We were both victims of the true nature of heroes, aren't we? Izuku continued. That's my reason of coming here. I was hoping that, through the power of words, not quirk, I can bring the world to a new light, where no one would have quirks be their defining feature, where the quirkless can be just as useful as the quirk. You are a prime example of victims of heroes. Together, we can bring down this corrupt establishment and reconstruct a better world. What do you say? Todoroki sighed. I refuse. Izuku froze. What? I said I refuse. Listen, Izuku. Although I detest my father with every fiber of my being, not all heroes are alike. I will become the top-ranked hero without the use of my father's quirk to show him he played no impact on my life, and I have no plans to change that goal. My father may hate All Might, but he is in fact my role model. I don't know what you are truly after, but I hope you best of luck, Izuku. Get better soon. He finished, leaving the room. Izuku, looking at the door where he left in shock, muttered to himself. I see, it's still too early. Fine, I'll just have to wait it out, and show him the true nature of most heroes. Izuku said to himself, I'll take this time to heal up, and then crush that ice boy. Hours passed, and the 16-man tournament has started. Prior to this tournament, Izuku had just gotten a call from the league, claiming that the raid was a smashing success, and now they were heading back with the hero data files. Izuku smiled at their subordinates' success, now praying mentally that they can yield the same results. As the students came through the door, the sound of cheers doubled at the arrival of Izuku, who had just recovered from his burn. All right, now that everyone's here, we will decide the matchups by drawing lots, starting with the first. Hold on, I'd like to drop out, Ajiro suddenly announced, butting off midnight. The crowd fell into shock. Why, Ajiro? Isn't this your chance to get recognized? Some of the people asked. I know, but I can't remember a thing during the Cavalry match. It just feels like cheating to have this position literally given to you while everyone else attained it using their own strength. Ajiro explained. Ajiro had Aoyama and Nirengeki in his team, which means the culprit must be. Izuku analyzed. Shinso. I'd like to drop out too, suddenly announced Nirengeki. Yup, definitely Shinso, Izuku declared. Midnight gave out a sadistic grin. Alright then, since 2 members dropped out, we will have the 5th place team member Tetsu and Shizaki fill in the gaps, she announced. As the matchups were made, Izuku felt a menacing presence behind him. Midoriya, that's you right? Asked a baggy-eyed purple-haired kid. Why? Before Izuku could answer, Ajiro put his tail over Izuku's mouth. Izuku, whatever you do, don't answer that guy. During the recreational events at the lounge, a brainwashing quirk, Izuku asked. Yeah, my mind went blank and my body was moving to his command the second I responded to him, Ajiro said. So all I need to do is stay silent when he talks, Izuku said to himself. That's not all. Towards the end of the Cavalry match, I ran into Tetsu's formation and was snapped back into reality. Ajiro replied, so I guess your best bet, given your win quirk, is to blow him off the stage with a huge gust. Izuku thought for a moment. No, I think there is another way around this, he mumbled. Really? Asked Ajiro. I'm not 100% sure if it works yet. You see, my quirk functions by absorbing the oxygen in the atmosphere, usually by breathing, then amplifying its power when I exhale, hence creating tornadoes. I can also freely manipulate any form of air I exhale for a brief period of time. The smaller the amount of air, the better, Izuku explained. What are you implying? Ajiro asked. Izuku grinned. Well, I'm glad you asked. Hey, are you guys ready? Yelled the announcer. Aka present mic. It's time for the one-on-one tournament. The 2 first fighters stepped out of the arena. The first match is coming underway. From the hero course, giving us surprise after surprise and even surviving an attack from the number 2 hero only 2 hours prior. It's Izuku. The crowd cheered in excitement. Back home, the neighborhood where Izuku lived had several reports of a low-level flood. Little did the neighborhood know, the liquid that formed a giant 2 inches deep puddle wasn't water, but tears. Tears coming from a very, very proud mother. Izuku, my baby. You always wanted this, didn't you? Inko cried tears of joy, as her entire house, all the way up to her waist, was filled with her tears. And from the general department, the kid who has done nothing to stand out but somehow always comes out on top, Shinso. The two contestants met up face to face at the center as the announcer continued to explain the rules. Of course, going for the kill is prohibited and any contestant that does so will immediately be disqualified. Explained Present Mike. I give up. Huh, get it, midoriya. This battle is truly a test of will. Shinso taunted Izuku. If you've got any kind of vision for your future, there's no sense in worrying about how you get here. Izuku remembered Anjiro's suggestion. Luckily, in terms of insults and taunts, he's had half his current worth of training to resist verbal abuse coming from classmates to heroes alike, so Shinso's tactics were ineffective. Instead, he slowly exhaled. Begin, announced Present Mike in the background while Shinso whispered, like a monkey babbling about his pride. Shinso continued, what kind of idiot would throw away a? Suddenly, before Shinso could finish his sentence, something felt wrong. He was already out of breath. Trying to inhale, he found himself unable to. Suddenly, with a satisfied grin, Izuku spoke. Throw what away? Something wrong? Have breathing problems? Asked Izuku. What's going on? Why can't I inhale? Any air that enters my lungs feels wrong. I can't. Shinso's thought as his head was going hazy. WOAH, WOAH, WOAH. What do we have here? Present Mike exclaimed. It almost seems like Shinso's about to pass out. The announcer's right, you know. You do look pretty terrible, Izuku said, inhaling a huge amount of air as Shinso dropped to one knee. Maybe you should get some fresh air. Suddenly, a powerful gust similar to a Category 3 tornado blasted across the battlefield, sending the suffocating hypnotist flying off the stage. Wow, that actually worked. With practice, maybe I can turn that into a special move. Flashback. Back in the waiting room. So here's my idea. Shinso needs oxygen to talk right. What if I use that to my advantage and cut off his oxygen supply? Asked Izuku. How are you gonna do that? Isn't your quirk to control and amplify the air you exhale? Asked Anjiro, confused. You clearly haven't learned basic science, Anjiro. Keep in mind, the air I fire is just my breath. Remember, humans are the opposite of plants when it comes to breathing. Plants inhale CO2, or carbon dioxide, and expel O2, which is basically our breathable oxygen. But us humans do the reverse. We inhale oxygen and exhale carbon dioxide. Anjiro finished. Exactly. Izuku ended. So your wind is actually composed of carbon dioxide? Anjiro asked. Exactly. I'm currently thinking of making a move where I create a ball of carbon dioxide and discreetly launch it at my opponent, surrounding his head in a ball of CO2. People won't be able to breathe unless they can outrun the ball, and judging by Shinso's physique, he's not going anywhere. Izuku finished. How many times have you tried this? Asked Anjiro. Never. This will be my first time. Izuku remembered as the flashback ended. Anjiro, sitting in the bleachers, clapped his hands, seeing his classmate emerge victorious. Shinso is out of the ring. Midnight announced. Midoriya moves to the second round. Midoriya runs over to the lightly injured student, picking him off the floor. The teen, however, slapped his hand aside in an aggressive manner. I don't need your courtesy. I can handle myself, he said in a dejected tone, before walking off. Izuku, despite all that's happened and all the heroes he killed without a second thought, however, couldn't help but feel a little bad, even before entering Yuuei. He knew some students here were here for good reasons, and that only reinforced his hatred towards heroes. The last thing he wanted was for the industry to get to these poor saplings, burning with potential, once more only looking for fame and blindly turning their eyes on the ones who truly needed saving. And now, a kid with a dream that was seemingly broken stood in front of him. Hey, Izuku called out, you did amazing too, Shinso. For a moment there, I had to actually bite my tongue to prevent myself from talking. Don't lose hope, okay? Shinso, on the other hand, smiled back. Who said I was giving up? He responded with a determined look. I will become a hero. This failure won't stop me. But hey, you're not that bad yourself, so unless you get your ass handed to you, I'm fine with being defeated at your hands. With that, Shinso walked off. The next match was Todoroki versus Zero. Before the match started, however, while Todoroki was heading to the stadium, he met face to face with the man he can only force himself to call dad. Only, this time around, he didn't look as pissed off as he should have. Todoroki clenched his fist when he walked by him, expecting his father to yell at him for struggling so much in the two previous events. Rage boiled up in his body as he could easily read his father's lips. You still have the guts to show up here after burning one of my classmates, he thought as the flame hero opened his mouth to speak. Can it, Dad? I know what you're gonna say. Use your damn quirk, Shoto. Stop rebelling, Shoto. Your mom didn't hospitalize herself for a disappointment like you, Shoto. I don't give a crap about surpassing All Might, and even if I was, it won't be for you, he said, speeding past his father before he could even say a word. I'll win using mom's powers alone. I'll never stoop to your level. As Todoroki sped past Endeavor, the flame hero tried to clench his fist, but his hand only briefly formed a fist before calming back down. All I wanted to say was good luck, son. Yet you didn't even give me a chance. Shoto, have I really been that bad of a father? Back out in the stadium, the announcer started the second battle. I don't really feel like winning, said Shiro in a lazy fashion. Suddenly, tape shot out of his elbows as he wrapped up Todoroki and sent him flying towards the edge. But I don't feel like losing either. Suddenly, Todoroki's eyes ignited with murderous intent, as in a fraction of a second, a giant glacier formed over the stadium, completely encasing Shiro. The whole crowd was rendered speechless, and even Izuku's jaws had dropped. That's a little overkill, no? Asked Shiro. Shiro, can you move? Asked Midnight, also half frozen. Hell no. Well, that settles it. Shoto Todoroki moves on to the next match. Before leaving, Shoto looked at Izuku with a murderous glare, as Izuku glared back. I hope you're ready, Endeavor. Once we fight, I'll expose your true nature, even if it means hospitalizing your son, thought Izuku. The sound of typing resonated through the room of a young 16-year-old writer. Attempted to make his deadline on time. The distant sounds of crickets chirped softly, breaking the otherwise dead silence of the night. My hands drifted away from the keyboard, cramped from staying in the same position for an hour and a half. I turned to my side, looking at the clock. 3:45 a.m. Oh dear, and I still have school tomorrow, I said, as I had just finished the part where Izuku had sex with Todoroki in the middle of the stadium. Just then, a white light crashed into my room. I should have known you would return. Brother, you were always so mysterious. How about we find out who is behind your peel? Said the shadowy silhouette, his figure letting out an aura of bloodlust. You were always the most rotten banana of the bunch, I replied in a heroic tone. What would father say if he saw you? The silhouette seemed to cringe at my question. We both know full and well that our father's dead. He yelled at me in anger. And you killed him, I replied with equal anger. No, it was the humans. They chopped him down. The very table you are writing on may have even been made of him. How dare you write for the very species that killed our father? He yelled, as his body started to mutate. Dear God, he's going super bananas. You say run plays in the background. Die. Why, the swing of his fist, I was sent flying through my house, getting blasted into the middle of the streets. He jumped down, delivering a punch that mushed up my insides. I'll make you into banana split, he yelled, as juice gushed out of my non-existent mouth. Brother, I uttered weakly, don't make me do this. Do what? Suddenly, he was sent flying as a golden aura erupted around me. Bane, no, Nane, no. Nah, a golden beam erupted from my hands, roasting the fruity mutant. With all of my chakra gone, I collapsed, exhausted. This was even worse than when I had to kill my sister. We was never the same ever since she became a devil fruit, I uttered as the battle between Todoroki and Shiro had shown Izuku that taking down Todoroki will be no easy task. His ice versatility beyond one's wildest comprehension. However, from what he saw, it seemed that he had one massive weakness, a personal one to boot. He had noticed that throughout the 3 events, he had never used his fire side even once. But while everyone was taken aback by the massive glacier sprouting out of the arena, he had activated his fire quirk on the entire right side of his body, attempting to regulate his body heat. That was covered in bits of ice, so he can't overuse one side of his quirk, and refuses to use his other side to balance himself out. My best course of action then would be to Hey Izuku, a voice called out from behind him, snapping him out of his trance. Turning around while hiding his notebook, he met face to face with his brunette friend, Uraraka, but something seemed off with her, which he immediately pointed out. Hey Achako, what's with the furrowed brows? Izuku asked with a hint of surprise. Brows? I guess I'm just a little nervous. I didn't know it was that apparent, though, she responded. You've been to the middle of the stadium before, right? What's there to be nervous about? Asked Izuku. Her opponent is Bakugo. I believe that's the reason, Ida replied, entering the room. I see, Izuku said, sitting back down. Knowing that with Ida walking in, a long conversation was inevitable. I guess you are right to be afraid. The dude can't socialize with anyone save his life. But in terms of combat, he's a natural. But certainly, he wouldn't use his explosion quirk on a girl, right? Asked Ida. He will, definitely. In fact, seeing how often you hang around me, I wouldn't be surprised if he went extra hard on you. Frankly, I feel guilty, because if he hospitalizes you, it's probably gonna be because of me, Izuku replied. Uraraka shuddered at his comment. What's his deal anyway? Why does the guy hate you so much? Asked the brunette. It's because he's in denial, Izuku said. Denial? Asked Ida, confused. I was a late bloomer, so for the vast majority of my life, everyone thought I was quirkless, but my drive of becoming a hero annoyed him. I always represented rock bottom in his eyes, as far down as he can sink. He always thought it would be impossible to sink lower than me. He was hoping to move up in life, graduate Yuuei, and finally leave me in the dust. Izuku started to explain. So having you be here, it gives him the feeling that he isn't progressing. Ada finished. He simply can't accept the fact that I have the ability to progress at an even rate, possibly even higher. He hates me because he can't shake me off. The fact that he is still within my reach, the fact that I'm no longer quivering in fear, the fact that I have changed, is what drives him crazy. Izuku finished as he got up, heading towards the exit. Upon turning the knob, his fist shook a little. He just won't grow out of it. It sickens me. On that note, he left the room, slamming the door behind him. On his way to the stadium, however, he ran face to face once more into Katsuki. "Hey, get out of my way, you sit," he said in his normal aggressive tone, bumping into him aggressively, forcing Izuku off balance. "Still treating me like trash, typical," Izuku said to himself softly, picking himself off the floor as the match between Kirishima and Tetsu had just concluded in a draw. "I'll deal with you next after I'm done with Shoto." Blasts of flames resonated across the stadium. Ochako tried in desperation to even touch Katsuki, only to get sent flying back like a ragdoll each time. All she needed was to touch him once, and then float him off the stadium. Izuku watched the whole fight happen from his seat. Everything Katsuki was doing was perfectly expected. But even then, he couldn't help but to bite his lower lip to suppress his anger. After staying in Yuuei for so long, he knew that out of everyone in his class, Ochako had every trait to be a true, legitimate hero, not those arrogant, self-serving pricks that have their names written on Stain's list of targets. Seeing her out there, even for a villain, was gut-wrenching. However, to his confusion, despite Uraraka's desperate charges, he could feel that she has a final plan. He can't tell what it is, but he can feel it. Uraraka eventually stopped her charge, taking a stance. Then it hit him. Looking up, tons of rumbles were gathered in the sky. She was intentionally letting herself get blown up so that she can use the debris as ammo. Just then, she let down, unleashing a meteor swarm upon Katsuki. But she made one mistake. She revealed her secret plan before using it. Even though the match wasn't over yet, Izuku knew it had been decided. Getting up, he slowly walked towards the infirmary, where she's most likely going to get sent to after the match. Sure enough, a loud boom was heard and Ochako was delivered into the infirmary on a stretcher and in tears, looking at her broken-down body. He could only clench his fist in anger, knowing that someone like him can still be qualified a hero. "Izuku, I lost," she said in pain and tears. "You did your best, Ochako. That's what matters," Izuku replied. I can't face my parents like this. Not after what happened," she cried weakly. Images of Endeavor and Todoroki beaten up as a child flooded his head. First All Might, then Endeavor, and now Katsuki. These people actually got away with the atrocities they had done just because they were heroes. It was unforgivable. A voice came out of the intercom behind Izuku, announcing that Kirishima won the tiebreaker and that the next round between him and Todoroki was starting. The green-haired student shook with excitement, as he can finally bring Endeavor to justice. He knew his anger was only going to get in the way, and knew that he had to let them go when fighting on the front line. So he gave Ochako a comforting smile and walked to the stadium. The crowd was radiating with excitement. As Izuku walked on stage, he could feel the intensity on stage. Todoroki stood before him, with his eyes poised on beating him. "Both these competitors have been at the top of the festival so far," yelled the announcer. "But there's only one room for these greats in the ring. It's..." Before the announcer finished, Izuku flashed a menacing grin at Todoroki, which legitimately took him off guard. Midoriya versus Todoroki. Looking behind Todoroki, Izuku saw Endeavor watching the fight with the eyes of a hawk. Seeing his concerned look only made Izuku more giddy, imagining how he's going to react to his own son getting pummeled. Begin. Immediately, Todoroki fired a massive glacier at Izuku, who, at the same time, fired a massive whirlwind to counter. The two attacks clashed, sending ice shards flying in all sorts of direction. The blast sent both competitors flying back. While Izuku was able to catch himself by quickly creating an air cushion behind him, Todoroki made an ice wall behind him as well, both saving each other from getting knocked out of the ring. The Ice Boy immediately launched a second glacier at Izuku, not giving him a chance to breathe. The ice covered him from head to toe, encasing him in a glacier noticeably smaller than the one he used against Zero. "Izuku's trapped in ice," yelled the announcer. Suddenly, the ice started to crack as Izuku busted out of his icy prison, surrounded in a miniature cyclone, before firing several blades of wind at Todoroki, who made another ice wall, blocking the blades. He then placed his hand on the broken-down ice wall, causing it to expand and grow spikes, shooting straight at Izuku, who took a deep breath and fired back an equally large wind blast. The two attacks collided, creating another huge explosion. "Damn," said Ida in awe, witnessing the battle unfolding before them. "I knew they were strong, but this is on a whole other level." "No kidding. Both Todoroki and Midoriya are seemingly even," said Ochako. "Even? Don't make me laugh," said Katsuki with a salty attitude. "Can't you see? All Izuku is doing is suffocating himself every time he attacks. Such strain can be resolved by simply breathing. Meanwhile, look at Todoroki. His right side is covered in ice. He may not look the part, but he's at his limit." Back at the stadium, Izuku could see that his opponent was getting more and more sluggish. The quirk was finally taking its toll on him. Knowing this, he finally spoke up. "You're shivering, aren't you, Todoroki?" asked Izuku. What are you talking about?" asked Todoroki in confusion. But as much as he tried to feint it, he really was taken by surprise at his sudden question. "Your quirk has its limits, doesn't it? So why haven't you used your left side to thaw yourself out?" asked Izuku. Todoroki seemed offended at his proposal. Just as he expected, all he needed now was for him to let it out in the middle of the stadium. All he needed now was a little push, and the dam would break. Izuku fired another large whirlwind at him, which Todoroki blocked with another ice wall. But this time around, due to the weak state of the stadium, some of the debris from the ground were getting blown at him too, breaking through his barrier and hitting him directly on the forehead. The ice wall eventually broke and Todoroki was sent flying back, nearly falling out of bound. "Look at you, beaten up and bloodied, covered in frostbites. Your body is at its limit. So why haven't you gone all out yet? Thaw yourself out. Douse me in flames. Do something with that left side of yours," Izuku said. "What are you planning?" Todoroki asked, as he wiped off the blood from his forehead. "Look at yourself," Izuku said, running at Todoroki. "Stay back," he yelled as he sent several more ice shards towards his opponent. Izuku parried them easily, without even slowing down, and grabbed Todoroki by the collar and threw him towards the middle. "He threw me away from the edge. Why would he do that?" Todoroki thought to himself. Suddenly, Izuku hit him with another whirlwind, a much deadlier one. Within the storm, he felt the wind cutting into his flesh. Memories of his mother flooded his mind. His father, beating him up. "You're a failure, Shoto," he could hear his father say. "Prove to me that you can still be useful. How can he be so cruel? I can't take it anymore." He then heard his mother cry out, "You sicken me." His memories faded with the face of insanity coming from his mother as flames enveloped her completely. He couldn't take it anymore. Tears started to stream out of his eyes. "Mother was the only one who loved me. My sunshine. Why did you take her away from me, Dad?" thought Todoroki, going through an emotional breakdown. "You took away everything from me. I'll never be like you. I'll never be like you." Suddenly, a massive glacier sprouted out of the whirlwind, dispelling it. The monolith then came shooting towards Izuku. Before he can finish his sentence, the entire stadium was encased in ice. The crowd went silent. But within the bewildered audience stood heartbroken father. Seeing him take those hits, unable to fight back, he couldn't help but to feel guilty. After Izuku had opened his eyes, he had realized how terrible he had treated his own son. And now, there his son stood, on the verge of potential death, all because he had pushed him to the point where he wouldn't use his fire quirk anymore. Izuku isn't winning because of his skill, he was winning because of him. The glacier collapsed, and both competitors were on the ground. Just then, Izuku stood up, lightly bruised. Todoroki, on the other hand, was lying in a pool of blood. This right side had gone purple from the amount of frostbites he sustained with that attack. Just then, Izuku stood up and yelled out in rage. "Is this what you wanted? To lose? You had all the opportunities to defeat me and you chose not to. And for what? Why didn't you fight me at full power?" Izuku yelled out. "I'll never use it. I'll never be him," Todoroki said weakly as he struggled to get up. "Please, Shoto, stop this," Endeavor mumbled while biting his lips. "Who's him? Have you been hiding something?" asked Izuku. No answers. "Well, to whoever you are, if you are even in the audience, I hope you're happy. It's because of you that this poor soul is in this state. I hope you're happy with yourself." "I'm not." "Okay, I've learned my lesson, so please stop," Endeavor thought as tears were streaming down his eyes. Todoroki eventually got up and slowly limped towards Izuku, trying to punch him. "Why are you still trying?" Izuku asked, kicking him in the stomach, making him cough out blood. "I have to win. I can't let him break me. I'll prove to him that I can win without his parts," Todoroki uttered desperately as he tried to land a punch. "I won't lose, even if it kills me." "That's enough," yelled a man in the crowd. Suddenly, everyone turned to a man in the crowd, yelling at the two competitors in the stadium. No one could even recognize him, as tears were streaming down his face like a waterfall. "Please, you've done enough, Shoto. I've learned my mistakes. I'm sorry," the man continued to yell out. Todoroki looked back in awe. Was this really his father? Why does he suddenly care about him? What changed him? Why is he doing this? Regardless, a simple apology can't fix years after years of abuse, so he shook off his apology, pretending that they were never heard. Izuku, on the other hand, heard him loud and clear. "So this is why you didn't want to use your fire quirk? Because you wanted to prove your daddy wrong? I thought you wanted to be a hero," Izuku asked. "My dad's no hero. He's an abusive, self-centered delusional posing as a hero. The only hero I want to be like is All Might," Todoroki responded. Endeavor's heart sunk after hearing that. After all this time, the weapon he was building up had actually admired the very man he was designed to surpass. And yet, he couldn't feel any anger, rather sadness. All of his sadness, his problems in life, his despair, he had pawned it off on his son so that he could escape it. He took the coward's way out instead of confronting his own inner demons. Endeavor's suffering was clear, and Izuku read all of it. His plan had finally fallen into place. Endeavor is now broken and Todoroki will soon turn to his side. A great victory on his part. However, he had made one fatal mistake. He never thought up of a plan B. Just then, Endeavor's body reignited into flames. The crowd that was staring at him had dropped their jaws at the revelation that crying, sorry excuse of a man was in fact the number 2 hero Endeavor. Shoto, I know I've been a terrible father, but please, let my words reach you one last time. Shoto. For once in your life, please listen to what I have to say. He cried out in a deafening roar. You'll never become All Might. He started, immediately making Todoroki look away. But you'll never become me either. Just then, Todoroki's dead eyes reignited, as Izuku was shocked at Endeavor's sudden action. I wanted to make you strong, but I know that deep down, you're not me. I want you to surpass All Might, but also for you to forge your own identity as well. The man who will surpass All Might will not be named Inji, but Shoto Todoroki. Dad, Todoroki uttered, as tears leaked from the corner of his eyes. I have passed down my quirk to you, but not my spirit. Forge your own identity, Shoto. Take those flames and make them your own. You're not bound by my blood, continued the flaming hero. What is going on here? Is this a fight or TV drama? Yelled Present Mike. Just then, Izuku's eyes practically bulged out of their sockets after hearing Inji's next words. It's like All Might once said. Just then, another memory flashed by Todoroki's eyes. It was the first time he saw All Might on TV. He smiled at every word he said, as though they were directed to him. And then, those same words passed by once more. You are who you decide to become. Suddenly, flames erupted from Todoroki's body, and in a blazing inferno, the ice on his body melted off, and he slowly stood up. I want to be a hero. Standing before Izuku was no longer the tortured, crying Todoroki, but a kid who was truly inspired to win. However, he couldn't just let something like this pass. It was just a surreal. ENJI. Izuku yelled out with a smile as wind gathered around him. You've gone and done it. You finally exposed your true self to the world, and threw away that pride you were known for. It's all over for you now. With your secret exposed, the world will know who you really are. You are no longer a hero. He looked over at Endeavor, however, he was crying, but not from sadness, but from pride in his son. Seeing him smile only pissed him off even more. Fine, smile all you want, you ex-hero, Izuku yelled out. As the clouds above were swirling around the stadium, you made a wonderful speech and sacrifice. Shame it will all be in vain, once I pummel your son even with his fireside unleashed. Suddenly, a tornado fist formed around Izuku's hand, one that would even send All Might flying. The sheer strain the wind was having on his body caused Izuku to cough out blood. Meanwhile, flame erupted from Shoto's body as the air around him caught fire. Seeing this, Midnight and Cementos quickly activated their quirks to minimize the damage. If this hits, they are both done for, thought the refs as they tried to stop the two. The cement walls and sleep gas were not enough to even slow them down, however. As the two attacks clashed, it caused a massive explosion similar to that of meteor impact. The crowd was blown away, and even the pro heroes were struggling to stay put. Class A, upon seeing this, were completely speechless. Even Katsuki couldn't believe what he had just witnessed. The power struggle didn't show any signs of stopping, however, and was stronger than ever. Slowly, Izuku was gaining the advantage, as he can feel the bones in Todoroki's arm breaking and blood gushing out. The flames were also making its way towards his left side, as his skin was burning from overusing his quirk. Slowly but surely, the fire was fizzling away, and Todoroki was slowly getting pushed back. It's over, Shoto. Give up. Izuku roared as he was overpowering the flames. I can't. Not yet, Todoroki uttered. I have only started a new chapter in my life. I will not let you tear it down. Suddenly, a massive shock of pain pulsated through Izuku's arms as blood started gushing out of it. The burn I took from Endeavor. Go beyond SHOTO. Endeavor cried as father and son roared in unison. Plus Ultra. The wind dispelled as Izuku was swallowed by the flames, causing a massive shockwave that parted the clouds. What is with your class? Present Mike asked. Knocked off his seat. As Midnight slowly stood up from getting knocked off her feet, she tried to make out what happened. As the smoke cleared, she saw Todoroki lying unconscious on the ground. His left arm was purple from blood loss and bent in 4 different directions. The entire top half of his uniform was ripped apart, revealing his cut up and bruised but muscular body. Todoroki has been knocked out, the announcer called out, but, turning to the edge of the arena, Izuku was embedded to the side of the stadium. Midoriya is out of bounds. Todoroki moves on to next round. Midoriya lost, Achako said to herself. However, most of the crowd were more interested at Endeavor's sudden behavior, but when they turned to his seat, he was nowhere to be found. So many of his fans started an outrage, crying over how this festival ruined their image of the stoic and cold badass. As the staff was trying to get the crowd to calm down in the meantime, Endeavor was waiting for his son in the infirmary. His right arm is in shambles, and the rest of his body isn't looking too good either, explained Recovery Girl. I'm afraid that with these injuries, he might need to forfeit his third match. It's all right, I understand, replied Endeavor in his civilian clothing. He'll have to go through surgery soon. I suggest you leave too. I work better when I'm alone, she continued, signaling the fire hero to the exit. Meanwhile, with Izuku, he had just walked out of the infirmary. His injuries were less severe compared to Todoroki's, so he healed rather quickly. What he didn't expect, however, was to get ambushed by all of his classmates on his way out. Midoriya. They all called out at the exact same time, causing the two names to get jumbled up. Oh, hi guys, answered their almost winner. What the hell were you doing? There's a riot happening in the stadium. The press are scouting the entire building to interview Endeavor, and all because of your fight against Todoroki, said Ida. Yeah, you went way too overboard. I heard he nearly died, continued Maita. Yeah, sorry, it was my bad. Huh, where's Ochako? Asked Izuku, noticing that she wasn't there. She got a call from home and went out, explained Momo. Wait, like, outside the stadium? Asked Izuku. Yeah, why? Not good, Izuku mumbled to himself, walking past everyone. Where are you going? Asked Tsuyu. I need to do something real quick, be right back, he replied. Crap, the raid group was gonna come pick me up after their mission. Hopefully I'm not too late, thought Izuku, making a mad dash for the exits. Outside, Sachai was hanging around in the parking lot after seeing the fight Izuku had with Todoroki. He needed to buy a drink. All that gasping and jaw drops made him thirsty. Just then, he ran into a girl, a young brunette, on her phone, crying. Feeling sort of bad, he went up to see what was wrong. Yeah, I understand. Okay, bye daddy, she said as tears were flowing down her eyes. Hey, is everything all right, little girl? Asked the guy as he walked up to her after she hung up. Startled, she turned around to see who was talking to her. It was a male, a little bit scrawny, about 6'0", wearing a light brown jacket over a white shirt with a silver chain necklace dangling from his neck, and was wearing old, baggy jeans and a red beanie that covered half of his brown eyes, with a small puff of beard on his chin, and was carrying a backpack. You were crying, are you okay? Are you lost? Asked Sachai. No, it's just family business, Ochako mumbled. Oh, do tell, it drives me crazy not knowing the reason behind people's pain, Sachai responded. Ochako hesitated for a second, but decided to give him the benefit of the doubt. He didn't look like a bad guy, and had a friendly smile with kinder reminded her of Izuku to boot. An accident happened at my dad's construction company last night, and the worker is filing a lawsuit against him. He might go bankrupt, she explained in a somber tone. Suddenly, Sachai's face shifted from helping to concerned, as if her description reminded him of something that happened in his life. He worked so hard, just for me, and yet the man who sued him seemed so aggressive for a mistake he himself made. I'm the only reason he pushes forward. I feel so guilty I can't help. She started crying again. Suddenly, Sachai reached into his backpack and pulled out a huge stack of 10 yen, handing it to Ochako. Here, it may not be much, but it should be enough to pay for all of your school fees and basic needs. Now your father won't have to spend off all of his savings on you. It's not much, but it's the least I can do, responded Sachai. Oh, no thanks, I don't take handouts. She reluctantly pushed away his money, surprised at how much a man like that had and wondering if he didn't just win the lottery. Oh, it's fine, take it as a donation, Sachai replied, passing her the money. Then getting back upright and walking away. I can't let such a nice and caring father go through what my dad went through. That last phrase shocked her. What his dad went through? He seemed sensitive on the subject too. What happened to his dad? Who was he? Hey wait, who are you? Asked Ochako. I dunno, maybe civilian, maybe a hero, maybe a villain. He responded, I'm however you decide I am. Ochako was left speechless, as if the man just gave him a riddle. Whoever she decides he was. What does that mean? Todoroki woke up on a hospital bed. Looking around, he saw his dad, sitting right next to him. Dad, what are you doing here? Asked Todoroki. What does it look like? I'm here to apologize, he replied. Apologize? You did that already, didn't you? Asked Todoroki a second time. No, not for abusing you as a child. Rather, something else, replied his dad. What is it? Just then, Inji got off his chair, groveling on the floor. I'm sorry for being weak. Huh, Dad, get up and explain. This isn't like you, Todoroki said, confused. And would you prefer it if I acted like me? Asked Inji, getting back up. No, that's not. Whatever, what do you mean, being weak? So you never found out either. I guess it wasn't due to my stupidity that I failed to realize what I had done, Inji replied. Which was, I gave up. All my life I tried to surpass All Might. It was what drives me, the reason I became a hero. But when I found out the gap between us was far too wide, I took the coward's way out. Instead of trying to keep up, I stopped chasing and took out my frustration on my own sons. I pawned one of the most impossible tasks on mere children that had inspirations of their own goals that I neglected. I'm sorry for passing such a heavy burden to you. It must have been hard," continued Enji. Todoroki was speechless. He never even dreamt of the day his dad would be apologizing to him, much less throw away his own pride while doing so. I now see how blind I really was. And it pains me to know that losing my first son was not enough to open my eyes. Enji finished. Just then, Todoroki felt something he didn't know was possible. He felt sorry for his dad. Seeing him like this was never something he would have prepared for. Maybe you haven't forgiven just yet, and I fully understand that if you do. But remember, I'm not gonna hold you back anymore, but the hero you want to be, okay. Enji finished as he made his way towards the exits. "Where are you going?" asked Todoroki. "The press has been rioting for hours, trying to interview me. Shall I let them wait any longer, and we may actually need to send in pro-heroes to break things apart? I'm going down to stop them before they get too violent. It was about time I got the punishment I deserve anyways," Enji said while opening the door. "Oh, and one more thing, Shoto. Tell me when you're visiting your mother. I might tag along, should they let me go early." And with that, he left the room, softly closing the door. In the meantime, Izuku had finally met up with Sachai. "Hey there, Sachai. I suppose the raid was a success?" asked Izuku. "Yup, info and everything. We got them all on this USB drive." "Sweet," Izuku replied, immediately opening his laptop and plugging in the key to see the contents. As per expected, the list of every hero's, villains, personal information, weaknesses, notable injuries, they were all there. But then, something strange caught his eye. In the files, there was a classified info pile. And upon opening it, he was met with different non-public events and a list of heroes that retired without public announcements for different reasons. Heroes who do this usually just mysteriously vanish to the public that he knew, but amongst one of the heroes, one made his heart practically stop. In one of the hero files, it read, "Hero name, Psy Storm. Rank, 3. Age, 20. Age of retirement, 27. Quirk, psychokinesis." So far, everything was normal, but what shocked him was the hero's true identity. Name, midoriya. Mom. As the fights concluded, the award ceremony had started. Katsuki, restrained with iron cuffs and pinned to a cement wall, violently thrashed in anger, his mouth gagged, able only to make muffled roars. On the podium next to him, Takoyami attempted to avoid eye contact with the violent beast, but with all of his roars of anger, it was hard not to look. In second place we have Ida, but he had to leave due to a family emergency, explained Midnight. "Really shame, he was so pumped for this event as well," commented Tsuyu. Kirishima remembered clearly what happened when he told everyone his brother was attacked by a villain. His energetic, leader-like tone was replaced with a more worried and sad mutter. They could feel his pain as he left the stadium. "I hope he's all right," he commented. "And now, for the medals, presenting them this year is," suddenly, timing perfectly to Midnight's announcement. A tall, muscular man in spandex flipped into the stadium. "All Might, I am here with the medals," he called out in his stoic voice. "Man, first year really is something else. Even All Might came to watch," commented people in the crowd. First, he went to Takoyami, putting the medal around his neck. "Congratulations, young Takoyami, you're a strong one," complimented All Might. "You honor me too highly." The crowhead responded in modesty. "Hone your innate strength to open a world of opportunity, but relying on quirk alone can't overcome a bad matchup," explained All Might, giving his verdict on the student. He then turned to Ada's podium. "And now for young Hagakure," he said, confused at why there was an empty podium. "Ada had to leave early due to family matters," Midnight explained. "Oh, once you meet him, tell him he did an amazing job, and that his brother would be proud," he told Midnight, before turning to an enraged Katsuki. Upon removed his gag though, he allowed Katsuki to immediately drop a giant F-bomb on the entire stadium. "All Might, this win doesn't mean squat. Did you really think I'd accept a win by effing default?" First, Todoroki fails to show up from round 3 due to his injuries, and then Ada ditches me in the final round after beating Takoyami because family matters. "It doesn't matter what anyone says. This medal doesn't mean sit unless I recognize it," Katsuki yelled out, his eyes so fierce they were literally popping out of their sockets. What a fearsome face. In a world that's constantly graded on a curve, there aren't many who can continuously be on top, said All Might, so accept this as a wound even, so that you don't forget. "I told you I don't need that piece of junk," Katsuki yelled back. After All Might placed his medal on Katsuki's teeth, he turned to the crowd. "Well, here are your winners, but hold on everyone," he said. "Anyone has the potential to be standing up here, as you all witnessed. Competition, encouragement, pushing each other to go higher and higher. The sprouts of today will become the heroes of tomorrow. In spirit, let's have one final cheer. Say it with me, 1, 2 and Plesul. Thanks for the hard work." All Might cheered, confusing everyone. We're supposed to say plus ultra all might, Midnight explained. Oh right, it's just, they did work so hard and, All Might uttered in embarrassment. Anyone has the potential. What a load of crap, said Dabai, watching the TV broadcast. Yeah, when do we kill the guy? Asked Spinner. When the boss tells us to, answered Magni. Oh right, wait, didn't he lose the fight against your little brother? Asked Mr. Compress. I'm just as shocked as you. I didn't think the kid could pull it off, answered Dabai. Although, it was nice seeing old Pops in tears, Izuku did give us that to laugh at. Awa, when can I see him? I miss my Izu-kun so much, cried Toga, lying upside down on a nearby couch. Sachai said the group was coming back soon after a celebratory drink, and that they were gonna pick him up on the way back, but they still haven't returned, replied Kurogiri, cleaning a beer mug. Suddenly, the door swung open, and Toga, from instinct, leapt into the first guy she saw. Izu-kun, I've missed you so much, she cried out in joy. Nope, just your good old Sachai, replied the guy she hugged. What, where's Izu-kun? Toga asked with disappointment. He had an urgent meeting with the big boss, so I drove him there to drop him off first, explained Sachai. Awa, but it's been so long. I wanna see him. I wanna, she thrashed around. Alright then, let's go meet him, said Kurogiri. Really? Toga lunged at the black-misted bartender with sparkles in her eyes. Of course, anything for young master's girlfriend, Kurogi replied. Then I'll be coming too, just wanna congratulated him for his fight. Dabai replied with a lazy but genuine smile. I'm coming too. Can't just leave friend alone. Twice leaped in. Same here, he's a cool guy after all. And one that acknowledges my gaming skills and appreciates my outfit, Spinner replied. Alright then, let's go. Sachai finished off as Kurogiri opened up a portal, and the gang walked in. The dark, torn-down warehouse that looked like something straight out of a horror game was nothing more than the reception room to Izuku, as he had been here dozens upon dozens of times, exchanging information, seeking guidance, or just asking for another type of quirk enhancer drug to be made. This time, however, he wasn't here for any of those, he was here for answers. Good evening, all for one, Izuku greeted. Good evening, my young apprentice, what can I do for you this time? Asked the masked man. Izuku immediately pulled out his phone, showing him Inko's hero card. Seeing this and the upset look on Izuku's face, the man froze, looking at the card for a while, with a concerned look that can be read through the tinted glass mask. I should have known that you would eventually find out, muttered the villain. Find out what? Asked Izuku. The truth about, well, your very existence. All for one explained in a somber tone. My existence? Asked Izuku. Yeah, think about it. Your mother has telekinesis and your dad can breathe fire, yet you never wondered how you ended up quirkless. Asked All for One. Well, Izuku tried to answer, but couldn't find anything to say. All for One, upon seeing this, took a deep breath, as if he was about to tell a long story, which he was. Sit down, young one, because it is time you learned the truth about the Midoriya family, explained All for One. Alright then, indulge me, Izuku responded, sitting on a nearby chair. It all started 30 years ago, long before your birth. Inko and Hisashi met each other in Yuuei during their sports festival. Inko had a powerful quirk that allowed her to lift things with her mind, a form of telekinesis if you will. Hisashi, on the other hand, was unable to make it to the hero course and joined the support department instead. His quirk, Burn Breath, allows his body to perform different kinds of combustion on the inside with ingested chemicals and shoot out the emission in the form of fire. Him being in the support department gave him access to different tools to tinker with and improve his quirk. He started to work on digestible chemicals that can change his fire's property with harming his body. I've seen him spit all forms of fire depending on what he consumes. Fire, blue fire, white fire, napalm, burning ash, magma, you name it. After the sports festival, during their fight, Inko suddenly broke down crying in the middle of their battle. She couldn't bring herself to turn Hisashi, no matter how hard she tried, despite being fully capable of sending him flying. 30 years ago. Why are you crying? Asked the young Hisashi. Sniff because you truly understand me. Apparently Inko couldn't get herself to many friends. Her quirk was powerful, but it doesn't suit her personality. She was shy and oftentimes would hurt others by accident. This was back in the early days, where quirks were still being discovered. There was a belief that quirks often reflect one's personality. Because of that, the students of Yuuei believed her to be some sort of delinquent, ferocious and without scrutiny. Hisashi was the only person for a long time to have given her a second chance. Seeing how tortured she was, he spent most of his time with her after the sports festival, while most would avoid her. They started calling Hisashi the Lion Tamer, because he was able to hang around the rumored Yuuei's most dangerous student. The two quickly grew close to one another, and after graduation, the two pursued their hero career together. While Hisashi was lacking in speed and defense, Inko, with her quirk, quickly climbed to the top 10. She had at one point even reached number 1, but quickly lost that rank to Nana Shimura, so she settled as the number 3 hero. There was but one catch. She insisted to be called the kind hero Esper, but due to how powerful her quirk was, everyone was scared of her, especially after a photographer took a picture of her, seemingly force choking a villain while standing amidst the burning rumble of a building, while what was actually happening was that she was dragging the helpless man out of collapsed debris. But that didn't stop her from getting mountains upon mountains of fans. So many fans loved her, and soon she grew more and more distant from her high school friend. Hisashi, on the other hand, while was bitter, was also happy that she was getting the love she longed for. But then that day came. "It's a villain," cried the panicked civilians as a 30-feet-tall gargantuan stomped through the city. Suddenly, a woman in a black cloak zoomed through the city. Debris started floating off the ground, allowing trapped civilians to escape, and were used to created temporary barriers to parry the villain's every swing. However, Inko didn't fight back, even when all the civilians were evacuated. Hisashi, only now arriving for duty, saw her fighting. But then, he saw the other heroes that were there. Why weren't they helping her? Quickly, in a mad dash, the young hero ran past the crowd to assist his lover, but just then, was blocked by other heroes. "What are you doing? Let me help her," cried Hisashi in rage. "Help? Yeah, right. Like Storm even needs any help. She once stopped a meteor from hitting Kyoto. She's got this." The other heroes laughed. "Are you kidding me? Inko is a kind hero. She wouldn't hurt a fly. Why would they just let her fight alone? Do they not know about her personality?" thought Hisashi. Suddenly, with Inko at her limit, the villain shattered her barrier, sending her flying back several feet. Panic rung out, as even the heroes were fleeing. "What the? Where are you going?" "We're heroes," Hisashi called out. "That thing took out Storm. We won't stand a chance," called out the hero in return. You, I don't believe you," Hisashi uttered out as he downed a white fire chemical mix and ran towards the villain. "No, don't do it. You'll all get killed," the heroes called out. Just then, Hisashi froze in rage, hearing the hero's next words. "You're not PSY Storm. If her quirk couldn't do it, yours won't either." He had realized that this whole time, her fans didn't recognize her for who she was, they recognized her for her powerful quirk. It applies to today as well. Do you think Endeavor could remain Endeavor without his quirk? What about Best Jeanist? Or, for that fact, All Might? It was at that moment that Hisashi knew, in this world, quirks now define who you were. That day, something snapped in Hisashi. When Inko woke up, there was fire and destruction everywhere. The villain that beat her was down, lying on the ground with severe third-degree burns covering his body. And Hisashi stood amidst the flames, letting out a roar in anger. "Hisashi!" Inko called out. Hisashi, seeing her, had snapped out of his rage and ran to hug her, the same way he did years ago, when she was crying alone in Yuuei. He had realized that this whole time, he was still her only true friend. Hisashi gave up his hero career after that, and became a scientist, starting a quirk research project to hone his skills in chemistry, but stayed close to Inko, the two eventually getting married. However, her fans didn't learn, and kept identifying her for the hero she wasn't. Eventually, Hisashi had enough. So, without telling her, he started a research on a quirk erasure drug that would permanently terminate one's quirk. That's where I came in. With no one to fund his project, I stepped in, knowing the drug can be used to defeat All Might. We had several chats, and everything I'm telling you, he told me first. But he needed a test subject to make sure the drug was a success. And take a wild guess at who that test subject was. Mother, exactly. Hisashi injected the drug into her while she was asleep. But it didn't work as planned. Rather, it worked out even better. Instead of vanishing instantly, the drug caused Inko's quirk to weaken day after day. He carefully noted everything, from her power's decrease rate to her physical conditions. There was but one final question: was the drug hereditary? No. Yes, indeed, my child. He had sex with Inko just to see if her offspring would be quirkless. Guess one might say it was a success. However, he was unable to finish his true plans. As I had found out about it and had to confront him, he was planning to turn his drug into a virus and unleash a quirk-killing plague. It was the perfect drug. The effect won't be noticed until it was too late, and any child that comes after will be quirkless. The silent plague, he called it. In time, the whole world would be back to being the plain old Earth it was decades ago. I had to confront him. Think about what you're doing, Hisashi, yelled All for One. I have already. This world isn't ready for such powers yet. I'd rather live in a world where people have to work to get what they want, not be born with the means to. Hisashi replied. We haven't even begun to discover what quirks can truly do. A new era will soon begin, as the number of quirkless is decreasing rapidly. Do you really want to miss out on this new era? Asked All for One. Inko can uproot an entire skyscraper if she wanted to. Nana's One for All can destroy an entire building with a single punch. Thank God they're both heroes. But imagine if that kind of power falls into the hands of those with evil intention. I'd rather live in a world where such a menace is impossible. Hisashi replied. And you won't stop me. Suddenly, dark energy radiated from All For One's body as his animosity increased. Yes, I will, All For One said, entering his battle mode. Sadly, the heroes had also caught on to Hisashi's plans and raided his lab the second I was about to strike him down. Hisashi took advantage of this moment of distraction and hit me with a surprise attack. Upon saying this, All For One took off his mask, revealing to Izuku a face that looked like melted wax, with only vaguely eyes and a mouth. This was the damage your father did to me during that surprise attack, explained All For One. But what happened after that? Asked Izuku, recovering from the shock of seeing his real face. Having my face melted was not the most pleasant of experiences, but luckily I had pain-numbing quirks to help me. Everything after that was a blur. But I remember that ultimately, I was put down by All Might, while Hisashi escaped within an inch of his life. Well, almost, as he had run into the last person he wanted to run into right at the exit. Darling, asked a worried Inko. Inko, don't tell me, Hisashi said in shock. Yes, it was me. I leaked your plans to the heroes. She explained. I can't believe you'd do this. Inko, I'm sorry. Hisashi said on tears. You drugged me, fed me not for love but for your own selfish ends. Why didn't you consult me? Inko cried out, her voice getting more and more upset. Inko, I'm so sorry. I couldn't trust you. That revelation broke Inko's heart. For a brief moment, she had forgotten morale, and in a blind rage, snapped her husband's neck with all of her leftover powers. She cried after that, a lot, and mourned for months. And the day she had given birth to you, I was there, at the same hospital. I could tell that she still loved her husband and regretted her actions. So I convinced her to keep you, it's what he would have wanted. And that's how you, Izuku Midoriya, came to be. All For One finished. Izuku looked into a mirror in disbelief. So this whole time, I was but a mere experiment, a step in a much bigger project. I shouldn't even be alive. Izuku muttered to himself. See, this is exactly why I haven't given you All For One yet. It's because of this reason. All For One finished by pulling out a vial of white liquid. This is the drug your father was gonna use to kill all quirks. It hasn't been made into a virus yet, so I'm saving some samples in case we need it. Izuku did not respond. While he normally would have taken great interest in the contents of that vial, he didn't. That confirms it, he's broken. All For One declared. But just then, the door opened. Izuku, are you done your meeting? Come on, let's head back, called out Spinner. Izuku, snapping out of his trance, looked at the group that came to visit. Toga, Spinner, Twice, Dabai, Sachai. What are you doing here? Asked Izuku. We couldn't just leave one of us behind now, can we? It's like you once said, this league is like a family. Sachai said with open arms. A family? Yes, a family. Izuku thought as the amount of joy caused tears to flow out of his eyes. So, what are you waiting for? Don't leave them hanging. All For One said. Izuku smiled. Right, he said as he ran towards the group, going right past Sachai to hug Toga, who gave him a big kiss. The past doesn't define me anymore. I have a place now in this world. Back at the hideout, the young greenhead was staring at his computer screen, typing away like a salaryman working overtime. He rapidly ran through all of the heroes and was trying to prescribe a counter for each of them. The advantage they have in this is that thanks to All For One, that can obtain almost any quirk necessary to deal with the heroes without losing any men. Although, the reveal of the truth still boggled his mind, making it hard for him to work. While surfing the web, searching for the best antifreeze chemicals, he came across the news that the hero headquarters had been raided. The sight of the headlines gave him a prideful grin as he read through the report. Over 30 security killed, 75 injured. To top that, 4 heroes were murdered and 1 gravely injured. I must congratulate you, Jurin, he said out loud. You really know how to pick the creme de la creme within the crowd. The door swung open behind him as he turned around to see who it was. At the doorway stood Dabai, holding a piece of paper with concern painted all over his face. Something wrong, Dabai? Asked Izuku. You should see this now, replied the lanky man as he handed him the paper. Reading through the lines, concern drew over Izuku's face. Assemble the league, he said in a serious tone. Now. Down at the bar, the gang met up around the round table, with Kurogiri serving each of the members their favorite respective drink. Sake for Dabai, Bloody Mary for Toga, cocktail for Magni, ginger ale for Spinner, whiskey for Mr. Compress, just water for Moonfish, milk for Mustard, vodka for Muscular, gin and tonic for Sachai, beer for Irina, tequila for the Hounds, cola for Yon, cider for Jack and margarita for Izuku. I don't usually call the entire league to my meetings. I know some of you love to go their own thing, using the leave as just a rest stop. Muscular, Jack, and Moonfish, I'm looking at you 3. While others, including myself, have a secret life to mask our villain alter egos, such as Mustard. But today is different. Dabai was able to intercept an anonymous letter. I thank him for that, because should this letter get sent to its destination, it would mean the end of this league. Izuku started. The group chattered, some more concerned than others. What could it be? Asked Toga. Yeah, we can take him. whoever they are. Muscular cut in. Izuku unfolded the letter, reading it out loud. To Yuuei, as we speak, there is a traitor among your ranks who has been leaking information to the outside. This traitor goes by the name of Mightless, as you may know, and has been leaking information to the underworld. His true identity is Izuku Midoriya, and he is the leader of the League of Villains, whom was behind both the Usk incident and the headquarters raid. The rest of the letter also revealed the quirks and appearance of each member and the location of the hideout. Just to clarify, the only reason why we're still here is thanks to Dabai. We got lucky, but there's no telling when another message could be sent. Izuku explained. Who could be behind this? Asked Magni. Isn't it obvious? Shigaraki obviously, replied Mr. Compress. Indeed, this is his handwriting, confirmed Kurogiri. Reading the letter himself, he must have thought that if he couldn't have the League, no one could, and planned to bring the League down himself. So what do we do? Asked Sachai. Ain't it obvious? We need to catch the traitor before he falls into the hands of the authorities. Should he get detained, he'll spill everything, answered Izuku. But how will we track him down though? Unlike last time, we don't have nearly enough men to do the job. Nomu would only attract heroes, and we can't forget that he can kill any of us with just a touch. Asked Arena. Remember, we still have a lead. We may not be on good terms currently, but he's our only lead, said Izuku. Some people in the room, such as Spinner and Toga, shook with excitement. You don't mean? Yes, Spinner, we must contact Stain. The news about the attack at the hero headquarters spread like wildfire. It seemed as though this year, the sports festival in its entirety was getting buried by much bigger incidents. First was Endeavor, confessing to his crimes, followed by the raid on the headquarters. One may say that the heroes took 2 major blows that day. Articles such as "Are heroes worth it?" and "Can they be trusted?" became hot topics online and on the news. People started to lose trust in the people they once admired. And from the amount of backlash generated from these recent incidents, it was rumored that Yuuei's student count dropped by 20%. But the biggest impact on society these recent attacks had was its spread to the underground. Kahaha, did you hear? Apparently Endeavor cried like a beach during the sports festivals. A random thug laughed in a random bar. I know, right? I always knew these heroes were pusses. Another one laughed back. At the corner of the bar, a lone hero killer sat silently, taking in all of this new information. Letting out an annoyed groan, he emptied an entire bottle of brandy in one gulp. Suddenly, a man adorned in a black coat, with Kevlar vest with a skull that has a hole on the forehead and wearing a red beans and a face mask with the bottom jaw of a skeleton drawn on, approached the drinker. I suppose you're Stain, the hero killer, said the man. And what if I was? Asked Stain. My name is Sachiko Tsukiyama. I am a representative of the League of Villains. Our boss, Mightless, would like to have a word with you. Sachai answered formally. Stain reached slowly for his knife. And what if I won't cooperate? He asked. I beg your pardon, Sachai asked politely, like how Kurogiri instructed him to. You see, I have a certain grudge to settle with your boss. I won't give in to his demands so easily, so tell me, what are you going to do if I refuse? Asked Stain. I'm begging you, please just come with me quietly, and no harm will be done, Sachai pleaded. Seeing how he had nothing better to do, he got off his seat, following Sachai outside, where Kurogiri pulled over in a limousine, opening the door for him. Stain cautiously entered, as next to him was a woman, black long hair, wearing a long black dress. Hello Stain, my name is Irina von Tescalorius. I will be your escort, she replied. If this is all a setup to make your organization look more professional than it is, cut it. I prefer if my escorts weren't faking it. I despise fakes more than anything, Stain said aggressively. How did you get your hands on this limousine anyway? Our many heists have put our budget in the millions. We have money to spare. Of course, it isn't all used on luxury items, but it's nice to enjoy ourselves, won't you agree? Champagne, Irina explained, offering him a glass, which he declined. As the car pulled over to the bar, Stain's suspicions were already confirmed, as the quality simply didn't add up. From a fancy limo to a rundown bar, Stain was already starting to lose his trust towards these guys. Entering the building, he was met with a cozy-looking bar, where at the bar table sat the boss of the establishment. Hello Stain, I've been expecting you, said Izuku in a calm and polite tone. Stain looked around. At the door entrance stood 2 giant beasts beyond his comprehension. Any other normal human beings were nowhere to be found. I was expecting a bigger crowd, commented the hero killer. Sorry about that. I would have brought out more people, but I wanted to discuss more personal subjects, Izuku replied. But first, I would like to ask you about the whereabouts of a former subordinate of mine, one that goes by the name Tamura Shigaraki. Stain sat down on a chair next to him, surveying the room to make sure this wasn't a trap. For a brief moment, he could have swore he saw a lizard slip by. Meanwhile, near the back room, Twice and Dabai had to pin down Spinner, who was having a fanboy-gasm. Let me go. I have to see him. Stain, please sign my autograph. Spinner yelled with a muffled scream as the 2 villains had to hold his mouth shut so that Stain doesn't hear. They had specific instructions to stay hidden, as their presence coupled with their usual personalities would set off the serious mood Izuku had set up. It wasn't like he hadn't it easy either. He had to receive formality training from Kurogiri, and had been rehearsing for hours prior to the meeting. If you want to know where Shigaraki is, I can safely say that I'm not sure. He had left just yesterday. Although, with his name now on the wanted list, I doubt he could have made that much distance by in one day. Stain answered. Izuku turned to Kurogiri. Send in Nomus and place them on the outskirts of Hasu. Make sure Shigaraki doesn't escape the city, ordered Izuku. Right away, young master, Kurogiri replied as he vanished into a portal. Turning back to Stain, he took a sip of his margarita, then cleared his throat with a formality that matched that of a gentleman. Very well. While my underling takes care of Shigaraki, I would like to discuss about something with you. Do you have the time for that, or does this meeting interfere with your agenda? Asked Izuku in a polite tone. Drop the formality. It's not the number of sentences you can overcomplicate that makes you not your organization more professional looking. Stain ranted. Fine, straight to the point then. What is your view on the heroes of today's society? Asked Izuku. Stain's eyebrows raised in suspicion. What does that got to do with anything? Asked Stain, as cautious as ever, typical for someone like you. Fine, might as well spray the main subject now than never. We would like you among our ranks, Stain, Izuku said. Stain sighed in disappointment. No deal, he said bluntly before getting up. However, the second he got up, the two beasts blocked the door in an aggressive manner. It's quite rude to deny someone's suggestion without a clear reason, Stain. Indulge me, why don't you want to join? Asked Izuku, still with a dark, malicious smile on his face. I'm the man who will remind the world what heroes really are, and show them that the heroes they have been cheering for all these years were mere imposters. Imposters who have plagued the hero world. You bunch are but another mafia gang, hating heroes because they are heroes and doing everything for money, not justice. I'm not just some thug, and frankly I feel insulted that you thought of me or this way. Stain answered. Izuku's smile dropped. We are more than just a gang of common thugs, Stain. We fight for the same reason as you, for a better world. Heroes are currently what's wrong with this world, so with you working with us, we will have a fighting chance to stop them. Izuku exclaimed. Suddenly, a throwing knife came flying towards Izuku, who dodged it swiftly as it split the dartboard behind him in half. You want to know the real reason why I won't join you guys? You lack conviction. Sure, you may claim to want to defeat the heroes, but I bet you that the second you lose to one, you'll quit the job. Conviction is what gets everything done in this world. Without it, people will just wither away and die. Defeat the heroes. Create a better world. You'd have better things to do in that case other than to rent limousines and drink fancy drinks. Now good day, sir, Stain said menacingly, trying to push the Nomus out of the way. Izuku stood silently, as rage quelled up inside him. He expected Stain to throw everything at him, but no one doubts his conviction. Stain didn't know this. He was unaware of Izuku's sheer determination and drive to never give up. Suddenly, as Kurogiri warped back inside, he had noticed Izuku's rage-filled aura, reminiscent of Shigaraki. You want to talk about conviction? Asked Izuku. Stain suddenly felt a murderous aura wrap around Izuku. Reaching for his knife, he was ready and on the attack. Suddenly, his eyes widened with shock, along with Kurogiri's as blood splattered onto the counter. Izuku had just cut off his own arm. Take this as proof that I would do anything to accomplish my goal, Izuku said, not even taking notice to the fact that he was missing an arm. Young master, what have you done? Quickly, I must stop the bleeding. Kurogiri yelled like a panicking father as he quickly reached for the first aid kit under the counter. I don't know much about conviction, Stain, but I want to let you know that I will stop at nothing to get what I want, Izuku said with a hint of anger, unchanged by the amount of pain he was hiding. I can cut off my other arm too if you want, whatever it takes to prove to you that I'm not joking around about this. Stain stood speechless. He wasn't even the one Izuku cut, yet he felt as if he was just impaled 1,000 times. Never had he seen such conviction and determination, coming from the same kid he fought a year ago no less. Suddenly, laughter was heard coming from the hero killer, followed by clapping. I like it, kid. I must admit, I wasn't expecting such conviction coming from you. Stain laughed. I misjudged you. You were way more serious than I thought. Perhaps I could stick around for a bit. Then welcome aboard, hero killer, Izuku answered, reaching out for a handshake. Glad to be of service, replied Stain, shaking his hand. I should get going now. As the hero killer left the building, Izuku grabbed his severed arm. Kurogiri, he called out to the panicked bartender. Warp me to sensei, I need to get this arm reattached. Right away, young master, he replied, opening the portal. The break was over, and everyone was back to class. Izuku walked into class, where the students were chattering about how they were seen on their way to school. Apparently, many people had congratulated each of them for their hard work at the sports festival. He didn't mind much, but he still chatted with a few of his classmates. He wanted to be invested, but all he could think of was the next big plan, recapturing Shigaraki. According to the intel group, they have confirmed that Shigaraki was hiding somewhere in Hasu City, where Stain just so happens to currently operate. The plan is to have Stain stun the man by licking his blood so that they can bring the body back. The tricky part was to find a way to smoke them out. Just then, Aizawa started talking. Today, you will be coming up with your hero aliases, Aizawa announced. The class, who were initially panicking towards the upcoming exams, cheered at the news. In the meantime, concerning the pro hero draft picks I mentioned the other day, it's based on who the pros think will be able to join the workforce after just 2 or 3 years of experience. So one could say it's their way to show interest in your future. Aizawa continued. Izuku, not paying attention to anything he had originally said, suddenly remembered what he had read on the school plans. The hero internship was starting soon. He cursed lightly, knowing that would mean that there was now a possibility for heroes to intervene in their work. This forced him deeper into concentration, now having to figure out how to cover up the fact that he wasn't with his pro hero. Here are the complete draft pick numbers. Aizawa presented onto the board. The green-haired boy only caught a glimpse at the board, yet he was still blown away. He had over 3,000 picks, while Todoroki had over 4,000. Normally, the numbers would be more spread out, but it seems as though the majority of the spotlight was stolen by 2 students. Aizawa said, "Wow, number 1 over there didn't even get on the board," commented Maita. "Shut up, UF," Katsuki yelled from the back. He only won by default, and had to be chained to the podium. It's no wonder no one would have selected him, said Shiro. Meanwhile, with Izuku, his plan was finally coming together. The number of heroes that picked him was just what he needed for him to formulate the perfect plan to capture Shigaraki. With the amount of heroes he could pick from, he could easily cover up their murder by pinning it on Stain. Plus, he could also claim that his hero also pursued Shigaraki since he is also on the wanted list. While Izuku went back to mutter mode, all the other students were already picking their hero aliases. From cute and clever names like Uravity or Froppy to cool names like Red Riot or even plain stupid names like I Can't Stop Twinkling. It seemed as though the students that once knew they had long strides to take before becoming real heroes dropped all modesty, like a teenager already choosing their first baby's name without the confirmation that she would even have a first baby. Little did even Izuku know, a similar conversation was unfolding back at the hideout. "Has anyone noticed that a few of us here have no villain aliases?" asked Mustard. "Now that you mention it, yeah, our newer recruits like Sachai, Jack and Young don't have any nicknames, nor do Dabai and Toga," responded Mr. Compress. Dabai, overhearing their conversation, walked to their table. "And why should we have an alias, may I ask?" asked Dabai. Spinner, upon hearing this, picked up Dabai by the shoulder and shook him around. "Listen, Dabai, an alias is one of the fundamental steps of being a villain. No alias, no one's gonna take you seriously," Spinner called out. "Not to mention, it's way better when people cry run. Run, it's Dollmaster, rather than run. Run, it's Arena." Arena cut in, dropping into the conversation. "I dunno, sounds pretty stupid," Dabai responded. "Hey, if aliases are stupid, why does Stain have one then?" Spinner called out, clearly offended by Dabai's remark. The stitched-up man tilted his head in confusion. "Stain has an alias." The room went silent. "What? Stain wasn't his real name?" Dabai asked, causing the room to burst into laughter. "Kai-ha-ha-ha. You're a riot, you know, Dabai. A real riot." Toga laughed. "Hey, it's not like you knew either," Dabai replied, annoyed. "Of course I knew. Everyone here knows that Stain isn't his real name, you dumbbass. What's his last name then?" "Carpet," Spinner laughed, not even regretting the fact that he unintentionally insulted his idol. "Hey, I know." Toga snapped her fingers. "Let's make our own aliases." Everyone besides Dabai agreed, and most of the mentioned non-aliased members dropped in. "I'll start," Sachai called out, striking a pose, Death Spike. "Sinister, I love it," Irina replied. "Killer Cutie," Toga called out with enthusiasm afterwards. "The Huntress," Young cut in, also winning some applause. "Hannibal," Jack grunted, referring to his favorite novel and movie, Silence of the Lambs. Eventually, even Dabai got into it. "The Wicker Man," he answered. It seemed as though with the festive and cheerful spirit of his subordinates, Izuku felt good vibes as it was his turn to present his alias. He held up his board, revealing it to the classroom. "I really wish Toga isn't here for this," the thought as he revealed his nickname. "Small Might." Izuku banged his head on the desk over and over, moaning in embarrassment. "Small Might. Small Might. What was I thinking? I should have just went with Deku or something. Thank God I declined at the last second, but God, was that embarrassing." He thought as most of the students were discussing with which pro hero they want to go with. "I'm going with Mount Lady," Minto announced to his classmates. "Of course you would," Ajiro replied, fully expecting it. Meanwhile, Aizawa passed along the personalized list of those who got drafted, leaving both Izuku and Todoroki with a stack of papers to read through. Skimming through the list, the young undercover villain saw several heroes that were on his target list in the past. Big Band, Beowulf, Beetleman, Caviar, the list went on. Hold the phone, All Might's agency drafted you. Some of the students called out as Izuku turned to Todoroki. Yeah, I know it's odd, especially since he's been teaching us here in Yuuei, but this is clearly his name, here on the list. The ice-haired student pointed out. Hearing this, Izuku lifted an eyebrow in suspicion. I recall All Might teaching here for unbeknownst reasons, but this he is now also accepting interns. How peculiar, the boy thought. So, which hero are you going for? Asked Ochako, appearing behind him, startling him. The green-haired teen jerked to his left, facing Ochako. I dunno yet, there's just too many to choose from. Izuku replied. Well, I'm going for the Gunhead agency. She replied. Gunhead? You mean that tough-as-nails scrapper? Why him? I would have expected you to go for 13 or something. Izuku asked. Yeah, but in the end, my fight with Bakugo got me thinking. Getting stronger allows for more opportunities. And just doing things the same old way is kind of limiting, or something. She said cheerfully, while striking a pose. Oh yes, I see. Izuku mumbled as he was helplessly locked in another never-ending conversation with her. As the class ended, while every student flooded out of the classroom, All Might came dashing in front of the door right as Todoroki was heading out, in a peculiar pose as well. Hello there, young Todoroki, All Might said in his usual valiant tone. All Might, why are you here? Todoroki asked, in such a peculiar pose, no less. It's about your dad, All Might said in a much more serious tone. Making Todoroki shudder, meet me at my office, we have some matters to discuss. At All Might's office, Todoroki entered his office, noticing All Might sitting on a black leather sofa that barely fit him, gesturing him to sit on the couch right across him. Sitting down, All Might poured him a cup of green tea. Listen, young Todoroki, I've been meaning to ask you, concerning your father, Endeavor, how is he doing recently? Asked All Might. Todoroki looked surprised. What do you mean? Asked the young student. Your dad's not doing well, young Todoroki. His rank dropped into the 3 digits ever since he confessed to have abused both his wife and kids. He was hit with a 2-month suspension of his license and a 10,000,000 yen fine to his agency. I tried talking to him, asking if he was fine or not, but he refused to talk back. All Might explained, I have no other choice but to ask you. He is doing everything he can to rebrand and clear his name, but besides that, he's doing fine. Todoroki answered. He should be able to reclaim his spot in the top 10 soon enough. All Might shook his head. One cannot clear his name easily, young Todoroki. The top 10 is a slippery slope, and even the slightest mess-up could send your rank tumbling down. While most people believe I have nothing to do with this, I believe this is also my fault. All Might replied. Why is that? Asked Todoroki. Endeavor and I are close friends, Todoroki. If there was anyone who would have known he was an abusive father and husband, it would be me. The fact that I was too naive to think he would do such a thing despite it clearly being written all over him means I am just as guilty as he was. I want to make up for that, hence why I drafted you. All Might answered. I was wondering that. Although, there is something that puzzled me. Why did you suddenly decide to teach at Yuuei? The press had been all over that news. Todoroki asked. That's the other reason why I have called you here, young Todoroki. All Might explained, my quirk, One for All, is a very powerful quirk, one that allows me to stockpile power and unleash it in bursts. Why is it called One for All then? Shouldn't it be just power stocking or something? Asked Todoroki. That's where you're wrong. You see, this quirk isn't originally mine, it was given to me. All Might explained. Todoroki sat there speechless. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. You see, prior to all of this, I was quirkless. This quirk was given to me by Nana Shimura, the #1 hero of the last generation. It was a quirk that can be passed down from people to people, becoming stronger and stronger with each successor. All Might explained. The young student felt his heart sink. He was in awe and shock, biting his lips till he could taste blood just to make sure he wasn't dreaming, and suddenly, he saw him, like a balloon, deflate into a withered skeleton of a man. But I can feel my time slowly withering away. It won't be long now. I give myself, 4-5 more months. And that's only if I don't fight anyone. This is why I came to teach at Yuuei, so that I can find the next successor, he explained, clutching the sofa. Todoroki was trying to hold back his tears, trying to not let this reveal ruin his image of his hero. No, you can't go. Not yet. All Might, I admired you my entire life. I wanted to be just like you. You inspired me, returned me the hope my father had taken from me. You can't, Todoroki uttered on the verge of tears. I understand your pain, young Todoroki. But I assure you, quirk or without quirk, I will always be All Might. All Might continued. But, why? Why tell me this? Asked Todoroki. Because I want you to be the next successor to One for All. All Might answered. Todoroki froze. What? All Might took a sip of his tea. You always believed in me, yet I wasn't ever there to help you. Even when you finally met me, I couldn't decipher that you had lived a tortured life. I am the symbol of peace, yet I couldn't even help a single boy that was screaming help me deep inside him. How can I call myself a hero after that? I may not be around for long, so I would like you to take my quirk, so that I may repay you for all those years you suffered because of my negligence. Upon hearing this, Todoroki couldn't help but smile, as though all those calls for help have finally been answered. I'll think about it, just not now, he answered as he got up and walked towards the exit. Oh, and All Might. Yes, young Todoroki, asked All Might. See you at the internship. Outside of All Might's office, however, unbeknownst to both of them, Izuku eavesdropped, and every word that came out of All Might's mouth just made him want to brutally murder the two right there and then. When he heard Todoroki head towards the door, Izuku had to bite his own lips in order to calm down. Regret not helping him, huh? Wow, how nice of you. It's not like you nearly drove a quirkless kid to suicide, you cunt. He thought to himself as he headed back to the hideout. As he entered the bar, he met face to face with Stain and Spinner, who seemed to be having some sort of conversation, but upon getting closer, he saw Stain's annoyed face. Hey here, Mightless, now that you're here, can you get this guy off of me? He's really getting on my nerves, Stain said, pointing at Spinner, who was screaming fanboy gibberish. Alright then, hey Spinner, stop jacking off to your idol and get over here. We have only 2 days to pull off this plan, and I don't want your obsession over Stain to get in the way, got it? Izuku said sternly. But boss, this is Stain. The Stain, Spinner pleaded. Get over here, Izuku yelled, losing his temper while punching through a table, making Spinner and Kurogiri shudder. Stain, on the other hand, laughed. Looks like someone had a city day, Stain replied, handing his boss a pint of beer, which Izuku gulped down in one shot. Izuku then proceeded to flop on the counter, letting out an annoyed groan and asking the bartender for another shot. You're gonna bust a liver if you keep drinking like that, Kurogiri commented in a worried tone. I don't care, I had a city day and the only cure is alcohol. Izuku grunted like a man during his midlife crisis. Suddenly, he felt 2 smooth, dainty hands on his back. Will a back rub do? Asked a familiar female voice, as Izuku's lips curved upwards. Ah, Toga, you always know how to cheer me up in days like these, he said, not even looking back. The blondie smiled as she leaned on his back, as her hands made their way down his pants. As Izuku felt shivers down his spine, he smiled in anticipation as Stain looked at the two, disgusted. Suddenly, Dabai came bursting through the door once again. We tracked down Shigaraki, Dabai shouted. Upon hearing this, Izuku immediately got up, causing Toga to stare angrily at Dabai for stopping her from getting intimate with her lover. The young boss walked up to Dabai, asking for the maps of Hasu, all the while calling Jurin on the phone. Hey there, Jurin. How's it going? Izuku greeted. Not bad, Mightless, not bad at all. Our bank's looking pretty saturated right now. In fact, I think we can use this money to upgrade our members, you know. Give them some equipment to complement their quirks, asked Jurin. Sounds good. What do you have to offer? The young boss asked back, while heading to the basement to activate the Hunter Nomus. Give me 2 days, and I can provide Dabai some gas gauntlets, which emits gas to amplify his fire attacks, Spinner with an arsenal of swords and knives, Magni with a lighter, more combat-purposed magnet, Mustard with a newly upgraded gas mask that can also amplify his sleeping gas, and a blood-sucking needle pack for Toga, replied the sleazy salesman. May I include an extra equipment for Toga? Asked Izuku. Sure thing. What would you like for me to provide the girl? Asked Jurin. Give that beach a cannon, Izuku said, as the tanks drained, revealing the Nomu's lifeless bodies. Beaches love cannons. 2 days passed, as the internship had begun, with the students wishing good luck to each other. Izuku waved goodbye at his classmates, but was still legitimately pissed off at one specific classmate, excluding Katsuki, of course, Todoroki, which he started to resent for getting the attention he deserved, and was worried about another one. Not because he knew that Ida might get himself killed, trying to take down the hero killer alone, but rather because he knew where Stain was, somehow, and might interfere in their plans of capturing Shigaraki. The boy himself, he had made sure he selected a hero that usually operates in Hasu. The hero he went by the name Bat Dude. His quirk, Bat, gave him all the abilities of a bat. Before meeting the hero at his agency, however, he took a detour, climbing up to the roof of a vacant building, where this squad appeared through Kurogiri's portal. Have the Nomus been deployed here? Asked Izuku. Yep, and Stain has already been deployed, answered Kurogiri. And I suppose you have eyes on him 24/7? Asked Izuku. Of course, we have slipped a webcam and scarf. Anything he does, we can see. This will make sure he doesn't get sidetracked killing heroes, Kurogiri explained. Any signs of Shigaraki yet? Asked Izuku. None yet, but rest assured, with the amount of Nomus we have in a 10-mile radius, he isn't going anywhere. We just need to slowly close this metaphorical circle, and eventually, he will hit a border, explained the dark bartender. Good, then I must get going. Izuku said, jumping off the building, using his air quirk to cushion the fall. Izuku made his way to the agency. In the meantime, the Nomus were perched in hidden areas, with the order to burst out and attack the second they see Shigaraki. Meanwhile, Stain, Toga, Sachai, and Arena patrolled the streets. Spinner, Mustard, Mr. Compress, and Magni stayed at a nearby inn, waiting for the time to come when Shigaraki is found. It was a normal day for some, but for others, the hunt has begun. Right off the bat, that dude pissed him off to no end. He keeps on ranting about his tragic backstory, where during one night, his parents were nearly killed by a common thug, but survived. That experience left him scarred, so he fought crime using the millions of dollars from his parents' fortune. He didn't know what made him more angry, the fact that he rants about being a tortured man. Despite owning $1 million mansion, his lackluster reason to become a hero, the millions of dollars he's wasting on decorating his office, or the fact that all of his sidekicks were orphans and were forced to fight in their underwear with a ridiculous-looking eye mask. Not that he had learned much anyways, as all he did was all the dirty work, while Bat Dude took all the credit. The sheer arrogance radiating from the guy made Izuku want to slit his throat in his sleep. Before you knew it, day one ended, and there was still no sign of Shigaraki. Not wanting to stick around, he wandered off, heading to the alleyway to assist in the hunt. Now, if I was covered in hands, where would I hide? Izuku said to himself. He first called his team, seeing if they can track down the escapee. No luck. It seemed as though Shigaraki is just that good at hiding. The next day rolled around, and it was the same old routine. Fight some thugs. Bat Dude takes all the credit. Fight some dudes. Bat Dude takes all the credit. It drove him mad. Eventually, Izuku had enough. On the second day, while Bat Dude was signing autographs and ditched him while on patrol to go hang out with some girls, Izuku wandered off, heading out of the Nomus barrier to a nearby cafe. He needed a drink. However, when entering the cafe, things looked weird. One thing, it was beyond dusty, like no one cleaned the place for years. Secondly, besides the barista, there was no one there. Not questioning anything, he walked up to the barista, asking for a smoothie. That will be 400 yen. Answered the barista. Suddenly, as Izuku was reaching out to hand him the money, the barista grabbed him by the wrist, leaving only one pinky off his wrist. Looking up in shock, he recognized the barista, Tamura Shigaraki. Shigaraki, but how did you manage to slip past the net I made? Asked Izuku in shock. So you did try and surround me, figures, but I guess you never took into account the fact that I can also disguise myself. Shigaraki smiled. Bastard, so this is where you've been hiding? Izuku asked, trying to break free. Nah, this was just a temporary base I set up after killing everyone here. The ex-villain replied. That explains all the dust. Izuku grunted. So what now? What will you do to me? Kill me? Shigaraki gave him an evil grin. Not quite yet. First, how about we pay Mom a visit? Shigaraki asked with glee. Izuku trembled. No, yes. Shigaraki laughed back. Cry. Despair. I wanted to see you like this for so long. Cry, cry, CR. Suddenly, a loud bang was heard as a bullet came flying in the room, separating the two. Izuku, confused, scouted around, but saw no one. Just then, he heard another loud bang as another bullet flew in, aiming right at Shigaraki, who only narrowly avoided it, grazing his shoulder. Izuku got a better view of where the bullet came from. Judging from the trajectory, there could only be one place where that shot came from, the high ground. Just then, he saw a faint, just distinct silhouette in the abandoned building across the shop, and smiled. It was Toga. Beaches love cannons. Toga yelled out, firing another round, this one hitting Shigaraki in the calf as he tried to run. Izuku, seeing this, called all of his team to his location. Spinner's group, upon getting the message, shot out of their rooms in excitement. Stain, wiping the blood off his blade, made his way to where Shigaraki was found, disposing of the body of the mangled corpse that was once Bat Dude in the trash. Sudden loud explosions rang out as the Nomus were going berserk, a protocol programmed in their brain once Shigaraki was found, with the goal of attracting all the heroes to them instead of towards Shigaraki. While the rest of the league were on their way, Toga got off her perch, running to regroup with Izuku, while Shigaraki limped his way to the exit. Reaching the cafe, she leaped into Izuku's arms. Oh Izuku, I was so worried, Toga muttered. Thank you, Toga, but how did you find me? Asked Izuku. I had to make sure you were doing okay after seeing how badly Bat Dude exploited you. I was gonna follow you to the cafe until Shigaraki grabbed you. I couldn't just run in as he would use you as hostage. She explained. Good thing I gave you that cannon. Izuku smiled. Yeah, and thank you, by the way, she said, clutching her newly bought rifle, painted pink with the words Beaches Love Cannons printed on it. Now let's give chase. Shigaraki is getting away, she said, pointing to their target, who was driving away on his motorcycle. Right, Izuku said, creating a wind board below them, and charging after their prey. Shigaraki, however, had an idea. Run into the heart of the action, where he saw fire was coming from, and lure the villains into the heroes that will in no doubt be there. Just then, bullets came flying in, as Izuku and Toga were dead on his tracks. The man swerved left and right, dodging bullets and wind blades alike, as he hurried down the road. Up ahead, however, there appeared to be a roadblock. A toppled-over delivery truck, with Mustard, Spinner, Mr. Compress and Magni were waiting. "We got him," Mr. Compress said, throwing a bunch of marbles, which turned into cars, scrap metal and pieces of the road at Shigaraki as Magni tried to slow down the motorcycle with his magnetism. Shigaraki, however, seeing how Izuku was gaining on him, veered sideways, as a wind blade missed him and came flying at the group. Magni was forced to unmagnetize Shigaraki's vehicle to use the debris compressed through his shield. Just then, Shigaraki used the temporary wall as ramping over the blockade right as it was collapsing, and right as Izuku's wind board dispelled. "Curses, he got away," Izuku grunted. "He won't get far," Spinner said nonchalantly. "Stain is up ahead." Stain was made aware that Shigaraki was closing in near him. He was waiting patiently at an alleyway, waiting for him to pass by. Just then, he felt something incoming and prepped his blade. RECIPRO. Before the attacker could finish, Stain immediately cut him down. "You're not Shigaraki," commented Stain, looking at the guy he cut down. The kid got back up, looking more pissed than ever. "A man in a scarf red as blood, armed to the teeth with blades. You must be Stain the hero killer, right?" he said, angrily. "I've been pursuing you. I didn't expect to meet you so soon." "I am." Stain pointed his blade right at him. "I can see it in your eyes. You are out for revenge, aren't you?" Stain commented. "Watch your mouth, kid, or your age won't be enough to save you." The kid got back up. "Save me? Do you even consider me a threat? Listen up, you criminal." He clenched his teeth. "I am the younger brother of a hero you attacked, the brother of an amazing hero among other heroes. I have come to you in my brother's stead. Inherit my mantle." "Tenya." A memory flashed by him. "I am Ingenium, the hero that will stop you," Ada exclaimed. "Is that so?" asked Stain. "Then you will die. You tried and tried and tried, but in the end, a small fry remains a small fry," Stain said, standing over Ada's paralyzed body, "just like your poser of a brother." The down student tried to move, but couldn't even lift a finger due to Stain's quirk. "Shut up, you bastard," Ada grunted angrily with clenched teeth. "My brother was a great hero, one who inspired my dreams. You have no rights to badmouth him. You murderer. You." Ada's rage was cut off by sudden laughter. "Haha. I don't know what's funnier, the fact that you thought you could beat me, or that your brother would be proud of you for killing me should you succeed." Stain laughed. "Even if you manage to kill me, your brother won't magically heal. Boy, you didn't think ahead. Instead, your shallow mind thought that murder was the first and final solution." Ada was silenced. He couldn't think of any replies. Stain was right. What was he thinking? "That is why you fail as a hero," Stain said, raising his sword, and also, suddenly, Stain pulled out a throwing knife and turned a full 180, throwing it at an upcoming motorcycle, hitting the front tires and sending the driver crashing over the two. "Did you really think you could lose us by hiding in the alleyways, Shigaraki?" Stain finished, turning his attention to his initial target. Ada, staring at this, looked awfully confused. "Wait, Shigaraki, that villain from the USJ attack. Why is he here? And why are you after him?" asked Ada, in confusion. "My mission is to capture this man, alive, and bring him to the boss, Mightless. You have nothing to do in our plans, so consider yourself lucky, and take my words to mine. I won't be so merciful the next time we meet," Stain said, walking towards Shigaraki, who was writhing in pain. Ada, on the other hand, watched helplessly as Stain slowly walked towards his wounded prey, not even trying to make things quick, rather, just watching the poor man struggle to get back up from the fall he took. Damn it all. I was so close. I was so close," Shigaraki uttered as Stain inched ever so closer, with a devilish smile drawn on his face. "You know, you always annoyed me, you brat. You did nothing but complain and complain when you were under my care. I tried to be nice for once, and look where that got me." Stain, drawing his blade. "Should I have known you were such a spoiled brat, I would have just let you die." Suddenly, movement returned to Ada's body. The quirk's effects wore off. However, while getting up, he was faced with a dilemma. Should he save Shigaraki? On one hand, he was a villain, one that had killed several people, a menace to society. Yet on the other hand, he couldn't just stand there and watch as someone is helplessly taken away. Just then, what Izuku said prior to the sports festival came back to him. "Some villain have been pushed over the edge by society. They deserve better. I wish to give them a second chance, because in the end, we are all human and have at some point cried, 'Please, help me.' So don't look down on villains, even they need saving." With those words coming back to him, Ada was starting to understand what Izuku was talking about, and what choice he would have made should he be in this situation. His instincts took a full 180 as well. Words spoken by his brother came back to him as well, and pushed him to do the right thing. You should never turn your back on a man who needs help, no matter who they are. With that, Ida came charging in once more and delivered a lightning-fast kick to Stain's back, causing him to cough out blood. The hero killer looked back at his attacker, eyes red with rage, and swung back at him, but missed as he ducked under the sword and ran past the killer, grabbing his downed victim and making a run for it. "You bastard," Stain coughed as he turned to Ida, confused as though why he was running to a dead end. Seeing the upcoming wall, Ida started to see clear flashes of his past, back when he struggled to turn using his quirk. He had been training for months on end, preparing for such a moment. Suddenly, to Stain's surprise, Ida hopped into the air, and as soon as his feet touched the brick wall, he used his quirk to the max. Engine full power, recipro burst. Ida's exhaust pipes went from shaking uncontrollably from the amount of power it was outputting to bursting out flames, rocketing Ida up the wall, still carrying Shigaraki over his shoulders. "No way," Stain shouted as he tried to pursue the two by jumping from wall to wall, but was unable to catch Ida, whose exhaust pipes were now red from overusage. Just then, before Ida could make it over the wall with Shigaraki, a figure descended upon the two. A young teen with a gray jacket and a face mask with a frown on it came soaring from the skies, sending the two tumbling back down. Ida, struggling to get back up, looked back at the attacker. "Mightless," Ida grunted, facing his new foe. "Ah, boss, it was about time you showed up," Stain said with a smile. "Of course, I had to assist a colleague in the capture of our league's traitor," replied the young boss. Ida trembled in fear at the sight of the duo. Facing off against the hero killer was bad enough, but now he also had to deal with the supposed leader of the League of Villains. "Hand over Shigaraki, young man, and no one gets hurt," Mightless said, intentionally not pronouncing his name to arouse suspicion. Ida backed up against the wall, terrified. He had never felt so much fear in his life. Suddenly, he felt the man on his shoulders waking up as he looked at the dude with bloodshot eyes. "You want me? Come and get me," he said in a raspy voice, causing Ida to drop him. Mightless grinned. "Challenge accepted then," Mightless said as he struck a fighting pose, before a sword swung in front of him, stopping him from moving forward. "No, this kid attacked me first and nearly escaped with the target. I have never felt so insulted in my life, so stay out of this. I'm taking them both on," Stain said with an intimidating tone. Mightless smiled under his mask. "Very well then, suit yourself," Mightless said, walking away. "Just be sure to bring back Shigaraki alive." With that, Izuku called off all pursuers, stating leave it to Stain, and withdrew, disappearing into a black, misty portal. While walking back to the portal, he was confronted by Kurogiri on a rooftop. "Why did you call off the mission?" asked Kurogiri. "You had the man in your clutches." Izuku let out an unsatisfied sigh. "You have no idea what working with Stain is like. The man thinks too highly of himself and constantly disobeys orders, such as the order to not attract attention by killing heroes, though I am grateful for who he did kill. The problem is that he has yet to suffer defeat, so he sees us as below him, despite clearly joining our ranks. Should he succeed, we get Shigaraki back. Should he fail, then he'll learn what happens when orders are disobeyed. This is his test, and I'm the examiner," Izuku explained. "But what about Shigaraki? Wouldn't he elude us once more and get taken under custody?" asked Kurogiri. "We'll just have to retrieve him then before that happens. Shigaraki and Ida are strong, but they won't come out unscathed once they defeat Stain. If they defeat Stain, we will come in and clean up, and Stain, he's on his own at that point," he replied, looking down the rooftop to see the fight unfold. The duo took up a defensive stance, whereas Stain drew his sword, twirling it as he swung at the two. Knowing that Shigaraki can disintegrate things with his hand, he aimed for Ida first, who kicked the sword out of his hand. Shigaraki then jumped in, reaching for his throat, but Stain didn't try to stop it. Instead, Ida grabbed him by the wrist, stopping him from disintegrating Stain, knowing that was his ability from memory. "Stop. You can't kill him. It isn't right," Ida exclaimed. "Don't tell me what to do," Shigaraki yelled back. The handyman was suddenly kicked in the stomach by Stain's spiked boots, sending flying into a wall. Ida swung his leg at him, but missed as Stain ducked, then swept Ida's other leg, causing him to fall. He drew a thick combat knife to stab Ida while he was down, but the student was able to pick up the sword he knocked off from Stain and block the knife. Shigaraki came running back, barely grazing Stain's face with his hand, but the hero killer was fast enough to grab Shigaraki by the wrist and twist it, pinning Shigaraki to the ground. But by then, Ida picked himself off the ground and kicked Stain off of the villain, sending him flying in midair. The now airborne hero killer was able to land on his 2 feet, brushing off some of the blood he spilled while fighting. Not bad at all," Stain smiled, "but it won't be enough." Ida turned to his one-time partner. "Got any plans?" he asked. "Shit, I was hoping you'd have one," Shigaraki answered back as Stain once more lunged at them, knives and tongue hanging out. Just then, Ida remembered what his quirk can do, and an idea came to mind. "Shigaraki, I need you to distract him so that I can get in a hit," Ida exclaimed as he backed up. "Don't order me around, brat," Shigaraki answered, reluctantly obeying. As Stain tried aiming for the one that was getting away, Shigaraki placed his 5 fingers on a nearby pipe, causing it to burst out air, blinding Stain. But he celebrated too early as the hero killer managed to sneak in a hit and stab him in the sides. Blood gushed out of the wound as the injured man backed up in shock. Stain then proceeded to kick in the injury, causing him to yell out in pain. But just as Shigaraki bent over, Stain kneed him in the face, causing blood to squirt out of his nose. The blood-ridden convict swung his hand at him once more, but his lack of technique was showing as Stain read him like an open book, grabbing him by the wrist and throwing him over the shoulder. The villain slammed into the pavement, forming a small crater as the shock coursed through his entire body, making him gasp in pain. "Any last words?" asked Stain, holding his knife to the downed villain's neck. Just then, he ducked, dodging a kick from Ada, who came flying in at nearly the speed of sound. "How?" Ada uttered. "Did you really think I lacked so much experience that I would turn my back on my enemies?" asked Stain, catching Ada by the back collar and throwing him against the building, skidding him across the wall as he fell 4 feet away. As Ada struggled to get back up, Stain knocked him back down with throwing knives, jamming them into his shoulder, calf, and sides. He then kicked Shigaraki, who tried to grab his ankle, knocking him half unconscious as well, then proceeded to crush his thumb, preventing him from using his quirk. However, upon moving his leg, his pants dropped. "Ha! I pulled off your belt when you dodged my kick," Ada uttered, revealing the belt in his hand. Before Stain could reply, he felt a sharp pain in his ankle as Shigaraki pulled out the throwing knife that was hidden in Stain's dropped pant leg and stabbed him in the calf. The hero killer let out a roar as he limped away from Shigaraki, who threw the bloody knife as a last-ditch effort. Stain was able to dodge the knife, all the while holding up his pants. But just then, Ada came running in, tackling Stain as the knives lodged in his body fell out from the impact. That, however, was the last of Ida's strength as he then collapsed onto the ground, unable to even lift a finger. Stain then got back up, picking up the knife that Ada supposedly dropped. "You are one tenacious bastard, I'll give you that much," Stain commented, putting his belt back on, "so I'll just have to make sure you don't get up." But just as he was about to lick the knife he picked up, Ada grinned as he uttered, "Checkmate." Suddenly, Stain himself collapsed to the ground, unable to lift a finger. "What the?" Stain yelled out in confusion. "Yeah, I swapped out the knife that fell out of my body with the one Shigaraki stabbed you with when I tackled you," Ada explained. While lying there trying to regain his strength, "Your quirk may be strong, but it has a major flaw. It can affect you too," Stain grunted. "So this whole time, your plan was to somehow trick me into licking my own blood?" he asked. "Quite ingenious, isn't it? I learned it by watching midoriya," Ada commented. Stain seemed to twitch angrily at that name, as if it was reminding him of something from the past. Eventually, Ada was able to regain his strength and limp weakly to pick up Stain's paralyzed body along with Shigaraki. "Where are you taking me?" Shigaraki asked, too weak to move. "We may have fought together, but in the end, you still need to be detained. I'm taking you to the authorities so that they can sort it out," Ada answered. "I should also apologize to my superior." Just then, as he was about to reach the exit of the alleyway, a familiar figure jumped down. "And that's where I need to stop you," said the figure. "Mightless," Ada grunted angrily, but found it hard to even stand from all of the blood loss. Mightless, thank God. Hey, a little help here," asked Stain, but to no response. Instead, Mightless was about to knock out Ada, when suddenly, one of the Nomus that he set up to attract the hero's attention away from them was sent flying towards them. The heroes arrived shortly after. Seeing this, Stain called back, "Hey, help me, stop ignoring me," he yelled out. Instead of listening, however, he turned to Stain and whispered, "This is where we part ways, hero killer," he whispered as he knocked out Ada, placed him on the sidewalk and was about to take off with Shigaraki. Stain, on the other hand, gave out a stare of disbelief. "Look, there's that villain, Mightless, and he seems to have a hostage," called out one of the heroes. Mightless, on the other hand, pointed into the alleyway as a small cyclone carried the paralyzed hero killer towards them. "Look, the hero killer, and he's unable to fight back. Restrain him," the heroes called out. "Damn you," Stain yelled back at him as he was taking off with Shigaraki. However, heroes were flooding in from all sides, cutting off Mightless's escape routes. Not wanting to reveal too much of his quirk in fear he might get found out, he whistled as a flying Nomu came in a blazing speeds and picked him up. "He's getting away," said one of the heroes. Suddenly, Stain sprung back to life as he jumped onto the Nomu and stabbed it to death, causing Izuku to drop Shigaraki and fall back down. "You bastard, did you really think you can just betray me in live?" asked Stain, angry beyond belief. "Stain, what are you doing?" Izuku yelled back. "Getting payback. You betray me, I betray you. Now Shigaraki can escape once more," he yelled out as Izuku saw the man, slowly limping away, blending into the crowd. "He's getting away. You, Izuku yelled at him in rage, but was pushed back with even more anger coming from Stain. Did you really think I was gonna just play along with your game forever, you brat? If I had known you would just run on me, you would be long dead. Be happy I gave you a chance. Stain yelled back as the heroes were closing in. Suddenly, seeing the heroes closing in, Stain stabbed into the ground, bursting a pipe below and letting out a huge blast, stunning the heroes as he took that opportunity to escape. Izuku, on the other hand, seeing that Shigaraki was long gone, and the amount of heroes surrounding the area, called out for Kurogiri, who warped him away just as the smoke cleared. At the roof, Izuku jumped back out of the portal, looking pissed off as hell. I could have had him. I could have had him. Damn that bastard Stain. I never thought that bastard would turn on us like that, yelled a very pissed off Izuku. Kurogiri simply stared as Izuku let out his rage by tearing the roof apart with his quirk. As he finally calmed down, the man spoke up. I have sent back all the field agents. All that's left are the Nomus. What should we do? Asked the bartender. Leave them, we still have plenty. They already took out and captured half of them thanks to Endeavor anyways. So it's not like retrieving the other will do us any good. Izuku said while walking into the portal. I'm off to the bar, I need a drink. Todoroki slowly focused his energy into one point, carefully focusing so that he doesn't break his arm. It's been a few days since a Todoroki had agreed to inherit One for All, and thanks to his already well-built body and his understanding of quirk functionality, he had already managed to use up to 10% without breaking his arm. All Might, looking at him, smiled with pride. During the entirety of the internship, Todoroki had done nothing but train to master his new quirk. Of course, he had to make a few promises to All Might. For one, he couldn't use his new quirk in class so that he doesn't arouse suspicion, and secondly, All Might's true body stays a secret. The man had faith in the child. He knew that he could be a great hero one day, that he truly will surpass him like his father wanted him to. Bringing up Endeavor suddenly made him think about the hero. Apparently the man's changed quite a bit. He seemed less cold and more open to others, but only a bit though. But the biggest change he observed was the fact that Endeavor's competitive spirit had suddenly returned. It felt like they were back to their high school years. When asking why the sudden change, the man explained that a certain someone from Yuuei had helped him open his eyes. That reveal surprised him, and now he secretly hoped he could one day meet the kid too, to see what he is like. His thoughts were cut short though. As he heard Todoroki call him, his voice seemed to come from an elevated area. Hey, All Might, up here. I was able to make this jump all by myself. Cool, huh? Todoroki asked, standing on a balcony on the 5th story of what seemed to be a 20-story building. All Might smiled, turning to his muscle form. Not bad, young Todoroki, but suddenly, with a huge burst of power, All Might jumped past Todoroki, landing on the roof of the building. You still have a long way to go, he called from above. Seeing this, Todoroki smiled, knowing that one day, that will be him up there. He used his ice quirk to expand the balcony's surface, and used that temporary platform to jump again, trying to reach All Might. While waiting for his student though, All Might noticed something familiar about the building. He didn't know why, but a feeling of regret washed over him as he looked at the tile patterns and the fences, and the light yellow color of the building. Can a quirkless kid be a hero? A sudden flashback came to him. It was as if he had been here before, talking to someone, some kid, who, he can't remember. His memory was too full of work, catchphrases, excuses to leave conventions, and interviews when his time is up in the middle of interviews, and of people he noted could be good successors for him to remember what specifically happened. Suddenly, Todoroki managed to make it onto the roof as well. I made it, Todoroki said with a smile of accomplishment. That smile, however, made him feel even more guilty, for reasons beyond him. What is this? Thought All Might. Todoroki looked at All Might, confused. Is everything all right? Asked the student. Why yeah, I just spaced out for a second. All Might responded, we should get going. As the two left, however, thoughts kept swirling in the back of All Might's head. Why do I feel like Todoroki isn't the only one I had failed to help? Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.